How to break up with someone you live with. You know who should who should. Jesus Christ, what the happened there? Too many hits to the head there. The people who need this information are all these morons you see on these murder shows. The amount of people that I watch on these murder shows that my wife thankfully has taken a break from. She goes through phases where she's just like mainlining Dateline NBC. And we end up, I don't know, it's so up because we're watching murder shows, but we end up getting a lot of laughs in that I just tease her for like, why are you watching this? I just start mocking how horrible they are. And then I just start singing, go to sleep, go to sleep. Like, why would you watch this right before you go to bed? But one of the things I've noticed is the amount of people, the first major crime they try to commit is not only murder somebody, but it's somebody they know. That is the hardest thing in the world to get away with unless you work for the government. No. It's the hardest thing to get away with because you're automatically a suspect. You'd never been busted for anything, so you're not like some hardened criminal that knows how to handle interrogation to be like, am I being charged with anything? If I am, I want a lawyer. If not, I'm going to leave. I'm pleading the fifth. They don't do that. They go out and they always bury them in like their backyard. There always seems to be like I got to tell you something right now. If your neighbor is putting in a well, he's thinking about killing his wife. All right? If the guy's wife says, you catch her in the pet store and she has a weird look on her face and says, yeah, we got a rodent problem. Yeah, she's trying to kill her husband. All right, the smart ones go to Home Depot and they buy a plate, a pane of glass. That's what you do, and you bash it up microscopically and you just start putting it in their food. I think that's how it's done. I don't know. I know guys are supposed to be more evil, but at least if you get killed by a guy, it's over quickly. Like women, I swear to God, Jesus Christ, it takes them like 8 months to slowly kill you. There's a lot of women in prison that could write a book called The 8-Month Murder. It's hilarious. It almost takes them this is an 80s joke. It takes them almost the same amount to have an orgasm as it does to kill somebody. Thank you. Reaganomics, everybody. Anyway, this I actually believe if you're a progressive school, they should have a class, a requirement that teaches young people how to break up with people, teaches people how to know when a relationship isn't working, and there would be less broken hearts, there'd be less murders. I would think the Dateline NBC lobby would do everything they could in Washington to stop these courses from being taught to kids in college. And you know what they would do? They would just, all you got to do is to kill it. All you got to do is label it as socialism or communism, and it's going to be this socialist agenda, then that'll be it. It'll be over. But, the amount of time that you waste and the people you hurt and all that type of stuff. So, there becomes that thing. I remember a long time ago, I knew this woman, and she was dating this guy, and she was living with him, and she would always go like, yeah, can't leave now. She just kept saying that. And it didn't register to me when I was younger. And then they got a car together, and they ended up breaking up. And the whole time she wanted out, and she just kept getting in deeper and deeper and deeper. It probably affected her sleep, crushed that guy because he probably thought he met the one and all that. And all you need is just some information like this, all right? Because there's a lot of people listening right now who want to get out of a relationship. All right, I'm going to read what they say, and then I'll give you my tricks to the trade. Okay, because when you're like a young guy, right? Like your first, like those guys that are just like, I'm just going to act like a dick so she breaks up with me. Stupid. Rip the Band-Aid off. Rent a tuxedo. You get a top hat, right? You learn an Al Jolson song, but you change the lyrics and you just sing about how you're going to break up with her. Sorry, I wish I knew an Al Jolson song. How to break up with someone you live with. Here we go. Hey, Billy Red Rocks. I was almost going to call it that special. My wife was like, don't name it after your nuts. And I was like, you're right. Loved your recent special, and it's also a more obvious joke, especially when my listeners are coming up with it too. All right. Loved your recent special and all that jazz. Thank you. Let's get right to it. I have been with my girlfriend for 3 years now, but have decided that it's time to end things amicably. All right, good for you. The only issue is that we live together. Can you give me and listeners some advice on how to break up with someone whom you live with? Thanks a bunch. All right. This is definitely, there's a degree of difficulty here. All right, I'm standing up now. I'm walking around. All right. Let's go with the positives. You're not with the person that you want to be with, and you're aware of it. And you're going to do this. All right? And there's no way to do this without making a mess. So let's try to make the least amount of mess. Okay? So the number one thing is you're going to break up with her, and you still have to live with her. Now, ideally, you already have another place to go. Okay? Now, there are extreme ways of doing. You can do it this way. Okay, I'm kind of doing the cowardly way because you don't want to fucking deal with her. You don't want to deal with her. You want to get the fuck out. Let's just be a man here. You want to get the fuck. Hell hath no fury, and you want to be away from the fury. So if there's a way that you can somehow put a deposit down on another apartment, unless she's totally dependent on you. I don't know what your financial situation is, but I know a guy. Oh, I know a guy. This is how he did it. His wife went out on his girlfriend went out on the road, and he already planned to do it, but he knew that she was nuts. So he already had another place. She left, and the second the wheels left fucking LaGuardia or wherever the fuck they were, his brother came over. They packed up all his shit. They moved it to the new fucking place, and then they sat down. Then when she came back, he sat down. And she's like, where's all your stuff? And he's like, where I'm going to be living from now on because we're not going out anymore. Now, that's the fast way to do it. Listen, you moved in. On some level, you're going to have to be like, there's no easy way around this. So if you're not in that type of financial position, which most people aren't, the biggest thing, all you have to do is break up with her. All right? You don't have to, just stop catastrophizing about how awful it's going to be because it's going to suck. All right? So what I would do is know that she's going to be upset. She has a right to be upset. And just don't get in any arguments with her. And let her say everything she's going to say. You know, if she trashes your family, she makes fun of your dick size or your ability in bed and all the shit that when a woman gets mad, you know, God knows. I mean, it's all, they can, no subject is off limits. They will try to rip your fucking soul out. She might not be. She might be cool. I have no idea. But I'm just saying, prepare for the worst. Here's the deal. Every time when she comes at you and she says that, just think in your head, imagine if I married that. Thank God I'm not marrying that. She is saying all this horrible shit to me right now because this is her last chance to do it. And then you're going to get the fuck out of there and it's going to be good. All right? And I don't know what your living situation is. If it's a one bedroom, that's good because at least you can sleep on the couch. You won't have to sleep next to her. If it's a studio, I mean, I don't know. This is what I would say. If she's making your life a living fucking hell, I would literally call your parents and just say, listen, I need 2 weeks to find a place. I got to get out of here. And I would take a sick day. And when she's at work, I would just take all of your shit. Okay? Anything even remotely questionable. Hey, I paid for half of that couch. Fuck it. Leave it. Just take all of your shit, pack it up, and just get the fuck out. That's what I would do. Why prolong it? All right? So I need more information. If listeners have been in that situation, I fortunately was never in that situation. So I can't speak from experience, but I do know of guys where they were living there and then the girlfriend immediately started bringing other guys home. You know, have you ever been that guy? You know, you come home, you think, you know, with the chick, you think you're hooking up and you realize you're just spiteful cock for the evening. And the whole time you're like, is there a lock on this door? Is that door bulletproof? Like, yeah, I'm not doing this. Why don't you get all the way out of your last relationship? I'm out, guys. Like, that's what you wish you had the maturity to do. You know, but as I've said in my other specials, your dick is a dreamer. Your dick believes, nah, man, we can do it. We can pull this off. It's not going to be a problem. He broke up with her. He doesn't care. Shitty neighbors. Shitty neighbors. Oh, jeez. Hey, Billy Big Screen, I'm reaching out to you as someone who has a bit of a neighbor problem and have a landlord problem. So a young couple moved into the apartment complex. Let me read that again. I'm reaching out to you as someone who's had a bit of a neighbor problem and a landlord problem. Oh, brother. Your landlord's not helping you with your neighbor, or they're both assholes in their own worlds? Oh, boy. Here we go. So a young couple moved into the apartment complex that my wife and I have lived at for 6 years, and they have a bit of a shitbox car collecting problem. Our lot has enough spots for 2 cars per room, 8 rooms in the complex, so that means there's 16 spots. Don't worry, Bill. I'm coming to you for advice. The least I can do is not make you do math. It's kind of scary how well you guys know me at this point. Anyways, it even says in the lease that you can only have 2, but the property has undergone new management, and the newbies aren't nearly as hands-on with the towing cars for being run-down pieces of shit. They had 3, and one of them was broken down for 3 months before I put a note on there asking if they can move it or fix it, to which they replied by putting 3 sheets of paper with red writing on them on the inside of their windshield. They read, "We live here, the car runs, mind your own business." Yes. The ignorant. Part of being ignorant is you have no empathy, which leads to anywhere from being an asshole to joining a hate group. Now I have walked past this car with these sheets of paper on the windshield for over 2 months and even asked the maintenance guy to help me out citing the lease. He basically told me that because of the toothless nature of the owners, his hands are tied. Now, as I'm writing to you, I found out this evening that these people went out and got a nice car and parked it in the lot also. I thought of a lot of things, including putting painter's tape on the hood in the shape of a dick with a note on it that says, "Next time it'll be spray paint. Move the fucking car." Oh, God. Oh, God. Now you live in that world? But I just can't do it. Yeah, don't do it. Do I find my zen and just deal with walking past all these fucking cars every morning with my tail between my legs? Or do I confront these people and hope for results? I'm not a confrontational person. Yeah, that's why you were going to, like, fuck with their car. That's what a non-confrontational person does. Dude, if you're not going to go over there and just beat the shit out of it, which you shouldn't do, because you're either going to lose or you're going to get sued. Or you could lose and get sued. There's no winning. If you're a fully functioning adult, like, and you actually have done something with your life, you like, fighting is not an option past, like, high school. I'm not a confrontational person unless you have to, okay? But due to some events that have happened in my life over the past year, I'm worried that I'll start to see red if they don't agree with my request and say some stuff that I can't take back and will make seeing them in the future a bit awkward. Thanks for the help, Bill, and good job on the movie. I can't wait to see it. The way I see it, you got 3 options here. You just deal with it, you move, or save up money and buy a house. Those are your options. But if the landlord isn't going to do anything, I can tell you this. When you move out and the next people look at your place and they see 20 junkers or whatever sitting out there, that's going to fuck with their world. I guess you could also lawyer up and deal with that and just say it says here in the lease I have to deal with this. As long as the cars aren't in your way, you know, there's another thing. You could actually talk to him and just say, listen, I'm sorry. I was in a bad mood. I actually like the car, and just talk to him about cars and shit like that. And maybe you can just make friends with the person. But or you can use it as motivation to get the fuck out of there and get something else going where people like that aren't in your life. But then what happens is you end up buying a house. If you buy a house, what I would suggest is do a number of drive-bys. Like if you look at it during the week or on a weekend, sometimes like they strategically show the house when whatever loud, annoying thing that might be happening isn't happening in like the neighborhood or whatever. And, I mean, I would be as bold. I wouldn't be as bold. I wish I was to knock on the door of a neighbor and just be like, hey, how do you like the neighborhood? Is there anybody here that's just is the person on the other side a major pain in the ass? Blah, 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 blah. No. For all you know, you knock on the door, the pain in the ass. Yeah, I'm sorry you're going through that, dude. That's the fucking worst. But I guess there's another thing. If the car runs, you could steal it. But everybody has cameras now. That's another reason. Yeah, don't get involved. Like, revenge is that's one of the darkest of all human emotions. And that's just not, even when somebody deserves it, I just avoid it. I avoid it. I just like, all right, whatever. I'm just going to keep living my life, keep being successful at what I want to do, whatever the fuck that is. And I'll leave it alone. I looked at those goddamn Vistalite drums, and now Ludwig is always popping up. And they really have beautiful drums. And I wish they would stop it because I'm going to buy a kit if they don't stop. The exact thing that they want. I mean, look at this one. What the fuck is that? They got a green Vista. You can't buy the amber Vistalite. I don't like how the amber one is the only. Every one of the one has like a 22. The amber one is 26. Where the fuck are the 24s, you cunts? All right, seeking wisdom from an old ginger. It was still a great story, by the way. Keep those aviation ones coming in. Dear Bill Burr, I am a 23-year-old male who feels lost and directionless for my future. Hey, buddy, welcome to the party. You are not alone. Most people at 23, myself included. That's exactly where I felt. Probably the most lost because I was after college and I was just like, what did I major in? What the fuck am I doing? Anyway, I am currently working full-time and finishing my master's program part-time. However, for the longest time, I have felt a strong desire to pack up everything and move to a new area. I'm from upstate New York and have lived in the same zip code my whole life. I'm not sure where my desire to move came from. It has always been something I wanted to do. I don't want to ignore this feeling because I know I would look back and regret it if I never tried. Right now, my plan is to finish school, save what I can, and move to a different state once I graduate. However, I have recently told a couple of friends and my siblings this ideas, and they all took a shit on it. Yeah, well, that's what people do. That's something that you're going to learn a lot. Like, hey, you know what I want to do? And especially if you tell it to somebody who's not doing anything, they're going to shit on it. Take a big fucking shit right on it. My friends have told me it doesn't seem like a good idea because I won't know anyone. Yeah, these are all fearful thoughts of people who are afraid to go anywhere. I have no family anywhere else and will be abandoning them. I have no real reason to move, but I've always wanted to live on my own in a new area while I still have the freedom to do so. This sounds like a great idea to me. I don't have anyone older than me to get an outside opinion on this, so I thought I would email an old bald dude for some advice. Well, you come to the right place. I would appreciate any advice or guidance on this situation. I think that's fucking great. And if that's what you feel like you want to do, you should do it. And there's a way to do both. Why don't you take a trip somewhere? You can literally get on a fucking train and pretty much go anywhere. And, bring like a backpack. You can go real cheap. I don't know where you live. Where's the nearest big city? Do a little research of some things you want to go to. Here's one. If you're a sports fan, if you live outside Chicago, go to a White Sox or a Cubs game. Live outside New York, just take the train. Go to a game by yourself. Who gives a fuck? Go get a sandwich. Hail a cab. Just, go down there and just see how it feels. And I would kind of go from there. Traveling is an unbelievable thing to do for you as a human being. It opens up your mind. And I think it makes you a better person if your ears are open when you go there. I mean, if you travel like most New Yorkers do, like New York, people who live in New York City are the worst fucking travelers I've ever met in my life, because they get upset everywhere they go that there aren't as many buildings and they can't get this exact same food that they have where they live, which is fucking hilarious, because the whole purpose of traveling is different experiences. To experience something different. They're like, how come you ain't got a fucking slice of pizza, dude, in my fucking neighborhood? They're the worst. They're like country people that live in the city. Exact same mentality as somebody who lives in is somebody who lives in the middle. I'm not saying you're an idiot if you stay where you're at. It's if you shit on somebody else because they want to leave. Well, let me just talk to this kid here. When somebody shits on your idea, you just have to know that what they're saying has nothing to do with you. It has to do with what you're doing makes them feel. So right there, you just cancel all of that. All right? Let me ask you this. If somebody you knew said, hey, you know what? I always wanted to start a band, or I always wanted to do this, or I always wanted to go here, would you shit on it? If the answer is no, then you're a good guy and you should get some better fucking friends. You don't need to get better friends. I remember a long time ago, Tom Papa, the great Tom Papa, once told me, he said, I realized in life, whenever I was making a big move, people's reaction to it had nothing to do with what I was doing. It had to do with them and where they were, and if they felt stuck. You leaving makes them kind of feel like left behind, I think, or something. But who gives a fuck? All right? I say you do it. And I would start, as you're getting through your master's degree, which I relate to that because, I had to work my way through college and then pay off the loans and do all of that shit. So it took me forever to get through college. I didn't finish all my classes until I was 24 and a half. And then I walked when I was 25. But I was out in December of 92, and then I just went through the formality in June. So you're ahead of the game when it comes to that shit. But, you're still really, really, really young. And a great way to find where you want to go is to take a couple of small trips, and check it out. And, you could end up being like, you know what, maybe I'll just stay where I'm at, and I'll travel more. Or you could be like, you know what, there's just something about this city that I connect with. For as much as I shit on New York City, I really connected with that city. And then somewhere in the 2000s, I connected more with L.A. And now I keep having a reoccurring fantasy of living in the middle of nowhere, sitting on a porch, drinking coffee, smoking cigars, reading a newspaper, and having a little bit of whiskey, and just not doing anything. And but I have kids, so I'm locked down. So you're 23, you got your whole life ahead of you. This is one of the best times in your life. They're all great times in your life if you know how to live, though. If you are enjoying them, if a four-wheeler doesn't backfire in your fucking ear. But you know what, my ear's kind of gone down. Hopefully I didn't fuck it up. Whatever. Just something you deal with, right? Anyway, that's it, everybody. Enjoy the podcast. Don't listen to your friends if they shit on your dreams, all right? That's it. Go fuck yourselves, and I'll talk to you on Thursday. Hey, Bill, this is entitled Afraid to Break Up with Girlfriend. I'm going to read slow so this takes up as much time as possible. Hey, Bill. I'd like to get your advice on something. I've been dating my girlfriend for almost a year now, and I've been thinking about breaking up with her. Well, it's time to break up with her, sir. All right? Been dating her for a year, If you're thinking about breaking it, it's time. Okay? He says, we get along fine, and we rarely argue. I was just thinking of a great way to break up with someone. They should invent a breakup suit, right? Just something where you just cannot get injured, and you just put the thing on with the fucking helmet. You don't wear the helmet. You just put the onesie zip up on, and which totally protects everything, right? And then you get in the passenger seat, and you let her drive. Now, why are you going to let me drive? Well, you just drive tonight. But you always like to drive. Honey, you just drive. Okay, why are you wearing that suit? It's all going to make sense in about 5 miles. Right? You get out on the fucking highway. You just start talking to her. And out of nowhere, you just put the helmet on. You know, and she says, what are you doing? And just say, listen, I don't want to go out with you anymore. And then she goes, what? And you go, hey, watch this. And you just open the door and you roll out of the fucking car. That's it. You're out. You know? Type up a fake police report. You tell them that you died. Then she feels bad for you. You don't have to deal with any sort of repercussions. Anyways, he says, we get along fine and we rarely argue. But I'm starting to realize I don't really want to be with her for the long haul. When we started dating, this fucking thing. These iPads suck, by the way. All right? You know what an iPad is? It's a fucking laptop for pussies. What's the matter? Your laptop is too heavy? You fucking douchebag? This thing doesn't have a keyboard? It's got nothing. You think that they don't know how to make this thing into a fucking laptop already? Of course they do. This is the Steve Jobs way of doing things. Rather than just giving you the whole fucking thing, he's going to give it to you in increments like a goddamn drug dealer. You know? That's why I haven't bought one of these yet. This is Nia's, by the way. I borrowed this fucking thing. And I am not enjoying it, as you can tell, as I'm throwing a temper tantrum here. You know when I'm going to buy a fucking iPad? I'm going to buy it when it is a laptop, when it is a little light laptop. Until then, I'm not having this fucking. This is like when you go. I really want to get the new Camaro, and then you get the one with the V6 engine rather than getting the full out one with the stick shift, which is a laptop, right? It's too heavy. You know. Fucking do shoulders at the gym next time you do that, okay? Maybe do that. Maybe do some stuff to build up your wrists. Oh, God, Bill, can you get through the question? All right, I will. He says, when we first started dating, I loved hanging out with her, but I'm just not into her anymore. Does that make me an asshole? No, it doesn't. Why would your own true feelings make you an asshole, sir? How awful were your parents? He says, I'm 23 years old with a somewhat... Why am I... You know something? I'm really being a cunt this week. This guy's asking for my advice. Let's try to bring the anger down, Bill. You're frustrated. It's fucking hot in here. You can't open the window because you say cunt too much. This building's a co-op and they'll kick you out. Okay? That's what's going on here. It has nothing to do with this person, okay? So why don't you just try to be a nice guy? That's what I should have done off the mic like I'm scolding myself. Just try to be a nice guy. Let's not take out your bad day on everyone else, okay? You're embarrassing me. All right. I'm 23 years old with somewhat of a decent job and really just want to go back to being single for a while. Exactly, dude. You're 23 years old. Dude, you're a fucking movie star at that age. I don't care what you're doing for a living. You should definitely be single. He said the problem is she's got a lot of stress in her life right now. Not your problem. She's finishing nursing school and trying to find a job. All right, we'll tell her to put on the outfit, bang her one more time, and, hey, watch this. You bail out of the car. Oh, that's mean. Anyways, he says, and she has a history of depression. Over the past year, I feel like she's becoming emotionally dependent on me, like I'm keeping her going or something. Well, Jesus Christ, no wonder you want to get rid of her. You don't want this. You know? You want someone that's going to be fun to be around. You don't want her, it's sunny out and she's acting like it's raining out. With her fucking head under the pillow. One of these days, you stay with that long enough, one of these days you're just going to he's going to smother her with that pillow. So anyways, so how do I go about breaking up with her while causing the least amount of damage? He said, also, she always leaves some of her shit in my apartment. Yes, because she wants to fucking... Oh, yeah, she's clinging on to you. He says clothes, blanket, other random shit. I try to get her to take her shit home with her, but how do I avoid after breakup coming over to get my stuff? I hate that. Anyway, go fuck yourself. All right. Look, there's no easy way to break up with somebody. All right? There's just easier ways. The sooner the better. I know, dude. This is like dismantling a bomb. See, what you would like to do is say, hey, can you come by today? I want to talk to you about something, right? And sure, I'll be right over. And then immediately just take out a box, put all of her shit in it, tape it up, and then she rings the bell. Bing, bong. You open the door. You go, yeah, don't want to date you anymore. And you just hand her the box and close the door, right? Dude, there's money to be made in this, man. Does anybody have a professional breakup service. That's such a pussy thing to do, but that would be phenomenal. You know? You make your person feel like they got fired. You know, like when a corporation fires you and just two security people show up, you know, confiscate your computer and then escort you out of the building. Wouldn't that be great? Dude, that's what you should do. Just hire two of your friends to dress up like security guards. Tell her you want to break up, you know, and then they have all their shit in the box. And then they escort her right out of your apartment building like she got fired. It'll come off as professional rather than like personal. How do you go about breaking up with it? You know what I would do? I wouldn't put all their shit in the box because that's going to come off cold, you know, and you don't want to hurt her feelings like that. So I would just, oh, fuck it. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. Why did I drink last night? And then I got up and did Opie and Anthony. What the fuck is wrong with me? I knew I had a podcast to do. You're embarrassing me. I don't fucking know. Just have her come over and just say, listen, I'm not happy. Oh, that's a great one. That's a classic. You know, like if you were a singer-songwriter, the second you said that, the whole crowd would start applauding, recognizing the big hit. You know? Of all the girls I knew before, you know, they all start fucking clapping. You know, if they just came out, you just did classic breakup monologues. Listen, I'm just not happy. Everyone, just that smattering of applause. You wait for it to die down. Let the orchestra come around again. You jump back in on the one. Man, just tell you not happy. I'm not happy anymore. And dude, let me tell you something. Her being depressed is not your fucking problem. All right? Her being depressed is the fucking problem. How can you do this to me? What do you mean, how can I do this to you? You know what would be worse if I fucking stayed with you and I didn't love you? I don't love you anymore. I don't love you, depressed whore. I just called you a whore as a generic term. You know, I'm not happy. I want out. Okay? I just feel like I want to be single right now. I just don't feel like I'm going to be with you in the long haul. We'll just be wasting each other's time. My time is important, and so is yours. All right? I don't want to go anymore. But I'll tell you what. If you go to Stamps.com, they'll give you $55 free stamps and a scale. That's what you do. Just tag every mean thing you say with all the advertising. You know, if you go to Amazon.com through Bill Burr's website, you know, click on the little Amazon banner. Whatever you buy, you know, portion of that money goes back to Bill Burr, and then the percentage of that goes to the Wounded Warriors Project. So I know I'm breaking up with you right now, but we could also support the troops. Right? Sir, look, there's no fucking easy way to do this, and you're going to be sitting there. How many more holidays? How many more birthdays? How many more Christmases, which is a holiday? Sorry, you always need 3 examples. Do you want to go through with this person? How many more times do you want to go out and rent bikes, go to a picnic, sit there on a sunny day as she's sitting there with that cloud over her fucking head? You know? Dude, you know, don't do that to yourself. The amount of fucking people who are just wonderful human beings, and they just end up with assholes. I swear to God, assholes, they look for wonderful human beings because other assholes are not going to put up with them. You know? So you need to be an asshole here. You know, the how society looks as an asshole, like you're being selfish. You're not being selfish. All right? Choose yourself. Choose your own fucking life. Dump her and get on with your life. You know? This is what you do. You get yourself like 6 of fucking pale ale or whatever beer you like. You stick a couple of glasses in the fucking freezer. All right? Like anticipation of this championship that you know you're going to win. You know? Like they did in the Red Sox dugout when they had the champagne on ice in Game 6 in 1986 before they had to quickly wheel it out. Okay? Except you're not going to let this one go through your legs, sir. You're kicking this one right in the cunt. And you're taking home the fucking championship. And when it's over, all you got to be just thinking about those frosty fucking brews in the fridge. Just think about that. Just look at the clock when she walks in. All right? Let's say she comes in at 10 past 2. Just say to yourself, worst case scenario, by 3 fucking 30, I'm going to be sitting down on this fucking couch. All right? With my goddamn phone off, drinking a couple of 5 or 6 of these things. And then that's it. All right? And then don't fucking have post-breakup sex Don't do that, because then she'll think that you're back together again. Fuck all of that. All right, well, I got to come by and get my stuff. Okay. When do you want to come by? This is coming off really cold. She's going to do all of that and just try to keep dragging you back into the fucking thing. I don't know if this is a punk thing to do, but after you break up with her, just don't answer the phone when she calls. And then she'll finally just say, listen, I gotta come by and get my stuff. Can you text her back? Fuck it, just be a man. What is she going to do? Body slam you? She's just going to make you feel bad. All right? Oh, why'd you break up with me? Is it because I don't blow you enough? No, it's because you're a mopey. You're sucking the life out of me. You know, and when you get that sad look on your face, you look like a Muppet. There, I said it. All right? There's your shit over there in the corner. I got a couple of cool ones in the fridge, so why don't you do me a favor, all right? Get over there, bend down, lift with your knees, get your shit, and get the fuck out of here. What do you say there, Toots? Your Prince Charming is out there somewhere. You know? It ain't here. I'm not riding that horse anymore, okay? I just shot it in the back of the head. It's over. Okay, so why don't you trudge on out of here there, fucking Cinderella. Go look at a mirror, go climb up in a tower and fucking drop your hair out, whatever the fuck you're supposed to do. Kiss a frog. All right, I got drinking to do. But beat it. Something like that. Like I said, all that bullshit I said, 10 past 2, it's over by 3:30. By 3:30, you're boozing. Money advice. Bill, I'm an OTR truck driver. What the fuck is that? Off track betting? What is that? OT? I don't know what that is. All right, I'll take your word for it. I'm an OTR truck driver and have a problem with blowing fucking money like a politician. I have a wonderful fiancée with a great head on her shoulders, and she is great with money. Every time I see the bank statements, the balance is more and more, so I know she's doing a bang-up job with our finances. Well, let me tell you something, sir. You are one perceptive son of a bitch. Keep seeing the number bigger, and I know that must be a good thing. So what's the fucking problem, you say? Well, like I said, I'm terrible with money, so I got one of them prepaid debit cards. He literally wrote one of them. I like this guy. He talks like Elvis. And every Tuesday, payday, my girl puts $50 on there so I can get groceries. That way I don't turn into one of these fat shits that eats every meal out of the Wendy's. Out of the Wendy's. Oh, God, this guy's great. Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. We gonna do what they say can't be done. We're gonna get some hookers at the next truck stop. We ain't gonna wear condoms and shoot some drugs. And we'll all get fucking AIDS and pass it all around. Well, $50 is good for 1 week of groceries, but it's like pulling fucking teeth for extra money. Like, say, for drinks or some rubbers. No, like for drinks or some extracurriculars. Am I an asshole for thinking I deserve a few extra bucks, or what the fuck, Bill? By the way, Nia has a sexy fucking voice, and go fuck yourself. Are you an asshole for thinking you deserve a few extra bucks? Absolutely. The fact that poor woman is legally bound to you and you have no concept of how to hold on to money. That would be like, I mean, you're a guy. Like, you're supposed to fucking earn a living to support a family, right? If you have no concept of that, that would be like if she had no concept of like how to have a baby or how to blow somebody. You know what I mean? Because that's what their job is, sucking dick and making babies. Such an idiot. Oh, God. Imagine if I had the balls to run for president after doing this podcast for 5 years. How easy would it be to take me down? Dude, why don't you learn about money? Do you really just want to float around like with your fucking eyes wide open, just not getting it? Don't you want to understand money? She's giving you $50 a week. You know why? Because you're too fucking stupid to get 60. And I'm sure you can crawl under a truck and modify it. I'm not saying you're straight across the board dumb, But not to understand money is, I swear to God, dude, is one of the dumbest things that you, honestly, and this is for everybody, it's one of the dumbest things you could ever do in life. Is, I understand not understanding money up to about 18, 19, but once you're to the point where you can go to a library, where you can go on the internet and you can just read up on it. Okay? If you don't understand money, you're going to be behind the 8 ball for your entire fucking life. And you're basically going to be an indentured servant to credit card companies and banks. And your life is going to suck way more than it needs to. Okay? I'm not saying that just because you understand money, one of your kidneys isn't going to shit the bed. Bad shit's already going to happen. You don't need to compound it with not understanding money. All right? This woman is the best thing that ever fucking happened to you. You don't understand money, and you want money for drinks and some extracurriculars. What does that mean, an 8 ball? If you're starting with drinks, and then you say, I like how, say for drinks or some extracurriculars, like boozing to you isn't even an extracurricular activity. That's just, that's like nourishment for you. So I'm assuming that extracurriculars is at least a bag of weed or maybe some condoms to bang some truck stop whore. Listen, sir, you got a great fucking woman, but she's only going to put up with you not understanding money for so long, because at some point she's going to want a goddamn man. Okay? Especially once you have a couple of kids. She doesn't need you being some adult kid. So I would say read up on money, and you'd understand what a favor she's doing for you. If your bank balance is going up, you're doing better than 90% of the people out there. All right? So here's a good thing. You got a fucking angel, and she's smart. And just read up on money. All right? She's also keeping you in shape. Go buy groceries. Don't become a tub of shit. She's basically, without you even realizing or possibly even her, she's laying down the gauntlet here. She's basically saying in her own cute way, I don't want to be married to some fat, broke trucker. All right? So read up on money. Keep eating your fucking pears and fruit out there. Sexting, all right. This isn't really, well, this is about this guy. Remember I told you that story about that dude. He worked for some corporation, Sea Cubicles, all right? And I'm sure he's on some sort of team. Right. And everybody has to do some sort of song before they go in there, like those poor kids who work at
morale-building exercises.
Yeah, those people who work at the Cold Stone Creamery. Uh-huh. You ever see them with making like the goddamn ice cream going, hi-ho, hi-ho. Yeah. It's off to work. I just, that like a part of me dies. When I see that, when I just see people like, it's like basically watching someone work in like an ice cream death camp when I'm in there. None of them are happy. None of them dreamed of doing that.
Ice cream death camp.
Maybe if you're like a fatty, when you got a job at an ice cream store, kind of like a pedophile getting a job at like a Cub Scout camp.
Wow.
Isn't that where they always end up? I love working with kids. I said that last week. Follow your dreams unless you're a pedophile.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So then using that, I shouldn't say that I have a problem with fatties working in the ice cream store. Let's get to this shit. So anyways, so they're going to get everybody in shape. So they hire some sort of personal trainer, and he's training everybody. Mm-hmm. All right? And what he does is he gets everybody's emails.
Right.
Great move on this guy's part. Mm-hmm. Fucking great move. Now he doesn't have to deal with them face to face. And if there's any fucking hotties he wants to bang, he can take it to the next level.
Sure.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
It's okay.
Shooting fish in a fucking barrel. Okay. Or fishing barrels in a shooting gallery. So, anyways, so all of a sudden this guy notices that he gets one text going, hey, Brad, just do a couple more jumping jacks and you should be fine. But for some reason, his little hottie wife has to get like 40 fucking texts from this guy at like 11:30 at night.
I do remember this.
Yeah.
So he and his wife work at the same place, obviously.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Work at the same place, right? So he fucking, he finds out about, he keeps asking his wife.
I remember this. Okay.
All right. Well, I'm going to recap for people who didn't listen last week. All right. So he keeps catching his wife late at night texting, and he goes, who are you texting? And she would immediately slam the phone shut because she's got a flip phone, evidently, and would say, nobody, either would say nobody or would get mad and say nobody.
Right.
So this guy's not a moron. He figures out something's up.
Sure.
He's into some sort of fucking Spygate shit where he's at. He hacks into her thing, gets her password, and sees that all these text messages back and forth to trainer. So what does he do? He's a goddamn man. Does he slap his fucking wife around? No. He goes right to the trainer and says, "Hey,"
slaps him around
and says, "Hey, sport." No, because you get sued. You get sued for that now. You get sued for kicking somebody's ass when you're right.
Yeah.
He goes, "Hey, sport, why don't you do me a favor and stop texting my fucking wife in all hours of the night?" So then Sporto there immediately starts acting like a bitch around him, starts acting overly nice, like, what all guilty people do.
Right,
If he was innocent, he would have got mad.
Sure.
Be like, "Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? I always text people about how to make their core stronger at 2 a.m. I'm dedicated. Maybe you should be inspired by what I'm doing. I specifically am interested in women having a strong core because they're so beaten down in society." He would have come back with some shit like that, but he didn't. Now he's all like, "Hey, man, how are you?" With this
Right.
whole, "Please don't beat the shit out of me and expose me for being the dirtbag I am so I lose this giant money-making client here," right? Yeah. So anyways, she denies the whole fucking thing. So he sent a couple of texts that this girl wrote. They were talking about the Beatles, and he writes, "All those damn Beatles songs make my stomach hurt when I listen to them because it reminds me of getting ready to go see you. They give me anxiety." This is what the trainer is writing to this guy's wife. Now, what sort of exercise are they talking about there? Is that what is that? Is that push-ups? So then she writes back, "All the lonely people, where do they all belong?"
Oh, God.
Right? And then he said, "I remember you asking me if I related that song to you because I thought you were lonely." It's talking about her fucking marriage.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy. This guy's a dirtbag.
It's the classic.
I love him.
Love him. It's the classic. He listens to me.
Yeah. Oh, this guy, he's just
He
saying
listens
everything.
to me. We talk about music.
Yeah.
My feelings.
Oh, yeah.
My husband doesn't do that.
Right. And what it
He
is
ignores
his
me.
dick is downloading all the knowledge in this guy's brain that he has about human beings, and he's just giving her, and the dick is just is basically sitting in the Captain Kirk chair. He's just fucking anything she wants to hear. So anyways,
Sure.
Then he write another one. He said, "I know, fuck my life. I wear my fuck my life to sleep, and I have a confession to make. I also wear your panties." She goes, "LOL, shut up." He writes, "It's true." So, I don't know what kind of fucking shit this guy's into, but the real question is not whether or not that's socially acceptable. The real question is, how did he get this married woman's panties? He at least finger blasted her. Would you go with me on that?
Maybe he's just saying that to be just like controversial. Or
That's what I
something.
thought.
Like
but
to
she
be-
goes, "LOL, shut up." He goes, "It's true."
Yeah, but he just still may be joking.
Were you talking to the
around.
mic?
Oh, he may just still be joking around. But if he
It's
is wearing,
true.
but if he is, she gave it to him. How else would he have him? And they're
I know.
talking
All
about
right,
the
all right.
Beatles and
Whatever,
shit. She
whatever.
gave it to him. If it's
Okay.
true.
Okay, so that's basically what I'm saying. So
Okay.
he's got her fucking panties. They're both adults. I'm guessing by this she's like in her 30s. What is he doing? Fingering her and taking her out for a malt? He's banging her. He fucking banged her. This fucking piece of shit. Who'd be a great movie kid. This is a great character for a fucking movie. So anyways, he said, and this is what he said. His wife, she's still denying this whole conversation ever happened. She's just in complete, obviously, denial. She's in denial. He said, "I'm dumping her, not for the reminiscing talk, but for but for lying to me."
He's not interested in trying to.
Please say that, Nia, and I swear to God, I'm going to throw my computer at you. I will throw this fucking computer at you. Are you fucking... He's not interested in what?
I don't know. Working it out. Don't throw it at me.
No. Go ahead. I'm just going to leave you in dead silence. Go ahead. Tell me.
No. I don't know. No, he's well within his right. I was just posing a question. That's all.
Well within his right.
I don't understand why it doesn't just fess up then.
All right,
Like, if she
that's a
wants
whole
to be
nother
with this other
topic.
guy.
That's a whole nother topic. I mean,
I just feel like no. You know what it is?
the
I
move
feel like
here?
something's. I just
What is
feel
the
like,
move here
I
other
feel like
than
a part of the
walking
story
away?
is missing. No, I feel like part of the story is missing or something.
What, the video of them fucking? Is that what's missing? What else
No,
is
I
missing?
guess if he's like, hey,
Nita, if you start blaming him for not paying attention and that's why she's
I'm
fucking
not.
this
No,
guy,
no,
I
no,
will
no, no.
I will fucking throw you out of this room. All right.
No, I'm not. Calm down. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying. So he says to her, "Are you cheating on? Are you fucking this guy?" And she's like, "No, shut up. What are you talking about?" Like, and she just flat out deny. I don't understand how she can flat out deny something as hardcore.
Because she's a piece of
text.
shit.
That's why I'm saying.
Because she's a lying piece
what
of
is
shit.
going on?
Nia.
Yeah, but if you have something and you're like looking at it, like this is what you wrote, how are you denying it?
Because that's what denial is. You're totally in denial. I don't have a drinking problem. Is you fucking drinking NyQuil? I think it tastes good. I don't have a problem.
Right. Yeah.
I like sleeping. You know?
Yeah.
You know what it is? I'm just making sure you keep speaking to the mic. This is what you keep doing. I want people to hear what you have to say.
Oh, okay. All right.
But this is good shit.
And I'm ruining it?
No, you're saying it off mic. Good fucking Lord. You know what kills me? Is you was still, like, it's just, I don't know. I'm gonna piss you off right now. You ladies will defend, because you guys defend each other, like right there. If a guy did that,
I'm not defending her.
Well, can I get out what I'm gonna say? If a guy did that shit, you'd be like, dump his ass, girl. He's a fucking loser. You can do better than that. Call me. We'll eat a little moon pie. I'll build you up. That's what the fuck you would have done. But because, I just feel like some part of the story is missing. Like, what is missing?
I guess nothing.
Thank you, Nia. Thank you for being on the podcast.
Yeah. Is that what you wanted?
Yeah,
you just wanted me to come on and agree with you?
A good fucking 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Not agree with me. Agree with the decision this guy made. This isn't about me, Nia. Please. Okay? I'm just a messenger here.
Sure.
You know? I'm just trying to do what's right out here.
Because it's very clear what's happening, and you got someone who's just like, I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, here's the deal. Man or woman, if the person you're with is texting past, I would even, for regular people who aren't in show business.
The booty hour starts after 11, I would say.
After 11?
Yeah.
Okay, but that's with somebody you're already fucking. Okay? I know you don't understand it because you don't have to talk yourself into it. Guys, we have to spin the plates from the second we meet her all the way through. So you got to be setting it up.
Okay, I've always
7:30 is too creepy and stalkerish. And I would say you start going past 9:30, she's gonna feel like she's some sort of tramp. If you haven't fucked her yet, right? So there's that window. About 8:15 to about 9:07. You have to do the setup text, okay? And the setup text is not talking about pussy. It's I'm watching blah 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 on TV. So and so is so ridiculous. Some sort of fucking just to get it going. You know what I mean?
Right. Something that seems very benign.
Yeah, like a boxer. You feel him out in the first round.
Or the Beatles.
Yeah, you don't load it up, right? You're feeling it up. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Right.
This fucking guy. This guy. You know something? As much of a piece of shit as that guy is, if he writes a book, I would read it in a second.
Why?
Because he's got great. I mean, the position he has. That's like when I used to take that yoga class when I was out here. And there was that guy out in Santa Monica, and he was a phenomenal fucking teacher.
Right.
And this place was jam-packed, and it was by donation only. So then for tax purposes, I think he falls under a church. I know it helped him with taxes, and it's all in cash. So it's all good. All right? And then the hottest fucking women, some of the hottest women ever move out to L.A. to become actresses. Okay?
Yeah.
He's got him in his class, getting them all stretched out before he bangs them. It was one of the greatest. It was fucking airtight.
Yeah.
And he would go around the class, and somehow me, having never touched my toes since I was in the womb, was somehow always doing every position correctly, yet all these other hotties always needed to be adjusted.
Yeah.
Right around the psoas. So I don't get mad at a guy who's got a good thing, but you stay away from the fucking married. All right, Bill, I need some advice, Bill. Going for it. Oh, Jesus. Here we go. Going for it. This is some guy from the 80s. He's going to go for it. That was one of the worst fucking expressions ever in the 80s. Do you remember that? And it bottomed out in that Rocky movie, in Rocky 3. Or maybe that started it all. when Clubber Lang got in his face, is like, "I'm gonna bust you up," and then Rocky's like, "Go for it." And that was supposed to be like this big moment. Like, he's not scared anymore. Go for it. Did everybody in that part of the 80s, everybody in the early to mid 80s, more like the early 80s, in all those fucking movies, everybody dressed like they were on their way to an aerobics class. In fact, I think Sylvester Stallone, didn't he have on leg warmers during part of his workouts in those movies? I can't remember. Dear Bill, since I was 12 years old, I've been playing blues music professionally around the Colorado and Front Range area. What the fuck is the Front Range area? Is that Wyoming? Bum-ba-dee-da, bum-ba-dee-da. I've made good money. What kind of gigs did you get in the Front Range area? Every year I play blues music on Hitler's birthday for this Aryan group / meth lab in fucking Casper, Wyoming. I've made good money and lots of friends on the way. This year I even made it to the finals at the International Blues Challenge. Needless to say, I've been blessed so far in life. Yeah, and you must be a fucking beast if you can do that. He says, not bad for a 16-year-old. Go fuck yourself. You know, that's awesome for a 16-year-old. Jesus Christ. I wasn't doing shit. All I was doing was flunking every class in high school. And I had my driver's license. I got my driver's license the second I turned 16. The second I was eligible. And I took it on I actually took I had the balls to take it with a stick shift. It was a 78 Chevette 4-speed. And the only reason why I say I had the balls, every car in my family, we always had stick shifts. I don't know why. You know, it was funny. We had manual transmission, but there wasn't a sports car to be found. Anyways, here's my problem. Ever since I was 8 years old and saw Reservoir Dogs, I wanted to write and direct movies. Now, this isn't a choice between my two passions. I do plan on doing both for the rest of my life, but with the screenplay competition, I have little hope for. Why do you have little hope in a screenplay competition? They have shit like that, don't they? Or are you saying you're not good at it? I don't know, Bill. Why don't you read the rest of it and you'll figure it out. A screenplay competition I have little hope for. Oh, I see. No, those do exist, dude. I don't know where they are, but they do exist. I remember Matt Damon and Ben Affleck had that Project Greenlight. There's always people doing stuff like that. I can't say always, but there is shit like that. Anyways, a dad that's recovering from a car accident. Sorry to hear that. And a mom working to keep our family in a home. I have no idea how to start making my first feature film. Now you're probably thinking, you're 16. No, I'm not. I'm thinking you're ahead of the game. This is good. But I have no money for the high school I go to anymore. And being in the blues world for so long, I know that tomorrow I will wake up and be 43, wondering if I accomplished everything I wanted to. Being a 16-year-old blues musician who's most likely isn't going to get a high school diploma and wants to make movies. Jesus Christ, dude. First thing I'll tell you is you gotta put a little sunshine in your thoughts there, youngster. Stop listening to that fucking blues music. It's making you just depressed. Why don't you listen to a little hair metal? It's happy. Anyways, I'm pretty lost. It's scary because I'm at that place where the things you do now affect your future. Any advice on how to keep positive as I try and become a filmmaker would be greatly appreciated. Thanks, and sorry for writing so fucking much. Yeah, dude, first of all, you're acting like you're 86 and not 16, all right? You're 16. You're way ahead of the fucking game, all right? When I was 14, I was going to go to Notre Dame and become a lawyer. By the time I was 16, I was thinking, well, maybe I'll learn a trade. All right? That's how quickly I fucking, went off the rails. Now there's a bunch of people in trades. So what, I'm a moron if I can't make a lamp? No, you're a fucking genius because you can make a lamp. Or however the fuck that went. This is how you learn to make movies, dude? You just go ahead and you fucking make one. All right? This is the deal. You don't have any fucking money. All right? So you can make enough money like just playing music with a goddamn bucket in front of you in downtown Denver. Save up and get an iPhone if you don't already have one. All right? You got an iPhone, you can fucking shoot some video. Then upload it on and just, do it for nothing. Upload it on a computer or a friend's computer or whoever you're making the movie with. That's the way to learn how to do shit. That's the advice I'll give you. You just go out and you do shit. And then every time you think a negative thought that's saying, I can't do this, you have to fucking mentally beat the shit out of that thought. And you have to really become conscious as to what your brain is telling you. Because you seem like you're very early on, so I don't think it's going to be that deep of a groove. But your brain is like catastrophizing. Okay? Everything you're thinking of doing, somehow it ends with you slamming into a brick wall. All right? And if you think that way, you become paralyzed and you can't step forward. But your heart wants to step forward, but you can't because your brain keeps fucking showing you that brick wall. So what's then going to happen is your fucking heart is going to be waking you up in the middle of the night, thinking thoughts like, "What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?" And then you're going to start drinking, and it's going to be or whatever the fuck, something bad. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. Then you're going to become miserable, and then you're going to see somebody young one day who isn't in their way, and you're actually going to try to discourage them, which is going to make you feel like a piece of shit. So the biggest thing I would work on is you just have to you have to be conscious of when your brain's telling you can't do something. You're 16 fucking years old, okay? You got your whole world, the whole fucking life in front of you, and you can start making a movie tomorrow. And this is the great thing, dude. Just give yourself the permission to suck. It's your first one. It's supposed to suck. All right? I had no idea how to do stand-up. I just signed up for an open mic, and I went on fucking stage, and I hung on for dear life. And you know what? I sucked, and I sucked for a while. But every time I sucked a little bit less, and that's how you got to do it. And I had all that negative shit going on in my head. And I bought those fucking books on how to think positive, which was hilarious with my negative mind. It's just as I'm reading it, wanting to absorb it, I'm also ripping it apart, saying this is bullshit. But I don't know. Unless you're like clinically depressed, just negative thought is just a habit you can get out of. And that's kind of what I found. And you just have to be conscious of it. And, it's really just a choice. You just think a negative thought. And you're like, all right, there's a negative thought. Step back, look at it, and be like, oh, do I want to fucking, tie myself to that thing and have it pull me all the way down to the ground? Or am I going to say, you know what, fuck that thought and think something positive? No, I'm going to make a movie. What I would do if I was you is I would just be thinking about guys like Tarantino or Spike Lee or Kevin Smith, any of these guys who just were like, fuck it, I'm going to make a movie. And they just went out and did it. And next thing you know, that they had a career. If those guys can do it, you can do it. That's just focus on them. That's what I do. Fuck it. I'm a balding redhead in this fucking business who has the nerve to try to go and audition for movies every week. Where the fuck do I get off doing that? Who wants to see that on screen? But what do I think of? People still want to see Ed Harris. They don't care. So fuck it. I'm going to look at Ed Harris. I'm not going to fucking be focusing on all these washboard middle, full head of fucking hair, run for president looking fucking jaws. Like, I'd kill myself. Jesus Christ, now I'm starting to depress me. That's what I would do. You want to make a movie, you go fucking make a movie. That's what I would do. I don't know why you feel like you're not going to finish high school. You could do that. You can do it. There's got to be a way that you can get a high school diploma. What if you have to transfer? You got to fucking transfer to a new school that's cheaper. So what? You come in, all of a sudden you're the new guy. Hey, who the fuck is this guy, right? You come in like fucking Clint Eastwood. All of a sudden you're getting blown by some chick because she thinks you're mysterious because you have a different area code. It can happen. Just, I was going to say buy a trench coat, but that's probably not good to do in Colorado, is it? Oh, that was a bad one. Sorry. You know what I mean? Just, you got to think positive, all right? If you keep thinking negative, that shit's going to happen. If you think positive and you do the work, that's the critical part, you'll be fine. And thus ends my little self-help after school special here, all right? All right, don't write to me. Don't keep thinking that shit. I want to hear from you in 6 months going, hey, I actually made the movie. It didn't come out that bad. You're going to learn a bunch of shit, you know? Believe me. And that's the kind of thing also that never ends. I'm still learning shit. Every time I go and tape a special, there's always something, fuck, you know? The first time when I did Why Do I Do This, it was the first time I was ever the guy calling the shots, and I forgot to tell them that I needed a clock. I just assumed that it was going to be there. And I went out, and there was no clock. There was no way to tell how long. I didn't know what time I went out. And ended up being a little bit of a clusterfuck at the end of it. So then the next time I did a special, I had a fucking clock. You know? And, I just did another special. I learned something on that. And I was like, what the fuck? When am I going to have this thing down? There's always going to be obstacles. It's just basically how it is. Banging my roommate.
I'm reading
The Fallout. As read.
by the lovely Nia.
Make sure you don't block the microphone down the bottom.
Okay. I'm 22 years old in my last semester of university, and I live with one girl who happens to be hot. I found myself in this situation by only needing a 4-month term sublease to finish my final semester. A friend of mine who was moving out of state to complete her nursing placement offered to sublet her room to me at a very reasonable price for the quality of apartment. I accepted without knowing or meeting my soon-to-be roommate. The hot roommate was briefed on me and was okay with living with a guy. Fast forward 2 weeks into living together, we're banging on the couch. Wow, that escalated quickly. Oh, there's somebody at the door.
All right.
I'll keep reading.
Okay.
We're banging on the couch. From this moment to about mid-October, I was untouchable. Insert picture of Muhammad Ali after a knockout. It was around that mid-October point where she decided to stop hooking up with me because she started talking to another guy from her hometown, 7 hours away. Where I have a problem is not with heartbreak or heart feelings. Oh, come on now. It's more with the level of resentment on her side. She's gotten really cold, standoffish, and passive-aggressive with me. It's to a point where she goes to her room when I get home. We don't really talk anymore. What have I done and how do I fix it? I'm not sure I see a future with her, but she's cool and I'd rather not have her hate me. She's a pretty laid-back person, and her mom constantly bugs her about getting a real job. She's a waitress. At the beginning of November, that is a real job. At the beginning of November, I got a job at a consulting firm, which I worked really hard to get. She didn't care in the slightest. While we were hooking up, she also told me constantly about the other guy she was talking to. Oh, baby. We agreed to be open, but I found it a bit much. Looking for a game plan here. Longtime fan of the show. Thanks and go fuck yourself.
So what happened? They start banging.
Ooh, child.
Somebody caught feelings. What happened?
He caught feelings. Even though he said where I have a problem is not with heartbreak or hurt feelings. Yeah, she basically banged him because she was trying to get over some guy. While we were hooking up, she also constantly told me about the other guy she was talking to. Right. So this was a between guys bang. You know, it's kind of like a buffer, like because you're in between a rebound, or you're kind of wishing to be with somebody else. So you end up banging somebody who's really into you and is giving you a lot of compliments, and you know the dick is right next door because you're roommates, so that's super easy. You ain't gotta like get up and get all dressed up. It's like, you know, you'll just take it because you think I'm the best. And you know, you got used, you got played. How
did he get used? He got to bang a hot chick.
But he doesn't. But you didn't did you not hear the rest of it? Like,
no, I answered the door. You don't remember?
Oh, right. No, he's upset because she just dropped him like a hot potato, and she's being really cold to him and is not really talking to him.
Dude, that's the shit.
She used
That's
you.
the fucking shit.
It's over.
That's
done.
fucking great. And this is the thing, dude. Just who gives a fuck?
I know.
You got to bang this hot chick, and then she acted the way a guy usually acts, which is the best. We just walk away from it. Women are all like, can I have one of your T-shirts, right? She just walked away. Get on with your fucking life.
Exactly. It's done.
Yeah, get on with your fucking life. Who gives a fuck?
You're 22 years old, so perhaps you haven't heard the saying, don't shit where you eat. Don't ever start fucking your roommate. Because when it goes bad or when it's over, very rarely can you just exist and it's not awkward.
Exactly. That's why it's fucking awesome, because now she's just totally blowing him off. They live together, and then it's like perfect. So I would just sit down and just say, hey, listen, I realize we're not hooking up anymore, which is totally cool, but like you barely even talk to me. Like I don't have any fucking hard feelings over it. So like,
yeah.
you know, you want some Fruit Loops?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe
just try to
like kind of call her out on being immature about the situation. It's like, you don't gotta treat me like shit now just because we're not fucking. Because that's listen, I was sort of teasing you before, but it's not cool that she's just rude to you now that she's had your way with you and she's done with your dick and she's so free.
Dude, she's like the greatest roommate ever. All she wanted to do was fuck you for a while, and then she left. What is the problem? She's on my Mount Rushmore of fucking roommates.
I mean, the fact that you got to bang her is pretty, because you could have easily gotten friend zoned. She's sitting here constantly talking about other guys that she's seeing. You could have gotten friend zoned. So, at least you got laid.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Silver lining.
The glass is not half full. The glass is full. Mm-hmm. And your balls are empty there. Hot girl in coffee shop. I like the sound of this already. Old Billy Boozless. That's right, Billy Boozless. 80 days. Will be 81 by the time you listen to this, unless I go off the rails tonight. Big fan of your stand-up and the podcast all the way from Glasgow, Scotland. Sorry, I'm yawning. All the way from Glasgow, Scotland. I'll cut to the chase. Glasgow, Scotland. That's where AC/DC recorded their If You Want Blood live album. Right? In a venue that doesn't exist anymore, because I tried to find it when I was over there. I'll cut to the chase. I'm a 23-year-old guy who has recently graduated from college and moved down to London about 5 months ago to start a new job. All right? I am enjoying life in my new surroundings, and the girls down here are of another planet compared to back home. However, there is one four in particular who has caught my attention, and I'd like your advice on the best way to ask her out. The lovely Nia's advice is welcome. She'd probably have a better idea of what to do here than I would, but she's not here, as I'm in Green Bay, Wisconsin right now. All right. She works in a coffee shop near my work, and she is immense. Easily a 9.3/10. I never have a problem with women, but 90% of the time, I have had a few beers in me at the time, and my confidence is at its peak. Can you give me any advice on how to ask this girl out, given that it's a small coffee shop in full view of the general public? We had some chat. Oh, that's good. So I was going to say, go in there and start talking to her. And I'm 80% sure she's into me, but I'm shitting myself in case I get the rejection, and there's around 30 people there to witness it. Dude, fuck those other 30 people. What you have at your fingertips is a great story, no matter what happens. You either possibly meet the love of your life, right? Settle down, have kids together, and live happily ever after, or you have a hilarious fucking story. Dude, fuck that. The worst she can say is no. Who gives a shit? Oh, dude, I'd ask her out in the middle of the meal, just to make the awkwardness even further. Just stare. Who gives a fuck? Fuck that, dude. If you can chat up women, it's not because you're drunk. It's because you got rid of that stupid voice in your head that says that you can't. You obviously can. Alcohol doesn't make you talk to women, all right? It doesn't make you talk to women better. What it does is it gets rid of your fucking fear so you can actually, perform. This is like some fucking John Daly shit. Like he used to have a couple of Coors Lights so he'd relax more, hit the ball further. I'm not saying to go in there shit-faced. Fuck, I got to go back to this Kansas City touchdown. It was a pass. Sorry. Anyways. Yeah, dude, just go in there. Dude, fuck this. You're the man. She works in a coffee shop. She's not splitting atoms, all right? Just go in there, all right? Just go in there. Bill, just not even like fucking try to walk in like you're the man and you're some badass dude. Just fucking like block out that voice. Anytime you hear that voice, it's going to go great. Make her laugh. And when she said, would that be all, just ask her for a number. Dude, you should ask fucking Joe DeRosa. One time I was with Joe DeRosa. You want to talk about guy fearless? I was with Joe DeRosa one time. We went out to breakfast, and the waitress came over, and he's kind of checking her out or whatever, and we were eating our food, and he goes, what do you think of that waitress? I'm like, she's cute. He goes, yeah. He goes, I think I'm going to ask her out. And she comes back to the table. He's like, will that be all? And he fucking asked her out right in front of me, right? And she gave him his number. Now, if she shot him down, not only, it's like that story would have left. It's like either would just be like with you with a bunch of strangers. I could have sat there and laughed at him, which I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have laughed at him, but maybe he would have thought that I did, and he didn't give a fuck. So I think you go Joe DeRosa on this one. All right? Listen, what is the deal? You're attracted to her. You want her number to ask her out. All right? So fucking do that. That's what you want. That's the same way you handle your career in life. What do you want to do? Go do that. Who do you want to be with? That's a different thing because they have a say. But you got to ask. That's it. So, I don't know. I don't know what your deal is. If you're a funny guy, whatever your deal is, I don't know. Whatever you're doing, it seems to be working because you're feeling a vibe like she's into you. All right? So just stop listening to that voice going like, oh, my God, what happens if this happens? Hey, what happens if she says yes? Think about that. All right? There you go.
Pregnant woman's rights. Dear Billy Vanilli, ice cream sandwich loving Burr. Oh, guilty as fucking charged. Vanilli ice cream. Billy Vanilli ice cream sandwich loving Burr. I like that one. I recently saw a visibly pregnant woman smoking. Hey, man, it's her kid. I couldn't believe with all the information we know about tobacco that this still occurs. So I made a post about it on Facebook talking about how if we can smash a window to get a dog out of a car, why can't we smack the cigarette out of a pregnant woman's mouth? That's fucking hilarious. Oddly, this didn't go well. I know you're being sarcastic. And became a discussion about women's rights to her anatomy. I am pro-choice, but smoking while pregnant should be regarded as child abuse. What are your thoughts on this liberals gone wild moment? Hope you are having a great go fuck yourself. Whatever that means. Well, yeah, dude, if you post something like that on the internet, you think some fucking morons aren't going to jump on the hook and start yelling at you? I think it's a great joke. That's what I think. I think it's a really good joke, and I think you should continue doing jokes like that because I think it's funny. And I can tell you right now, if men carried the baby and we smoked, a woman would have every right to slap it out of our mouths. That's my baby too. And they would do it. And you know what? They'd be right. They'd be right. Okay? She's making decisions for someone who doesn't have the ability to make a decision. An unborn child. I mean, Jesus Christ. How do you, but as I've learned throughout the years that women are, when you're in a relationship and then you're married and there's a kid and everything, they are number one. They are the starting quarterback. It's them, then the kids, then, whatever the fuck's going on in the house, and then you. That's how it fucking works. That's how the pyramid is built. So it doesn't surprise me that a small number of psycho women are arguing that, but I don't believe that most women feel that. And I don't think that people really think you want to go up and slap it out of her mouth. What you should do is get a spray bottle of water and put it on the most widest, so it hits her in the face too. Oh, what are we doing? Put that out. There's a baby in there. You're welcome. Skip away. And you just do it with water. Water's all natural. Most people are dehydrated. So it's like, and smoking makes you dehydrated. So there you go, right there. Look what I did. See what I did? I saved your baby and hydrated your breastises. How could you be that mad at me? I moisturized your face while, helping your unborn baby. Like, what could be the problem? Who knows? All right, that is the podcast, everybody. I'm going to go watch the Red Sox just started playing the Devil Rays. A hard one. Dear Bill, this is going to be a sad letter, so if you don't feel like dealing with this today, I understand. All right, yeah, fuck this letter. I'm not reading it. No. Truthfully, I think I'm writing you for the same reason Catholics go to confession. Don't worry. I know you can absolve me of my sins. 5 years ago, I switched jobs. When I did, I rolled my company 401k into what's known as a self-directed 401k. My family and I also moved that year, and I took the proceeds from the house sale and dumped those into an individual account with the same broker. Oh, God. It wasn't much by some people's standards, but, dude, if it's all you have, it's a lot. It wasn't much by some people's standards, but between the two accounts, it amounted to our life savings. I did what any sane person would do and bought a bunch of safe stuff and tried not to look at it very often. Then came the pandemic. I actually sold everything at the perfect time. Yes! Okay. Oh, please tell me you didn't get into Bitcoin. I think I was the second or third week in February before everything really went to hell, but I took a long, long time getting back in, and when I did, I didn't play it safe anymore. Oh, boy, this has fucking too many twists and turns here. For a year, I did very well and doubled our life savings, and during that whole time, it never occurred to me the real risk I was taking. Cue the, oh, Jesus. Fast forward to yesterday, and it's been 2 solid years of bad decision after bad decision after bad decision. First, I was long when everything was going to down hard. What? First, I was long when everything was going down hard in 2022. Then I was short when everything was just kept going up in 2023. An absolute epic meltdown brought by tens, if not hundreds of individual bad decisions. So here I am. It's early February and there's basically nothing left. I know you're probably thinking I'm some degenerate gambling addict, but I swear it's not true. I don't bet on sports, only been to casino twice in my life and probably lost $150 combined. I drive a 20-year-old SUV and live in a regular house. Don't drink, don't smoke. I just got overwhelmed slowly at first, then all at once. My question's simple. How do I forgive myself? How does a man forgive himself when his selfish and foolish actions cost the people he loves? Thanks for any advice you can give, and thanks for all the laughs over the years. God bless, and go diddle yourself. Easy. You take responsibility for your actions. You apologize to everybody, and you promise that you're going to do everything in your efforts to make it right. And then you go out and you do that. And the worst thing you can do right now is act like the game's over. Your life is over. This is a moment in it. And you know what? You've built yourself a great preamble to the story of your success, of losing it all and coming back. Do you know how many successful people I know that have lost it all and then came back? Success is not trying something, going out, being successful, and then that's it. It's not a linear thing, journey. Success is just stepping out into the abyss and free falling into something, hitting the water and then trying to swim. And there's moments where it's fucking white water and then it becomes calm and then there's a fucking waterfall. And what it is not allowing yourself to get too down or too high, and keeping between your ears positive, which is what you need right now, because right now you're beating yourself up. It's time that the pity party is over. Just tell your wife that. Just be like, listen, I want you to know that the pity, I still feel unbelievable shame for what I did, but the pity party is over, and I'm going to make you proud of me again. And then you just go out and you just fucking, whatever the direction is that you want to be going in, I don't know what you do for a living, and you build it back up again. And I'm going to tell you something. You will get, if you do that, if you don't just look at this like this is the end of your journey, it's the beginning of your big comeback, okay? I feel that, your family's always going to love you. They're going to be like looking at you like you're going to teach them. You can actually give them a life lesson here. So, the life lesson here is, you don't stick all your eggs in one basket. And I hate to tell you this, but Wall Street, you might as well go into a casino. Casino, it happens quicker, but Wall Street is 100% fucking rigged. I mean, the House and Senate voted that they can't get tried for insider trading. They make a couple $100,000 a year. Their portfolios, generally speaking, are worth upwards of $20 million. Okay, they're getting all kinds of insider trading. There's a bunch of different ways to make money still in this country. And I think the fact that you're conservative at heart is a good fucking thing. It seems like you just got a little crazy. So just learn from this lesson and tell yourself you're going to figure it out and go fucking figure it out. My stand-up career, I mean, I've had so many fucking ups and downs in this thing where, you know, sometimes things that were supposed to be good, this happens, it actually leads to like a down period or whatever. And I had periods starting off, nobody knowing who I was. And then all of a sudden people knowing who I am, you know, getting big gigs, having a fucking manager and big agency. Then all of a sudden shit cools off. My agency, I've been dropped by, I don't know how many agencies have dropped me. I've been fired by managers. I've gone all the way from being out here in LA and having a 1-bedroom apartment and driving a car to losing all of that, going back to my walk-through bedroom apartment, living with Bobby Kelly now, and we shared the walk-through bedroom part. Like he slept in the living room on a pull-out couch, you know, becoming unincorporated, and just went through a 6-7 year period of just like trying to put it all back together again, just not being able to get arrested before I started to get it going again. And even then, like I still have like setbacks, you know. I got a really good role in this movie, and I was thinking like, oh man, this is going to be a great thing. I'll get to do the talk show circuit, you know, maybe I'll get some good press. I can start getting some better acting roles. And then the pandemic comes, and the movie comes out during the pandemic, does really well, but you know, didn't get to do the hype. I do Old Dads. I'm all excited about it. I'm really blah, 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 blah. And it fucking comes out during the strike. And it was this massive fucking hit that no one really talked about because it did that. And it's just, you know, those are like little gut punches. I mean, the amount of time that me and Ben Tischel put in that fucking movie, it was like 4 years of our lives. And it just kind of, you know, came out and very quietly crushed. I mean, it did amazing, and it's definitely opened some doors, but, you know, I didn't get to do like what everyone was telling me. Oh my God, when this thing comes out, we're going to get you on this show. You're going to be on the cover of this magazine. You're gonna that. None of that happened. So even when you're like being successful, like shit like this still fucking happens. You know what you say? You just go, well, what am I, fucking special? Is no bad shit supposed to happen to me? Every fucking person in the business that I am in can sit down and talk way longer about getting kicked in the nuts than they can about going over the moon. Because that's kind of what life is. You know, it's like this fucking, you know, you win and then the next day there's another game and you might lose at that fucking game. So that's where you're at, man. You know, you had a bad season. You lost some games. You're on a losing streak. You just got to fucking turn it around. And success is really, so much of it is how you handle when you get your dick knocked in the dirt. And if you could just fucking go, all right, nice shot, dust yourself up. You know, Hulk Hogan, that fucking, they go to drop your hand that last time and you stop it. You fucking put it up in the air and you start fucking nodding your head and you get up to one knee. That's just what you got to do. It just really is. And I'm telling you, man, don't believe all of this shit that people say about Hollywood where they, you know, because these fucking idiot actors got to ram their politics down everybody's throat. So now everybody's like saying, fuck Hollywood. This whole idea that everybody is out here just fucking sitting around a pool, not doing anything. Like, when I get into business to do a project, I am always astounded at how hard people work. They are like, they're psychotic, the level that they work. They're fucking like workaholics. I mean, I'm talking 13, 14 hours a day, and they don't get paid overtime. It's just what it is. day in and day out, Monday through Friday, and then on the weekends your phone is blowing up with fucking a zillion goddamn questions when, you know, you're trying to shoot a TV series or a movie. It's like they're out there. Everybody is busting their ass. But what does the paparazzi show? They show people fucking vacationing in whatever the fuck they go, some island. And even then that's work because they call the paparazzi. They're not the fucking feds. They don't know where you're at. They call the paparazzi. You know, they don't eat for fucking a bunch of days. And then they put on a bathing suit and then they got to have that. Oh, you caught me. Fucking look, it's all bullshit. That's even their vacation is fucking work. So anyway, I'm sorry this shit happened to you, but you're going to fucking turn it around. Okay. And that what's great about life is when you get in the mindset that your success and your failure is nothing more than your decision. So whatever you decide to do, you can make the decision that this fucking event in the stock market is what destroyed you. And then you can go down to some stupid bar and tell your sad sack story to some other fucking sad sack who's also decided that they're a loser in life. Or you can just decide that, hey, man, I fucking took a nice shot, got knocked on my ass, and I'm fucking getting up. And I'm going to come back even stronger this time. All right? That's what I hope for you. Okay. There you go. There's your fucking halftime speech. All right. And that is the podcast, everybody.
Ex-girlfriend hooks up with stranger at party we both attended. Okay. Hey, Billy, on the back nine of life. That's true. My girlfriend and I broke up about 4 months ago. After an 11-year relationship. Wow, sorry to hear that. We share a lot of the same friends, and I knew we would see each other at a friend's New Year's party. 2 days before the party, my ex hit me up and asked to get a drink and clear the air before seeing each other for the first time since the breakup. We had an awesome time, and we ended up going out again the next night and had an even better time. She then asked if I wanted to share a cab to and from the New Year's party. I agreed. Well, at the party, she met a guy, and they were all over each other the entire night. Oh, God. She ended up ditching me and going home with him at the end of the night. I have hooked up with a few people since the breakup, but never in front of my ex. And after the previous 2 nights, I was absolutely devastated by what she did. I would love any advice or insight. Thanks, and go fuck yourself. Well, it really seemed like, unless she was completely shit-faced, that really seemed a little calculated. And that right there, sir, your story right there is why I avoided staying in contact with ex-girlfriends. Not saying they were all bad, but I had a girlfriend like that, an ex. And they have like this sixth sense right as you're starting to get past and over them, they just feel it. They call you up and they just fuck your head up all over again. Here's one for you, dude. What kind of a person would do that? Huh? The kind of person that you don't want to put your seed in. Just know that could have been the mother of your fucking children. You dodged a bullet. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, okay? And I'm willing to bet that unless she completely fucks up her life, you will not hear from her again. Or you will hear from her because she is a sadistic person and wants to hear your reaction. She wants to hear the pain and get off on it while she goes like, well, I didn't think there'd be a problem because we were broken up. So I don't know why you're putting this on me, okay? I thought we had a nice time. We were adults. And the whole time, she's just getting off on the fact that you still give a fuck. So, dude, you dodged a major fucking bullet. I mean, I would never do that to somebody. I would never. I wouldn't do that. Like if... I wouldn't do that now. I've been with Nia forever. If I saw an ex-girl, I would never fucking... I would just whisper, Nia, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here, Let's go someplace a little more quieter. I would never do that to somebody. That's just a fucking asshole, male or female. To do that to somebody is a really fucking asshole thing. I'm sorry that happened to you, but you know what? You know what's great, dude? She's out of your life. She's out of your life. And you know what those people are about? They're like those what about Bob people. You know, remember the beginning of What About Bob? The therapist gets Bill Murray's character away from him, dumps him in fucking Dreyfus's lap. That's what she's the fucking female version. Those what about Bob people, if you can ever dump them off on other people, it's fucking tremendous. And she did it to herself. And this is what you do. Anytime you ever see her after that, just big smile on your face. Big smile on your face. Hey, how you doing? Hey, are you mad? No, we broken up. Good for you. You know, have the time of your life. All right. Nice seeing you. Leave. All right. And now's a great time, dude, to fucking expand your horizon, find new friends, indulge in a fucking hobby, travel, get yourself in great shape, go to the gym. It's time to you fucking work on you, and that person is in the rear view fucking mirror. You know what? All she did was give you a great fucking story to tell the love of your life, because that chick ain't it. All right? Enjoy your 2018. You're a free man. All right. This girl is killing me, man. All right. Dear Billy Bighead. Oh, shit. You guys are real accurate this week. Back nine, big head. I mean, what? I'm fucking on the ropes here. Somebody throw in the towel. I am a sophomore in high school, but I've been listening to your podcast for a year now. I need some advice. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is fucking scary. I hope you need some fucking regular advice. All right. I need some advice on how to handle this girl. Hey, Nia, you out there? Nia? You wanna give this kid some advice? Oh, that's right. You're sick. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
I just want to know if you want me to tell her not to come tonight.
Hang on, let me hit pause here. Hang on. All right, I'm back. Jesus Christ, she's still sick. I'm sleeping upstairs again tonight. All right. Sophomore in high school, and I need some advice on how to handle this girl. I dated her for about 9 months last year. A lot of heartache this week, and learned a lot. The problem is that this girl is really immature, and I cannot have a conversation with her without her arguing. Sorry, I picked this up. Without her arguing with me or over something not important. Oh, dude, you're a son. Who gives a shit? Fucking move on to the next one. For example, towards the end of my relationship with her, she gave me the silent treatment for multiple days because I told her I didn't like Australia. She constantly insulted me, called me dumb, and told me I was a terrible brother. Are you dating your sister? Or she just observed your family? What state did this come from? And did crazy things like this throughout our relationship. She's one of those girls who thinks that she always gets to be right, and I am not about that life, he says. When she broke up with me, it was this whole scene. Well, dude, it sounds like you dodged a bullet here. What dating is all about is meeting what you don't want, and then you figure that out, and then you finally fucking meet the right person. You're fucking young as shit. What's the problem here? I got very close with her family, and, well, so you're a good guy. And when we broke up, her 7-year-old sister sobbed. Jesus Christ. Her mom even went to the extent to call me on the phone to tell me I was a great boyfriend and wish that me and her could possibly work things out in the future. Her family adores me to this day due to the fact that I really played up the whole nice guy thing. Oh, what, are you really an asshole? This is where things get even worse. She constantly leads me on, and I fall for it. Yeah, that's what being young's all about. And at a town fair, she hung out with me all weekend. We were very flirty, and she heavily led me on, but when I asked her out, she said she wasn't ready. All right, dude. This, once again, if you listen to the last one, this is why you do not stay in contact with ex-girlfriends. Okay? She doesn't want you to meet someone else until she's met somebody. Or I don't know what the fuck they think. I just know you gotta walk. You gotta walk. All right. The same thing happened a few months later. I have left her alone for the past few months, only talking to her once every 3 weeks, and every time she ends up being mad at me for some dumb reason. An hour ago, she was mad at me for not roasting her and called me pathetic. Roasting her? I'm trying to figure out where the fuck you live. You got a little fair, a town fair, and then you guys also have roasts? I don't know what this is. All right. She apologized all the time for her action, but continues to do the same thing. Should I not even talk to her, or should I forgive her because she's just immature and can't handle her feelings? Any advice would be appreciated, especially if you get the lovely Nia to answer as well. Hope the family's doing great, and go drink a beer. It's hilarious. Yeah, I would just have a conversation. I would just say, listen, I don't enjoy talking to you because you always get mad and you yell at me. We are broken up, and I don't think it's healthy for us to continue talking to one another. However, when I see you, I don't want it to be weird. So is there a way that you in a nice way could just fuck off and let me get on with my life? But if I see you, we could just walk by, we could raise eyebrows, and acknowledge that we saw each other. Maybe we could high five and not saying anything, and then if she flips out, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? I mean, it just doesn't sound like. Here's a question for you. Since you broke up, has it ever ended well? Any interaction you've had with her? Okay. If the answer is no, then you got to stop interacting with her. But it seems like it's such a small town. I'm judging you because you went to a fair. Okay. So in my world, you brought your prize pig down there, and I don't know what the fuck happened after that. All right. I would say, yeah, I would just, I imagine plenty of other women, what's the proper word at that age? Chicks you fucking go to school with? There's really no middle world, right? Girls. You're not a girl at that point. You're a fucking teenager. I'm not going on Wikipedia again. I don't know what the fucking word is, okay? There's plenty of other fucking chicks you could be hanging out with. All right? That's it. And here's the thing. Here's a tip for you. When you fucking hang out with them, don't talk about your old relationship or about some other fucking woman. They don't want to hear it. Just go have a beer with one of your buddies out in the woods, however the fuck you do it. Just be like, yeah, I don't encourage underage drinking. Whatever the fuck it is you guys do. That's when you vent. What you have to do is every time it starts to scab over, she calls up or you call her, and then you got an open wound again. What you got to do is you got to heal like a fucking X-Man. And then the next time you see her, and I guarantee if you don't give a fuck, she's going to fucking be all over you and want to hook up. And this is what you have to do. You got to not do it. And then watch how quickly all that flirty turns into fucking anger. And then she's going to yell at you and then just keep you cool and be like, this is why I don't hang out with you. Because you're fucking crazy. Something like that. And I would also ask some more adults who actually know the people involved in this story, including yourself. Okay? All right. Good luck to you. All right. My girlfriend's daughter is causing us to break up. Is that a bad thing? Jesus Christ. I mean, you're already dating somebody that already has a kid, so that's going to be already 100 times harder to make that fucking work. And then the kid doesn't even like you. So, I mean, maybe she's doing you a solid here. Hey, Bill. Okay, here we go. So my girl and I of 7 years both work for the same company, and I was offered a better position in Florida. And she was also offered a position as well. Now, here's where the daughter comes in and fucks up the flow. Yeah, because she fucking probably wants to stay at her school. Her daughter's 14, is just starting high school, and is refusing to move, and her mother is going along with not forcing her to move and is going to pass on her position. We agreed I will not move down and get things in order until she... We agreed I will move down and get things in order until she gets there in 4 years. Now, for the past few weeks, we've been getting into more fights, and her reasoning for the fight is... Sit down for this one, Bill. She says it's easier for me to leave when she's mad. She's fighting you because it's easier for you to leave when she's mad. I think that's the dumbest fucking reason I've ever heard. Also, she keeps saying I'm going to go down and find myself some black ass and end up cheating on her while I'm there. Would love to get your take on this situation and get your insight on what I should do. Thanks. And pick up a fucking drink, you pussy fuck. I would say, I'd say there's a staggering lack of trust. I think the key here is to not get into an argument with her, is to just sit down and try and discuss it with her and just say, listen, we agreed that this is what I was going to do, and now what it is I think this is what happened. What she did is she did what was best for her daughter, and she put herself with you in second. But she still sounds like cares about you, and the fact that you're down there, she's worried that you're going to leave, and she misses you. I think that that's what's happening. So I would just ask her, is this some, like, misdirected anger where you're actually just saying that you miss me and you love me? Is that what you're saying here? We could work through this. And then if you're really not going to fuck around on her and you're really going to see it through, then you ought to be able to just say, listen, I'll do whatever it takes. I'm going to be there in 4 years. If you're not lying, I think you ought to be able to work your way through it. And I think this has less to do with the daughter than it has to do with the fact that she just misses you. And she's afraid that you're going to find somebody else down there, evidently wherever you moved, where there's a bunch of black ass down there. That's what I would guess. So you guys need to get on the same page, and you need to have an honest moment with yourself before you fucking slowly tear the Band-Aid off. Either get the fuck out of it or totally commit to her. I mean, 7 years at this point, why aren't you dropping a fucking ring on her? That ought to shut her up for a good couple of weekends. It won't shut her up permanently. I can tell you that right now. Police caught me with a prostitute. What's up, Bill? A big fan of yours. I enjoy all your stand-ups. Okay, I'm going to say this is a first draft. Your Netflix originals, especially F is for Family, thank you. And your interviews on YouTube, mostly the ones on Conan. I'm 28 years old, single, no kids, live alone, kind of a loner. I smoke weed. I work midnight at a gas station. All right, let's do this again. I'm 28 years old, single, no kids. I live alone, kind of a loner. I smoke weed. I work midnight at a gas station. I never go out. I don't drink. I don't do any kind of clubs or hardcore drugs. I just get horny. I usually have girls, but not this time. Talking to, somehow I managed to be rude by asking them if they enjoyed giving head. Oh, boy. I got to say, man, I got caught up. Tomorrow I have a trial, and I'm a little nervous. I have to get a court-appointed attorney. I don't trust anyone, though. The lawyer I was supposed to have wouldn't stop asking me for money when I told her I have it in 3 days. I don't lie. I'm honest as fuck. All right. I always get nervous when people say I don't lie. Anybody knows me knows I tell the truth. I didn't do that. All right. So basically what happened, I got pulled over by the cops telling me straight up they saw me talking with a known prostitute. For sure, it was a sting operation, even though she showed me her tits. She was cute. Too cute, if you ask me. A little too cute. So she got in my car and asked me what I wanted. I told her, but she wanted more money, so I said no thanks. She got out, and I decided to go home. I pull out into the street, and literally not even 30 seconds later, I see lights come on behind me. Luckily, I didn't go to jail. They gave me a ticket and impounded my car, though. All right, so what's the problem? I've been bullshitting my mom. I told her the car's in the shop. I thought you said you don't lie and that you're honest as fuck. Anyways, I had to spend $2,000 to get it back, but it was in my mom's name, so I had to come up with another lie. I thought you said you didn't lie. You're honest as fuck. And I was trying to sell the car, even though that makes no fucking sense. What? So I needed paperwork stating she was my mother, giving me permission to retrieve my car from the county clerk's office and have it notarized by the bank. I know, Bill, I don't lie. If I told my mom she'd probably die. All right. So we kind of covered his tracks there. No joke. I'm the youngest of 5, all fuck-ups, all boys. I'm supposed to be the good one, and I am. I was just being stupid. I think the only thing that's worrying me is the fine. Probably like $5,000 to $10,000. Oh, well. Thanks for the time to read this. By the way, I'm going to say where you live. I have tickets to your show. Can't wait. Anyways, thanks and go fuck yourself. All right, well, she's probably going to find out. I would just tell her. I'd just tell her. Just say, listen, I fucked up. I fucked up. She's your mother. She'll forgive you, right? I don't know. I think I would be more worried about the $5,000 to $10,000 fine than your mom not loving you anymore. All right? You fucked up. You made a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. I make mistakes. You made a mistake. It's what the fucking life is. You make mistakes. You learn from your mistakes. You move on. You try to do better. All right? That's it. I've said it for a long time. If people were cars, we'd be recalled. There's a reason the world is so fucked up. It's because humans are running it. Okay? We're just smart enough to be fucking morons.
I'm terrible at starting a conversation with a girl. I'm good in an actual conversation. What does that mean? Oh, okay, so you can just, like, if someone says, hey, welcome to fucking Denny's, can I help you? You're like, yeah, I'd like pigs in a blanket. Dude, I'm crushing that shit. Anyways, I'm good in actual conversation, but I rarely get there because it starts off bad. What advice can you offer? Do you have any lines or topics that would work? Thanks, and go fuck yourself. Dude, you're just going to have to learn to have a sense of humor about yourself. You're going to have to fucking bomb. You're just going to have to go up and bomb. There's no fucking, hey, baby, what's your sign line that works. You got to just come up. Here's the thing. If you're not good at hitting on women, don't go to a fucking meat market. All right? What you got to do is you got to chat them up while you're just doing, Jesus, dude, it's been so long since I've been fucking singing. I was never good in the meat market bars. I was always better. Like, I met women on the train. I met them in, like, the fucking gym. I met them, like when we were doing, like, we're both riding on a fucking train. You know what I mean? And they have their guard up. I guess you're not going to be a mugger. What the fuck would I do? How would I talk to them on a train? I would just wait for someone. If I saw someone that I liked on a train, the only way I could start up a fucking conversation is if some crazy homeless guy got on the fucking, or some crazy person got on the subway and everybody's got that, oh shit. And then you make eye contact with them. And then I always had a joke about the fucking homeless guy. That's right. I took the piss out of somebody who didn't have a house. And that would break the ice. And then maybe, you're on the subway. It's like speed dating. You got to try to get the fucking number before they get off. But if you're not good at conversation, you got to get good at it. And I would say the gym's kind of creepy. Hey, what are you working on? She's fucking bent over, doing bent over rows, whatever the fuck it is. The only advice I have you, it's just like doing stand up. You just have to get on stage and you have to figure it out. So that's what I would do. I would get over your fear of bombing by getting out there and just bombing and have a sense of humor about how fucking bad it's going. Laugh at yourself and just keep swinging away. Just keep swinging away. I don't know. Just go Ron Burgundy. Just be like overly arrogant about yourself, how fucking awesome you are, and just say you know that she's thinking all this awesome shit about you. If you're an average looking guy, she'll think it's fucking hilarious. And you're kind of taking the piss out of yourself. There's that angle. You know what I mean? I don't fucking know. You going to ask a married guy? I have no fucking idea anymore. Somebody help this guy. You know what? Why don't you guys send me in your best icebreaker lines? And the only one I think I ever had a good opening fucking line was when I wanted to hit on this woman who was, I already told you this. I wanted to hit on this woman who was with this woman who was a redhead. And I walked up. What did I say? I said, I go, oh, hey, another redhead. I go, you going to the meeting? And then a friend laughed. And then the redhead thought I was into her. And I had to do like, that swim move that rushers do when they're trying to get to the quarterback? I had to fucking push her out of the way and talk to the brunette. And then she was like fucking annoyed that I was hitting on her. And then her friend, I think, caved to the pressure of her cunty friend. Or maybe she just looked at me like, I don't want to fucking talk to you. I made her laugh, though. I got one laugh. I think I got one laugh in all my years in those meat market bars. They're fucking horrible. Fucking horrible. You know what, dude? I don't know. You're asking another person that stunk at it. I can't help you. So how about listeners? Give me your best and your worst fucking opening lines. your best and your worst results, and I'll read those next week or whatever. And with any luck, that guy who hates me, someone will be playing it in the fucking background. All right, here we go. Some questions for the week. Hey, Bill, how do I tell my wife I'm an atheist? Bill, I have the greatest wife in the world, and we have 2 wonderful daughters. This is starting off like a horror movie. You know what I mean? How it's always like nice. There's always like leaves falling in a gazebo, but there's just that hint of creepy music. Remember they used to do that back in the 80s when they couldn't just depend on special effects. They actually had to build suspense. That's how this is. Look at this guy. He has the greatest wife in the world, everybody. And he has 2 wonderful daughters. There's a problem, though. Dun, dun, dun. She is a devout Christian. All right, dude, why are you acting like you just met her? You fucking married her. And he goes, and I finally decided that I don't believe in any of it. Oh, that's why. Oh, well, dude, welcome to enlightenment. You know, you can't throw it all out the window. But, you know, the 7 deadly sins, the 10 commandments, all that shit makes sense. But all that other stuff, you know, burning bush, talking to a bat that's walking on a fucking lake. I mean, come on. I mean, are we adults here or what? You know, you have to throw your first baby over a cliff to show that you love me. Hey, I was just fucking with you. You passed the test. What is that? Booming voice coming from the clouds. You know, I just don't buy it. Something's coming back. Like, for the love of God, what is it waiting for? You know what I mean? Is Jesus like Thurman Thomas trying to find his fucking helmet during the Super Bowl? Was that what's going on here? That's 2 Thurman Thomas references 2 weeks in a row. You find another fucking podcast that does it 3 weeks in a row, and goddamn it, you should stop listening to this one. Anyways, he says, I finally decided that I don't believe in any of it. I thought about telling her the old joke, we're both atheists, I just believe in one less God than you do. But she wouldn't find that funny at all. She is okay. She is okay for now going to church without me because I work nights. But I have a feeling that when the kids get a little older, that I will have to become more involved. Should I tell her now or just let it be and hope that it never comes up? Well, I have to tell you, sir, if you do in fact have the greatest wife in the world, she'll accept you for who you are. And if you're an atheist and you don't believe in the stuff that she believes in, then, you know, there you go. This is what I would do. Let her take him to church. I don't know what to do. You know, it'd be funny. What if you took up needlepoint? Okay, and when you went to church, you just did needlepoint with your legs crossed in the most effeminate way possible. Maybe that's the way you do it, like some passive-aggressive way that you so embarrass the most wonderful wife in the world that she asks you not to come. You know? What if you do like a needlepoint that just is like little atheistic sayings, and you make pillows, and when they have like the church drive, like the bake sale, and they wash your car, you sell the pillows that you sewed during the Mass. Oh, you know what? And they say Jesus is Lord, but it's almost like one of those Pink Floyd songs that if you play it, I don't know, if you listen to something, they got like hidden messages or something, or maybe they never did. Maybe just these Jesus freaks did. That'll really freak them out. It may have like subtle messages in like the outskirts of the pillow about this is all a bunch of bullshit. And you don't believe in pedophilia. You know? Oh, Jesus, that'll give me some fucking emails. Anyways, what did he ask? Should I tell her now or just let it be and hope that it never comes up? You're basically saying, should I man up and be who I am, or should I stick my head in the sand? Okay, those are your 2 options. So I'm going to throw this back at you, sir. What kind of man do you want to be? Do you want to be the kind of man that sticks his head in the fucking sand when there's a confrontation? Or you want to be that guy that just sits down and just says, listen, sweetheart, I tried. I don't believe it. Okay? And I think it's great that you believe it. If you want to go down there and sing the songs, shake some hands, close your eyes, right? Make a pledge for Jesus, whatever the hell you want to do, you go down there and you do that. All right? It's like watching football. I like doing it. You're not into it. I don't make you watch football, do I? I don't do that. You know why? Because I'm the greatest husband in the world. Why don't you try that? Just ask her. Listen. Wait, does she know? She knows that you're not going. Jesus. You know what? You might want to give her a little Jesus juice and get her a little liquored up. I don't want to. You know what, dude? You got to tell her. You know, I don't like how you're deliberately working. I feel like you're deliberately working late on Sundays or early on Sundays, whenever the hell she goes, so you can just avoid this. You're avoiding shit, sir. And this is a snowball. All right? A snowball of Jesus, and it's rolling right down towards you, and at some point it's going to roll over you. You know? And there's going to be some fucking creep in church, like that priest on the fucking Sopranos that's going to come over and fucking hold her hand when you're out there doing your little job there. All right? So I say you just tell her. Just say, don't be a douche. Just say, I totally respect. I mean, I'm fucking around because I got to make this shit funny. I don't care if you believe in that shit. God bless you. You know what? I hope you're right so you can laugh at me when we all die. That's so really. I'm going to hell for the rest of my life. You don't think that's a little overkill? I think the Rockefeller laws are fucking bad. Anyways, yeah, just say, look, I respect that you're into that type of stuff. And listen, you know what, dude? Who gives a fuck? Somebody took you to church. And you, after a while, realized that you didn't believe in it. So if she wants to take the kids to church, just let her take them to church. But your wife has to be okay with the fact that if they say, Daddy, how come you don't go down and pray to the hippie? You can say, because I don't believe in that stuff. I don't think it happened. Okay? In a couple of years, you'll understand what I mean when I tell you about old St. Nick, when I tell you the real story. You know? There you go. New job wants to track me. Oh, God. Dear Bill, there's a mandate at my new job that requires my work phone be tracked. This wouldn't be an issue, but on my first day, I had lunch with a guy who was giving his notice at the end of the week. He wasn't too disgruntled. I asked him why he was going to leave, and he told me with a straight face that the company overstepped some bounds. I love this guy. They overstepped some bounds. I'm out of here. They sent him a gift card for his birthday to a place that he shops at, except he never told anyone he shopped there. And it's a niche store. Yeah. You know what would happen if we all rebelled against that? They would still know that about us. They just wouldn't be dumb enough to send that gift card. How wouldn't they know how fucking creepy that is? He attributed it to them reading all his work emails or tracking the browser on his computer, and had no shame in using that info to buy him a birthday gift. It's a huge pay increase, so I think I'll stick it out for a few months because I have bills and student loans. Well, that's how they get you. But I'm going to be very careful about what I say and do. P.S. I'm writing this from a rogue phone with a VPN, so don't worry, I'm not a moron. I think more people need to do that. But then you know what they do? They would start their own rogue phone under a different fucking name. They'll get you. They're going to get you. I've given up. I've quit. All right? My only line of defense is to live the most boring life anybody has ever seen. All right? Anybody who's tracking me right now, they're like, wow, this guy's really into watching people power wash driveways. It's not all that. Real jobs. Hey, Bill, I'm 35. All right? Not old. I'm not young. Just sort of hanging there in limbo. Too old to go to a club. Too young for an AARP card. I used to work in tech. Now I own a diner. I saw you posted something to your Instagram about diners and the dying breed of a local restaurant. There was this whole thing about how diners were during COVID got hit really hard. And these guys were talking about what it takes to run a diner, which is really interesting to me because it looks easy. You know, got that flat top grill going. You know, let me get two over easy. 2 over easy. You know, you usually make that. You know how to make. I just didn't realize all the overhead and all of that crap. You know, people chewing and screwing, dining and dashing. bipping and bopping. I have very little experience. Wait a second. Where am I? Okay. It's been a lot of work, but it's very rewarding. Oh, this is something this person does, I guess. I had very little experience, but I sought out knowledge from some veterans of the diner business, and they were very happy to help. COVID really destroyed a lot of these businesses. Is there anything better than a great diner? And what's a great diner? It's clean and they butter the toast. They don't bring the fucking toast over with butter to the side that's cold, and then I got to tear apart the fucking warm bread that you're calling toast. Sorry. I've read that half of all second and third generation diners closed down. 7 out of the 10 in my city closed down by the end of 2021, so I believe it. Government didn't do shit for actual small businesses. How did they go out of business when people were ordering food? I guess they weren't ordering from them. Dude, is there anything better than going to a fucking diner when you don't have anything to do that morning and you got the local paper? That's the greatest. And you watch all these people fucking walking in. Hey, Mark! Government didn't do shit for actual small businesses. The loans were exploited by big companies, and the math never added up in terms of the damage done versus the money they gave out. I really hope another wave of hipsters come back around and start bringing the old stuff back so you have somewhere to drink your root beer float, you dandy. Yeah, so do I. Oh, what a surprise. Big companies taking advantage of money being handed out by the government. Taking advantage of the bankruptcy laws and that type of shit. That's what rich people do. That's what they do. And then they act like they're one of you. Yes, they do. And then what happens? They fall off a bicycle. You see that there? Little Trump jab, little fucking Joe Biden. That's what it's okay. You want level trashing? Trashing of both sides with no salute. That's what I offer people. I trash both sides and offer no solutions. That's what we do here.
All right, plowing ahead. Bill, so something kind of ridiculous happened to me the other day, and you're the only person who I think might appreciate my point of view on the matter. Okay, so there's this really good-looking lady that works at the sandwich shop around the corner from my job. So I've been going there for like a year now, and I've always wanted to say something to her, but never did because either the place was too busy at the time or I just pussied out, usually the latter. So the other day, I finally man up and decide to say something, and it went a little something like this. I go in after 2, so it's not as busy. I place my order. She makes me a wrap. She hands me a wrap, and I say, "Excuse me. I've been coming in here for a while, and I've always wanted to introduce myself." And before I can even get the words out, her smiling expression turns blank. Her lips seal tight, and she kind of looks up at her eyebrows with that, "you got to be fucking kidding me," look all over her face. I can only equate... shit, I just hit the wrong button on my computer. He goes, "I can only equate the look to an employee, what an employee might have when they're done with their work for the week, and on Friday evening, right as they feel like they're going to get out of there, the boss comes and drops another hour's worth of paperwork on their desk. They can't say anything, but you know they're thinking, you fucking prick." So what I end up saying after I get this look from this chick is, this is basically what the guy says. He said, "Excuse me, I've been coming in here for a while, and I've always wanted to introduce myself. You know what? Fuck it. Never mind." And he goes, "I turned around and I just walked out." All right. And he goes, "Now here's my issue." Dude, we've all been there, all right? We've all fucking been there. All right. So he goes, "Now here's my issue. It's not that I was rejected. Big deal. That shit happens all the time, right? That's like an ongoing theme in an adult life, and I've learned to live with it." Jesus, dude, don't jump off a cliff here. He goes, "My problem is that society," I can't even talk, society. "My problem is society dictates that the guy should approach the girl, and all the girl really needs to do is look pretty. Throw a few signals and wait for dudes to start clamoring like morons. Is it fair? No. But then again, it's really not a big deal. It's one of the situations you grow accustomed to. But if that is the case, and if all women have to do is be pretty, then say yes, or go fuck yourself, could they at least wait 30 seconds for me to say whatever retarded shit I'm thinking before they shoot me down? All she has to do is wait a minute and say, no thank you. But instead, I get cut off by stink eye mid-sentence. Should I have told her to go fuck herself? What are your thoughts on this sort of shit? Your true and loyal fan, Bobo the douchebag." All right. What are my feelings on this? All right, first of all, dude, we've all been there. We've all, you got it in your head, you're going to come up there like fucking Sean Connery in one of those early James Bonds. You even feel like you got a fucking tuxedo on, and then the second you open your mouth, you sound like fucking Arnold Horshack, and you even want to shoot yourself down at that point, okay? But in answer to your question, should I have told her to go fuck herself? No. That's not... I mean, I'm just, having not been there. I can't... It would depend on what the look on her face was, or how she looked. If she was just some hot girl who didn't have a brain in her head, yeah, then you tell her to go fuck herself. But this is a really cute girl, and you actually feel like, wow, I'd like to get to know that girl. No, you don't tell her to go fuck herself. It's actually in that moment when she gives you the stink eye is when you have to come up with something funny to say, something clever, something so you show that you're not going to quit in life. Because that's what, I hate to say it, dude, but that's what you showed her. You showed her that you have the quit DNA in your fucking ball bag, and she's not going to want to mate with you. But fortunately, there's plenty of other gazelles out there on the fucking Serengeti that you can try to run down. You see the Discovery Channel. Cheetah doesn't always fucking run the thing down. Sometimes he gets kicked in the face, and then it sits there feeling stupid. Especially when it realizes it's being filmed and it's going to be on basic cable. There's where you can actually look at a bright side. It wasn't filmed. You just got to come up with something in that moment that's funny. And I actually kind of thought about it, what I would have said, and I would have choked even if I tried to come up with something funny, because in the moment I would have felt like a douche, and I probably would have attacked what she did for a living, which is the worst thing you can do. I'd be like, really? You've been working here for a year and a half. 2 years, you're making sandwiches. You're not getting any younger there, sweetie. All right, it would have been bad. It would have been bad. It's very easy for me, to sit here and tell you what you should have done. It's kind of like, when you watch a football game or something like that, and once it ends, and whatever the game plan was didn't work out, dude, why didn't they give it to Marshall Faulk? I don't understand. It's easy to do that. So, I don't know what to tell you. It'd be funny. You got to go back there and keep ordering sandwiches. I don't know. That's fucking humiliating. You might have to find a new place to get a sandwich, dude. I got to be honest with you. I don't know how you pull yourself out of that one. What did you say? You know what? Fuck it. Oh, this is what you do. So just walk in, just kind of be a dick, When you just walk up, hey, sunshine, or something. Don't listen to me. All my shit just always ends up with, there's a reason I get heckled as much as I do, because I'm an asshole. But as far as what you said earlier, because I know there's a lot of women pulling their fucking hair out right now when you say all a woman has to do is be pretty and wait for the offers to come in. I don't know, dude, if you ever had a girlfriend. First of all, that whole thing of looking pretty from my standpoint and my experience takes at least 4.5 fucking hours. And you never know. That girl might have been giving you the stink eye because she's a really good-looking girl, and she has a job where she deals with the public. So, believe it or not, the amount of ugly, fucking out-of-shape dudes who actually don't have a problem approaching beautiful women is actually it's pretty high. Personally, I think it's funny, but if you're a woman, it's not as funny. And I think that's something that took me a long time to realize how, uncomfortable that feeling can be. Because guys think, dude, I would love to be standing there and women hitting on me. But what you have to do is you got to see how we're physically made up. The fact that a guy, what if there was this thing that physically could beat the shit out of you and it wanted to enter your body? That's the only way to try to put yourself... And what if you're not attracted to it, and you feel it getting angry when you're trying to communicate that you're all set, and then there's the option that if they wanted to, they could give you a forearm shiver and begin to execute their plan. Oh Jesus, how do I talk myself out of this one? You know what it's like? Put it this way, for all the guys listening out there: if somebody said, "Hey man, I'll give you $10," this is like an old joke I used to do in my act. I'll give you $10 to walk over to that birthday cake and stick your finger in it. You got you $10? Yeah, fuck it, I'll do it. $20 or whatever, just something. You do it. You wouldn't think anything about it. Whatever, stick it in, you take it right back out. You wouldn't give a fuck. But what if somebody said, dude, I'll give you $20 to take that cake and put it in your ass? See what I mean? There'd be a difference. Then you would have some questions. Where has that cake been? Are you going to tell anybody? I usually don't do things like this. That's why women, they approach sex that way. They got to have rules on when they're going to fuck you and all that. Did that example, I know on some level it made sense. I'm a little jet lagged. I haven't done that joke in a while, and I got to admit, halfway through it didn't even make sense to me. I'm just saying, Did I answer your question? So this is what you got to do. You got to treat women like I treated open mics. Okay, you just know you're gonna bomb, and eventually you're gonna get good at it. So just keep, make some notes. What you're gonna do the next time that happens. Maybe try to come up with a couple of lines. And I hope you appreciate what a fucking pain in the ass it is for a guy to get laid. You know what I mean? And that's why there's the whole stud whore double standard, because basically for a guy to get laid, this is what he has to go through. This guy actually has to develop skills to get laid. All you have to do is show up, I mean, for a guy, the brass ring is getting a 2-on-1, no TV credits, no my dad has a yacht. You just get it from talking shit. That is the brass ring for a guy. Now a woman, her first night of fucking, all she'd have to do is lay down on a pool table. She could fuck every guy in the bar. It's not a skill. It's gluttonous. It's gluttonous. It's like watching a fat guy eat an ice cream. You never cut him. You don't cut him any slack. Haven't you had enough? All right. I'm really glad I redid this podcast because this other one was not nearly as fucked up as this one.
All right, evil sister-in-law, Nia, come here. Somebody's, what is it, spilling the tea? Is that what you guys say on the fucking Real Housewives over there?
Just read the question.
All right. The level. What happened? Did somebody fucking burn your biscuits tonight?
I just never need to hear you say spill the tea ever again.
Well, I was making fun of that.
Oh, were you? Thank you for clearing that up.
No, making fun of me saying that stupid shit. I always say that as the kids say. You shouldn't be saying spill the tea.
I shouldn't?
No, that's young people. I feel like you can be 34 to 27. You should be saying that. Evil sister-in-law. Dear Bill, the bequefer of knowledge. I have to look up bequefer.
Bequefer.
Queefer, like pussy fart?
I don't know. Bequeafer?
Oh, I get it. Instead of bequeather of knowledge, she's saying bequeefer. So she's combining both.
Okay.
She made a joke, and I'm too stupid to get it. My family and I, very well written, have run into a rather...
Doesn't take much to impress you, huh?
Jesus. You're coming in hot here.
My family and I, it's written so well.
My family and I? It's usually like me and my family are fucking sitting around, right? And all of a sudden, my stupid fucking sister-in-law, who's a cunt with a K, but it's just my family and I have run into a rather frustrating situation with my brother's wife, and I need some advice. Cue the song. It's time for advice with your host, Billy Burr, and I'm ripping off this melody from somebody else. I used to have the recording of it on my computer. She is very emotional. She's a very emotionally damaged person and treats my brother very poorly.
Why are you laughing at that?
There's just something funny about a guy who just lets a woman fucking browbeat him. All you gotta do is just look at him and be like, I could beat the shit out of you, right? Get the fuck out of my face with your fucking
Bill,
witch hazel horse shit.
shut up.
Don't make me... Okay, it's 2024. I will turn this bitch into 1924.
You're not gonna do shit.
I didn't say I was gonna do it to you.
That's right, you know better than that. Okay.
Then to do what?
For
Hit
example,
a woman?
talk to me like that.
I would never do that. No matter how much of a jerk you were being, I would never do that.
For example...
Shut up. For example, she regularly demeans him with criticism in front of our family. Oh my God, and explicitly explains to us how she doesn't let him use their bathroom sink to brush his teeth because she needs her personal space. Parentheses, typical entitled white girl shit. Oh, we're gonna put race into that? I think that's just typical psycho shit. It's killing me to see what my brother. Wait. Your brother's not white, and he married some crazy white woman. And she said he can't use
Who
the
said
sick.
that he's not white? Where did you get that?
Am I crazy?
He's calling out the white girl shit, but doesn't mean that they're not white.
Typical entitled white girl shit. White people don't say that.
You do.
When do I say that?
Oh God! All right, just
I
keep reading.
don't say typically entitled white girl shit.
You've.
I made fun of white women fucking acting like they're the next group that needed to be listened to.
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
So
this woman I would just call my brother-in-law's cunty wife.
Okay, well, not everyone is as eloquent as you are, Bill. It's killing you.
Can I ask you a question? What the fuck is up your ass? All right. It's killing me to see what my brother has to deal with on a day-to-day basis. It is kind of funny, though.
It is. I'm trashing you.
Oh,
It's great.
fucking hilarious. The only reason why they got married in the first place is because my family is Mormon. Oh, those black Mormons.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you need any more evidence that this is not a black writer?
All right. In the Mormon church, premarital sex is a grievous sin. Yeah, that's why you bang her in the ass out there. I've done gigs in Utah. Still a virgin.
What does that mean?
They
Did you participate in this?
No. People told
Bill?
me. Dude, there's no fucking way I'm fucking some chick in the ass in a state that is of a religion I don't understand. That I've never really heard of. That's only in that state. I'm not doing that. I've seen Arrested Abroad.
Abroad.
Arrested Abroad. I ain't doing that shit.
Utah. It's basically another country.
No. Anyways, it's killing me to see what my brother has to deal with.
Wait, no.
In the Mormon church, well, I had to reset. In the Mormon church, premarital sex is a grievous sin. You have to confess to your sin to a whole council of old dudes like a court. Now, what do you mean you sucked a dick? Let's get into the detail. Sitting there in a barn. Depending on your level in the church, story for another time. My brother was super horny, and he made a big mistake in marrying this girl. Even my deeply religious parents agree that he would be better off just hitting and quitting. LOL. Hitting and quitting? Now this you tell me this is a white person?
Yes, Bill. That says hitting and quitting in 2024.
That's
yes,
some
I do.
classic jive talk if I ever heard it.
Yeah, no.
With him still being Mormon, divorce is also a big no-no. What can I do? Is there any way to help my bro? Easy. You have one of those barn fucking raising things that you guys do out there.
Barn raising?
What do they? They all get together and they build a barn. And
What is that supposed to do?
So you just do a Buster Keaton thing, except the door doesn't go over her. The fucking actual barn does, and you kill him. You kill her. You accidentally kill her.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about fucking, you just go, hey, we need to fucking build a barn because the harvest is coming in.
You talking about setting it up so something falls on her?
Yeah.
Don't give that advice to people on the podcast.
First of all, what I'm talking about is what the Amish does. The Amish do that shit.
I don't.
The Amish,
I don't know what
they
do.
have hipster beards and they have a big red triangle on the back of their fucking carriage.
They don't use electricity, and they hate normal people.
Yes, and then you go on Instagram.
They
and
despise them.
They're like, they never get sick. They don't ever die.
No.
That's why their beards are so long. Do I have any advice?
There's nothing
Yes,
you
leave
can
that
do.
religion.
No, he's talking about what can he do for his brother. There's nothing you can do. Your brother decided
It's
to
a she.
marry her.
Isn't it a she?
He just said, my brother. It's killing me to see what my brother has to deal with.
I know, but isn't...
Oh, you think this is a woman who's writing it? I don't think
I
so.
thought it was. I don't fucking know.
I don't think.
I just know it's not
unfortunately,
Danny Glover.
I think you just be there for your brother when your brother complains about. Does your brother complain about her? That's the other question. Like, is your brother unhappy or is your brother okay with it? Because if your brother's okay with it, then you just have to deal with it. But if he is suffering, then definitely I feel like lend an ear, listen, be supportive. Whatever you want to do, I'll support you. And but don't give advice. Just let him vent. Right? Don't you think?
Well, can't you go in front of those old people and say in a nice way, I'm having a really difficult time?
It's not how it works. They'll be
Well, wait a minute.
They'll be like, take another wife.
But I thought women...
You're Mormon.
Oh, that's what you do. You take another wife and you fucking treat her extra nice.
Just
Why are
get a
you
new
so
one.
nice to her? Well, because she lets me use her sink.
Yeah, that's the thing. You just take them one is too annoying. You just get another one. You don't divorce them. You're just like, all right, you know what?
That some people do that with cars. You just leave her in the front yard, like that car you're gonna fix up someday.
I'm gonna trim this.
Yeah, people don't know what you're talking about. She's picking
sorry.
a fucking
His eyebrow hair.
my eyebrow hair.
There's one super long eyebrow.
Girl quit job. This lady quit her job and traveled the world. All right, here we go. My girl comes home. Why did I feel like there was something else in here? Did I miss one of these things? Maybe not. All right. My girl comes home early the other day and tells me she quit her job. I work full-time in a metal shop. Jesus Christ, what are you, a blacksmith? And I go to school full-time for engineering. We also have 2 beautiful kids. We cannot afford our house, cars, etc. without her working. And she acts like I'm a bad guy when I get on her about it. Oh, Jesus. I don't know what I should do. I'm thinking of leaving her because this is not the first time she's done this. And in the total 7 years we've been together, she's worked about 2.5 years of around 10 jobs. Wait, she has worked about 2.5 years of around 10 jobs? You mean, and I'm guessing you're saying she's had 10 jobs and collectively worked 2.5 years. Can't take the financial stress anymore. What's your advice? First thing I would do, I'd downsize your life. Just be like, all right, well, look, if you're not going to work, then we got to do something here. That's incredibly selfish. And look, she obviously doesn't want to work. She wants to be at home. She wants to be with the kids. So you need to make enough money to basically, treat her like a third kid. So your lifestyle is going to have to go down then. If that's what I would just sit down and be like, can I ask you a question? Do you want to just stay home and be with the kids? And let her flip out and scream and yell and all that. And just don't lose your cool. Just say to her, is that what you want? Okay? Because I need to know that. Okay? So I don't keep thinking that we're going to be dual income and making financial decisions that way. I can already tell you right now, dude, that the fact that you're working full-time and she's working full-time, and if the second she quits, you guys are living beyond your lifestyle, beyond your means. You shouldn't be living like that. So you're basically, the two of you guys are spending all the money that you're making. That's no way to live. All right? You need to be... You need to downsize your life is basically it. I would drive, use Toyota or a Honda. Those fucking things never die. I'd get one of those. I'd downsize and then, I don't think you just quit on a relationship and walk out on 2 kids, but the stress has to be fucking brutal. And if she's being a fucking baby about it, this is one of these fucking things that, be a nice change on one of those chick shows, where 4 broads sit around fucking talking about women's stuff. They never talk about this type of shit, because this would probably be considered sexist if you brought it up. That's a hell of a fucking thing for her to be doing to you. You just got to lay it on the line. Just sit her down and just say, listen, is this what you want to do? I need to know that, because I'm not going through this again. All right? And I would just say, you've had 10 jobs in the last 7 years, and you've worked collectively about 2.5 of those 7 years. Okay? When you quit a job like that, just quit a job and have no other job, it puts unbelievable stress on me, and it's not fair to me. Okay? So I need to know, do you not want to work? Do you just want to stay home with the kids? Because if you do, we're going to have to downsize our lives dramatically. If you want to keep living like this, you need to get a job. All right? And if she flips out about that type of thing, that's a tough one. I guess I would be like, when she flipped out, be like, all right, you know something? Scream and yell and get it out of your system. But you have 48 hours to sit down with me and discuss this like an adult and cut a plan. Okay? or I need to make a decision because I'm not gonna live my life with this level of financial stress. Something along those lines. Because I'll tell you, dude, what she's doing to you is unbelievably immature and fucking selfish. When you need dual income and you got 2 kids at home, you just don't quit a fucking job. All right? Jesus fucking Christ. What if you did that? You know what I mean? I'm telling you. This right here, when that fucking guy was sitting there talking, that guy saying like, oh, you should fucking leave your job and go travel around the fucking planet. This is why you don't do that. What you're doing, sir, busting your ass, trying to get ahead, that's what you do when you're fucking young. Okay? It makes your life a hell of a lot fucking easier as you get older. Okay? Because the older you fucking get, you got to be somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, they want to hire young people, generally fucking speaking. You have to be at a certain place by a certain fucking age, generally speaking, or they're not going to give you a shot. Okay? It's like that old fucking thing about the fucking, what was it, those 2 animals. One of them was storing away food, the other one was running around like a fucking jerk-off, and then the storm finally hits, and the ant's fucking eating, and then the turtles beat the hare, however the fucking story goes. I got to tell you this, I sacrificed a lot to get where I'm at, and I missed out on a lot of shit. But the shit that on the back end that I ended up getting to do, okay? There was a whole bunch of stuff that I missed socially, just fun stuff, so-called regular shit that I missed and I slept on a futon, like I've told you a zillion times, till I was about 36, 37 years old. All right? But the outside of that was I got to perform at Madison Square Garden. I got to fucking play drums with Slash and Duff and Guns N' Roses. You know what I mean? That's fucking insane. But you got to be willing to stay on the fucking futon till you're pushing 40. And laying there in the loneliness of that with the fucking voices creeping in your head of doubt, and you have to beat those things down as they're telling you, did I make a horrible fucking mistake? So what you're doing, sir, you're working full-time and you're going to school full-time for engineering, okay? If your fucking wife, no offense, could just fucking ride it out for a couple of fucking years, all right? Until you get your engineering degree, you get on your fucking feet. This is what old school couples used to do. Okay? They worked more as a fucking team because generally speaking, divorce was looked down upon. And they always try to make it look like, and there was all these women getting beaten and they just stayed in there. Like every fucking woman was getting the shit slapped out of her. All right? I'm not saying there wasn't women getting fucking, the shit kicked out of them. All right? But there's a lot of fucking people who just throw in the fucking towel because it's hard. And then you're going to get with somebody else and it's going to be fucking easy? It is hard. But this is like some shit. You need to iron this out. And she needs to get her fucking head screwed on straight and realize that she's got to fucking support you by keeping up her end of the bullshit while you become an engineer, and then you move up the fucking ladder, and at some point she's going to get what I think she wants, which is what she's going to get to stay home alone. Nia, can you come over and just help me finish off this podcast? I know you don't want to. Your shoulders literally just slumped. I'll read this really quickly. I know you're tired. Nia, we're all tired. Are you going to sit there like I'm going to scold you like a little kid?
No, I'm just tired. What is the...
I know, it's 1:50 in the morning. All right, this guy, his girl comes home. It's not even your wife? No, but you got 2 kids. Girl comes home early the other day, and she tells me she quit her job. I work full-time in a metal shop, and I'm going to engineering school. I'm going to school full-time for engineering. We also have 2 beautiful kids. We cannot afford our houses and our cars, etc., without her working, and she acts like I'm a bad guy when I get on her about it. I don't know what I should do. I'm thinking of leaving her because this is not the first time she's done this. In the total 7 years we've been together, she's worked about 2.5 of those years and had about 10 different jobs. I can't take the financial stress anymore. What's your advice? Nia Renee Hill.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should definitely talk to her about it. And if you feel like she's not pulling her weight in your situation, then that's a problem. So, yeah, it's stressful. If he's carrying the burden, they have like 2 kids and whatever. I mean, is she just lying around the house all day? I mean, is she at least, you know, taking care of the kids and make sure they have lunches and all that stuff? Or is it just all falling on him? You know, that's really...
Yeah, well, they need the money.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm all right. So I'm...
working.
Okay, so... Okay.
Yeah, if they both... If that's what their financial situation is, where they both need to be working, then they both need to be working. But I don't know how leaving her is going to alleviate the financial strain. But
No, he's got kids. He's fucked. And then she's going to bleed him dry because she'll be pissed, I think.
yeah, I don't know. But yeah, she needs to get it together.
I'm sorry, Nia. I found out accidentally that my best friend since birth's girlfriend has been fucking our other best friend behind his back for over a year now. Wait a minute. Let me back up here. I found out that my best friend since birth's girlfriend. All right, so your buddy since you were a toddler, he has a girlfriend. She's been fucking your other best friend behind his back for over a year now. Oh, my God. Wow. Okay. Here we go. I was checking something on his phone and stumbled across naked pictures she had sent him. Shocked to see it, I dug further. Wait a fucking minute. The fuck are you doing with his phone? What were you checking on his phone? Wait a minute. What the fuck? This whole fucking thing is weird. Are you the guy that's actually fucking your best friend's girlfriend and you're speaking about yourself in the third person? This whole thing is weird. I was checking something on his phone. I've never checked anything on any of my friends' phones ever. You know, if they hand it to me, I look at whatever picture is there. I don't start swiping around and snooping. You were snooping. What kind of a fucking man? Jesus Christ. All right, so you're snooping on this guy's phone. You stumbled across naked pictures. What do you mean you stumbled across? You clicked on the photo app. And you scrolled through his photos. She had sent them. And then what? You sent them to your phone and jerked off to it later? I'm probably being too hard on you. All right, shocked to see it, I dug further and read the text between them. Oh, Jesus, you were just fanning yourself, weren't you? I love how you're just not fucking doing anything wrong either. The next thing you know, I couldn't believe it. So now I'm looking at his tax record and his fucking social security number. Anyways, all right, shocked to see them, I dug further and read the text between them saying how much she loves him and she wished they could fuck all day. And it made me so sick to my stomach that I went into his tax records. Sorry. She's the nicest girl I ever met in my life, and I look at her as a sister, but now I see how bad she's been fucking a kid over that's like my brother with his best friend, and I have no idea what to do. He trusts them both so much that he had no problem with them going alone together to Green Bay for a football game. Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. They probably fucked on top of one of those cheesehead things. You know, she bent herself over it, you know. Goodness. Now when I hang out with them from here on out, how could I act normal when I know what's going on? It would destroy my buddy if I told him. If I tell him, not only would I lose the friend I have... Wait, if I tell him, not only would I lose the friends I have, but this girl... If this is a girl he lives with, would do anything for, and is going to get engaged to her eventually. The four of us are like family, so I'm stuck in a fucked up position. Could use your help here. Should I tell him or let it play out? No. What kind of a fucking friend are you? They're going to get married? Maddie, jeez. No, you can't let that happen. This is what you got to do. You got to go out with the other two, the two dirty ones that are fucking around. You got to sit down and just say, listen, I was snooping on your phone. I shouldn't have fucking done it. And I saw the pictures. I know what's going on with the two of you. All right? So can you guys please tell him before I have to? And you have to tell him. You can't just break it off. You have to fucking tell him, because you're not going to break it off. You're going to break it off and you're going to start fucking again, or you, lady, are going to go fuck somebody else because you don't love this guy. Just go tell him and break up with him and get on with your life. All right? And just say, I'm not judging either one of you, but, you know, what the fuck do you want from me? And you had to know that if you were going to do something like this, eventually something like this was going to happen. So there you go. Good luck with that, guys. I'll be over here eating a cheeseburger. And you just fucking remove yourself from it. All right? And and I would say, listen, man, you have until the end of the fucking weekend to tell him, or I'm going to sit him down and tell him. All right? That's it. I didn't create this fucking situation. The situation is what the fuck it is because of your dick and your pussy. Maybe not in that order. Maybe in that order. What are you going to do? And I would just fucking walk away. And, you know, and I wouldn't judge either one. You guys sound like you're young. I have no idea. God knows I made plenty of fucking mistakes in my life in that area. So what the fuck are you going to do? Okay, they fucked up. They fucked up. And they just got to come clean and you let the shit fall where it may. I think, what's his face? Jim Croce's got a bunch of songs that your buddy could listen to. You know? She's living in L.A. with my best friend Ray. A guy that she said she knew well and sometimes hated. Isn't that the way? That's what you should do. You should be singing that in the background when they confess. Isn't that the way they say it goes? But let's forget all that and give me the number if you can't find it, so I can call just to tell him I'm fine and to show I overcome the blow. I learned to take it well. I only wish my words could just convince myself that it just wasn't real. But that's not the way it feels. Oh, Jesus Christ, Bill. You're singing the whole fucking song. That's Jim Croce Operator, by the way. Another sad song. Another sad song by Jim Croce.
Girl smokes a lot of weed. Hey, Cincinnati bow tie Billy. I don't even know what that means. I got to look that up. I've been with my girlfriend for 2 years and lived with her for about a year and a half. She has smoked weed since the day we met, which doesn't bother me because I used to smoke myself. What bothers me is how many times she smokes it in a given day. We will sometimes be hanging out watching TV, and she will, out of nowhere, get up to grab her bowl to take a hit. I've even caught her getting out of bed in the middle of the night to take a hit. I don't want to tell her she can't smoke. After all, I used to smoke myself. She just looks like a drug fiend. Always trying to get her fix. I don't get why she has to be high 24/7. I have a beer, one beer after work, maybe 1 to 2 days a week, and sometimes she will throw that in my face if I comment about her constant weed smoking, which isn't even close to the same thing. I've always said this about weed smokers. I've always said that about them. Like, the level that they get fucking high at work. Not all of them. I'm just saying, you know, like they'll fucking go out. They'd be like if I went out in the parking lot and shotgunned a beer and came in like with booze on my breath. And it is addictive. Not to everybody, but you can become addicted. It sounds like she is addicted to this shit. Like she needs it to help her sleep. She needs it so she can fucking deal, man. Anyway, he goes, sometimes she'll throw that in my face if I comment about her constant weed smoking, which isn't even close to the same thing. She also complains that she is broke, yet has no problem spending $100 on a bag of weed. What kills me is she will sometimes ask me to help. Help her out with a bill or whatever, and I'm just like, what the fuck? How about you don't buy weed? Our relationship is great. This isn't a deal breaker or anything. It's just an annoyance. Should I just deal with it, or should I try to get her to chill out with weed? What would you do if the lovely Nia smoked weed all day? Thanks, go fuck yourself. I would address it. I would definitely address it, okay? Yeah, she has a problem with that shit. If you're waking up in the middle of the night and taking another hit, I mean, I always just equate it to drinking, because for some reason people can see alcoholism, but they can't see addiction with weed. If you were with somebody and in the middle of the night they got up and poured themselves a belt or two, you know, a couple fingers of scotch and slammed it and then went back to sleep, or right in the middle of a movie they went over and just fucking shotgunned a beer, And because that's basically what they're doing. It's not like they go out and make a drink and they're sipping it. They're not that, they're getting high. They're not gradually getting drunk. It's like you do it, boom, you're high. And if she's doing it all the time and she's not making any money, and then she's asking you to help her out. I mean, what if you didn't have a job and you were drinking at the level that she was smoking, and you were spending $100 on beer every week, and sometimes you would ask her for help? What would she do? She would be upset. Now, this is what I would do. I would bring it up with her. She's going to get mad. And this is the thing. You cannot get mad too. If she yells and calls you names and everything, just do not get mad. Just sit there and know that she is, you're going to lose the fight. If you bring up her weed smoking, and then she's like, what the fuck? You fucking blah, 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 blah. And then if you go to where the fuck she is there, you're going to lose. Because then it's become a name-calling thing, and, she has successfully gotten it out of the arena of what she's doing is fucked up. You just need to stay in the pocket and be like, listen, I don't mind that you smoke weed. I drink beer. Okay? But you are smoking weed 24/7. You're getting up in the middle of the night and you're smoking weed, and I'm worried about you. And you're asking me you're blowing $100 a week on weed, and you're asking me to help you out sometime. Okay? Now, in all fairness, if I was blowing $100 on beer every week, and I was, waking up in the middle of the night, drinking a beer, and they're going to pull that shit, that isn't the same thing. Yes, it is. It is the same thing. You're altering your mental state with alcohol, but except you're using marijuana. All right? And, I care about you, and you're kind of going down, it's your job to keep your woman in line, and it's her job to keep you in line. And that isn't some sexist shit by when I say keep you in line, which just means when they see you going out of bounds, they see you going upriver a little bit, like Colonel Kurtz, shaving your head, going the horror. As you sit there in the corner, fucking shotgunning a beer, it's her job to be like, I think your drinking's getting a little out of control. That's what you do when you love somebody. So just know that she might not be ready to hear that shit, but, she has to hear it from you. You're just trying to help her out. And if she flips out and calls you a bunch of names, just say, listen, I've said what I had to say. I'm more than willing to discuss this with you later when you've calmed down, but I'm not going to get into a name-calling argument with you. And you leave it at that. And then they have no fucking choice. They have no choice other than to just fucking chill at that point, or they continue calling you names, but after that, they're gonna owe you an apology. All right? And if they don't apologize and they can't admit that they're wrong, that's a whole other fucking red flag.
All right, number 3. Last Saturday, as they say in Boston.
Say.
Come on over and fucking say. There's no consonants in that word. Thursday, Friday, say. I always do that with brevity. Say. Last Saturday, I was out with my friends, and I was shit-faced. We were at a bar, and I was sitting at a table when I saw the girl. She was absolutely beautiful. I don't know why, but something told me I had to go up to that girl. See, they always start fucking phenomenally. The sun was out. Jesus was walking on the clouds. She saw me looking at her, and I give her a wink when she smiled at me. Jesus, you went with that? Did you give her the double point, too? I then turned to my friends and said loudly, give me a fucking pen. Oh, Jesus, is he drunk? Give me a fucking pen. They gave me a pen, and I wrote my number on a napkin and went over to her and her friend. I slapped the napkin. I love this guy. This guy's got this. You're wearing a scarf, too? This guy's like the most interesting man in the world. Mm-hmm. I love him. He's wrestling a badger in the corner. Hang on a second. Give me a pen. He goes, I slapped the napkin on the table and went to her ear and said, I don't drink often, but I think you are fucking beautiful, and walked away. What? No, he's hammered. This is fucking hilarious. I totally missed the joke in this. This guy is completely fucking hammered.
Right.
So he's sitting there, head bobbling, winks
I
at
don't
her.
drink often. I think you're fucking beautiful. Okay.
Call this number. It's going to change your life, sweetheart. Oh, I love this guy. So anyways, being shit-faced, I didn't know any better. And I guess I went to the table and put my head... What? I went to the table and put my head was down at that point, according to my friends. She wanted to know what my name was and stuff, so my friends went over and talked to her and talked me up. Before she left, she came up to me, this guy's still in the game here, and told me her and her friends were leaving to go to a different bar. I asked her name, we talked a little bit, and she left with her friends. I told her, please text me. 3-4 days passed, and I hadn't heard anything. I couldn't get her out of my head. She was seriously the most beautiful girl I had ever seen. Yeah, after drinking a 12-pack of Keystone. And there was something about her. I know I was shit-faced, but I have never felt that way. I looked online for her on Facebook. The other person she was with had gone to high school with. We weren't friends, but we knew each other. I found the girl on her friend list. There we go. I know that is creepy, but I want to message her and tell her I am sorry for being so drunk, but I really want to talk to her. I feel she wouldn't have come up to me before she left, and asked my friends my name if she wasn't somewhat intrigued. I don't think that's creepy. Nowadays, the old school, when I grew up, that's not creepy.
No,
I
not
think
creepy.
if you just say, listen, I'm sorry I was so drunk the other night. I really meant what I said, and I'm sure this freaks you out. I don't even say freaking out. Like, I'm not trying to invade your privacy. I just wanted to say I meant those things that I said.
Yeah.
Respectfully yours. Here's my phone number, my address, and
and just leave it at that.
I'll leave it at that. There you go.
No more communication after that, because then you're venturing into weird territory.
All right, what time we got on the podcast here? What am I?
1:02:19.
All right. Well, we're getting close to the end here. We got overrated and underrated. With that, also, I want to remind everybody that Amazon thing's been working out for me. It's a good thing, so I don't have to charge for the podcast. So this is basically what I've been telling people. If you're going to buy something on Amazon, rather than going directly to Amazon.com, go to BillBurr.com, click on podcast, and on the right-hand side, you'll see just under the iTunes link, you'll see the Amazon window. And you just click on that, and I will get credit for driving traffic to Amazon.com. You don't have to hit anything else after that. And I'm not telling you to buy anything. I'm just saying if you're going to go to Amazon, just please go to BillBurr.com first.
Even if you're just going to
browse.
Even if you're just going to browse for something.
I don't know if it works that way. They got to spend some money.
Oh, they do?
Yeah. It's like I'm driving people to a drug dealer. If you're just going to look at the cocaine, can I just sniff it for a second? And then no, they need to make their money.
Sniff it for a second.
Even if you're just going to browse, if you just want to see what they're doing with their website, yeah, that's it. It's a great way to donate to the podcast. And like I said, 10% of all donations will then go on to the Wounded Warriors Project. So you support this podcast, you support the troops. America, that's right. Buy shit you don't need. Support the troops. It's all right there. Couple of clicks of the mouse.
All right, rude mom advice. Dear Billy, wet T-shirt. Ugh, you wouldn't want to see that. I need advice about my mother. A couple of years ago, while visiting my husband and me, my mother made a comment to my husband out of the blue that she doesn't want her money mixing with my husband's money after she dies. Oh, God. It's really fucking amazing how stupid people are that far into their life. In other words, she only wants me to have it or something like that. My husband didn't say anything at the time, but later told me after she left that she's not welcomed in the house anymore due to her rudeness. Honestly, he couldn't care less about money. It's not a lot of money. He just didn't like her making that rude comment. Well, I can say as an older person, you should just laugh it off. You know, you don't want to ban your wife's mom from coming into the fucking house. You just have to accept the fact that that's her mom and your wife has unconditional love for her. So you just end up, rather than resenting them showing up, you turn it into joy by, if they think you're dumb, act dumber. If you find something that fucking annoys them. Like, I got a buddy of mine, he figured out his mother-in-law is a narcissist, or a person that he works with was a narcissist. And it used to really bother him. But now what he does is he tells stories where he compliments, over-the-top compliments other people that narcissist knows. And he said it drives her fucking nuts. I mean, that's what you want to do.
Anyway, my mother has always been a rude person and has made snide comments such as this to other family members for as long as I can remember. I feel that she's always been able to get away with her bad behavior since something has a history of gaslighting people. Plus, she's really good looking, so I think that makes people forgive her more easily. Well, why don't you tell her to shut up? Anyway, I guess I need to talk to her about this eventually, but I'm not sure how to approach her about it. I've successfully delayed her from visiting for the past 2 years due to COVID, but I'm running out of time. She's an intimidating person. Plus, banning parents from the household is a big no-no in Chinese culture. Mom's Chinese American, my dad's white. They are divorced. Oh, okay. Well, what does that have to do with you? What's the divorce thing have to do with anything? Plus, banning is a big no-no in Chinese culture. Oh yeah, well yeah, don't do that. You don't ban her from the house, but I think your husband's banning her from the house because you're not saying anything. Or you married someone like your mother. Now you're stuck in between the two of them. Any advice you or the lovely Nia would be greatly appreciated. Love your podcast, and my husband and I plan on attending one of your shows in the near future. Thanks, and go hug yourself. Look at you. You got a nice heart. What are you afraid that your mother's going to do? Just take her aside and just say, don't talk to my husband like that. What's she going to do? Get mad? Who gives a get mad? I don't give a fuck. What are you mad about? Don't get mad at me. I didn't do anything. Don't say rude shit to my husband. You're welcomed over here, but you're not welcomed over here saying rude shit to my husband. If you say something, I'm going to call you on it. All right? That's it. Stop being an asshole just because you're good looking. All right? Get over yourself. You had your time. No one gives a fuck about your money. Don't say that because then she won't give you your money. Yeah, I got to be honest with you. One of the main reasons the world is so fucked up is people don't say anything. And these fucking abusive assholes just continue to just sort of do what it is that they're doing. And nobody says anything. That's like all of this shit since all of this woke fucking movement. Like how fucking sideways this whole thing has gone. And how people used the fact that innocent people were like sexually assaulted as a way to get their fucking agenda that has nothing to do with any of that, in through the door, to rush through the door. Like that shit always happens. Like after like 9/11, the government like used that to just invade everybody's fucking privacy under the fucking umbrella of fighting terrorism. And they really just wanted to spy on their own goddamn people. Oh, Bill, are you going to go down this road? No, I am not.
Weight loss, dog parks, and banging. There we go.
All right.
Billy boy. He goes, I got no nickname for you. Don't worry about it. Thanks for the podcast. I'm a sales rep and use your podcast to de-stress. Is that a word? Mm-hmm. Don't you do that with jeans?
That's distress.
Oh, on the Monday afternoon drive home. Oh, nice. 6 months ago, my company laid me off, and I've used your podcast to fat shame myself and work out during the day. I love it.
Good
Dude,
for
fat
you.
shaming works.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
I guess it did in
Does.
this case.
Does for me. I stand in the mirror shirtless, and I just go, look what you did. Look what you did, you piece of shit. Nobody's going to love you. And next thing you know, I'm out there eating kale, jogging down the street with my white legs. He said I've dropped 40 pounds.
Yeah, can we talk about how you're dressed for a sport that would, never have you? Why are you dressed like that?
Because I was going to go on a bike ride.
You're matching. You actually look pretty cute, I have to say.
No guy wants to look cute.
Oh, all right. Guys,
Yeah.
don't
Oh
wanna
my
look
God,
cute.
you look cute.
You do. You look cute. I would give you a second glance at the gym if you were wearing your little Nike
Jesus
outfit
Christ. Really?
that matches.
And what, am I supposed to be thrilled by that?
Yeah, you should be.
Oh, shit, you'd give me a second glance.
Yeah, you should be happy.
All right, with you.
Consider yourself lucky.
I don't like your mint chocolate chips fucking colored sweater you have
This
on.
is rag and bone, okay?
Okay,
this
listen
is
to
some
this
real
guy.
fashion shit.
I've dropped 40 pounds, and it's been great.
Good for
From
you.
260 to 220, and size
Nice.
42 pants to size 36.
Nice. Good for you.
How the fuck are
Wait,
you?
wait a minute.
Yeah, how are you
36?
How are you 220 pounds, size 36 pants? How does that work?
42 to a 36.
This guy's got to be jacked. He's on the juice. He's got giant shoulders, 80-pound shoulders. Anyway, so here's my dilemma. He goes, I have a lab, not a pot, a lab, golden retriever mix.
Aww.
And we go to the park near my house every day to play fetch off the leash. There is the usual suspects of about 10 to 15 people that bring their dogs out to play. I live in a slightly unsafe city, parentheses, Baltimore.
The Wire.
Yeah, wait a minute. Didn't they shoot The Wire there?
Yes.
Yeah, slightly.
Not all Baltimore.
Yeah.
Hashtag not all Baltimore.
Yeah, you got the fucking waterfront. That's sort of nice for half a second.
More.
Although, didn't what's-his-face? He had a meeting down there one time, one of the episodes.
Oh.
The guy you like, the English guy on
Idris
that show.
Elba?
I don't know what his fucking name is.
Oh, his name on the show, though, was,
Sturgis. Stryker.
Yeah. Wait.
Spalding.
Sterling?
No.
All right, let's move on.
And last week we were outside discussing Stringer Bell.
Stringer Bell, yeah.
Yep, I did put some new words in my head, then I can remember. And last week we were outside discussing the groups of kids on bikes that are grabbing women's asses while jogging in the park. So one guy starts telling the women to grab the kid that does that and hold him there until the police come.
Oh, yeah, that's really safe and realistic for women to do.
Was that sarcasm?
Yes, that is sarcasm.
Oh.
Keep reading. Well, just because he addresses it in the next sentence.
All right, don't fucking order me around on my... What's wrong with you?
Nothing. What?
Jesus Christ. He goes, I think you can see the... Keep reading. I've made my comment. Continue. You are drunk with power. He goes, I think you can see the danger here of any one adult grabbing a 14 to 16-year-old kid and think the other kids will just ride away. You're going to get beat down and probably hit in the head with a brick. Sounds like the beginning of a Death Wish movie. So this same guy, who, by the way, is a hedge fund manager and knows everything, starts telling me all the fights he's been in. He goes, I'll buy each listener of this podcast a beer if he's even been in one fight. He goes, so his wife is there and everyone is listening. He says, I want to fight one time with just my mouth. So before you can say anything else, I say, what did you do? Blow them?
Fantastic.
He goes, well, everyone laughs. He can't really say anything, and he storms off. Gets about 10 yards away and tells his wife she has to come home. She throws me a wink and says, that was hysterical. I think you hurt his feelings. Oh, Jesus Christ. Doors opening and other doors closing.
Size 36 pants.
He goes, I found out a couple of days later that I'm going back to work and I'm being relocated. He's going to say, can I bang her before I leave? That's what I'm guessing. Back to work, and I'm being relocated over 1,000 miles away. What's the problem? Well, his wife... you wrote it wrong. Well, his wife is a hot piece of ass and has started sending me Facebook's messages and texts.
Oh, texts? What do you mean texts? When'd she get your number? We skipped a part of that story, sir.
Saying she wants to sleep with me before I leave. They have no kids, and she showed me divorce papers that she's waiting to file after he gets his next bonus check in August.
God.
Normally, I'm a pretty upstanding dude. He's got to build up credibility.
Yes.
People like me in the community.
I've recently lost weight. I have a lab golden retriever mix, and I go to the dog park.
He wants to fuck this guy's wife. He goes, I don't believe in crossing lines, but this one feels different. I'm moving within the next 6 weeks. What should I do? And thanks, and go fuck yourself. Nia, I'm going to pass it over to you.
You know good and goddamn well you need to stay away from that woman. All right? You're doing well. You lost weight. You got nice little one-liners. You know how to put people in their place. Walk away. You'll find somebody to fuck 1,000 miles away where you get relocated. Okay? This is not the last piece of hot ass that you're going to come across. So relax yourself.
So what you're saying...
Pat yourself on the back for the good line and the fact that you're getting attention from hot pieces of ass who are looking to take their husbands for all they're worth before they divorce them and start banging the smart ass at the dog park. Be happy for that, but you can fuck somebody else.
So what you're saying is it's like when Columbus sailed over to America, which was actually down to Cuba, I believe. before he started chopping off people's hands because they couldn't find gold for his fillings.
Okay.
They saw branches, right, in the water that let them know that land was coming.
Okay.
Like that was a good sign. So you're saying this is just a hot piece of ass floating by,
Yeah.
letting him know that he's about ready to get on Pussy Island.
Absolutely.
So
Yes, that's
that
exactly
was a
what
long
I'm
way
saying.
to go. All right.
So just walk away. I'm sure it's very flattering, but you already humiliated the guy. You did your work. That was a great line. What did you do? Blow them? That's fantastic. And she's been waiting for a guy to come along to put her husband in his place and all that stuff. So yeah, good for you. But no, don't be that guy. Walk away.
All right.
You'll find somebody else.
I say do it. All right. Fame. No, don't do it. You know, you're the voice of reason. Go ahead. You're absolutely right. Because you have no idea why she wants to do that. You know, because she might, in an argument, and be like, oh, yeah, and you remember that guy at the dog park? Well, I fucked him.
Exactly.
And he was better than you. And then all of a sudden,
and
this
she
guy
sounds crazy,
and
too.
this
Because
is,
why is she showing you divorce papers and like, I'm going to divorce him as soon as he gets his next bonus check? Stay away from that crazy broad. Stay away from her.
Good call.
No, she's nuts, so.
That's TP right there.
What's that?
Toxic.
Pussy. It is.
Bill, I am currently engaged, but I'm kind of over it. Oh, Jesus. Wow. Let me read that again. Let's all just take a deep breath and let's take when it's time to change. Let's take that one in again. Bill. I am currently engaged, but I'm kind of over it. You know what? I might need the help of a female on this one. Hey, Nia. Nino! You want to help me on this one? I got a relationship question. You ever get the feeling your girlfriend's mad at you and you haven't even done anything? I think I just heard it exhale. What's that? You can't talk because your voice, you're making lunch? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm recording right now. Yeah, and you hit me with this attitude. I'm sorry. How? What do I want? I just had a... Jesus, this is getting really awkward. Yeah, all right. My girlfriend's under the weather, and I actually forgot. She told me she was under the weather like 20 minutes ago, and that's how self-absorbed I am. Cleo, get down. All right. Just listen to this, okay? Because I think I also need, like, female help on this one. Could you take your hands off your hips and stop staring at me like that? Come on. Do you not want to do this? If you don't want to do it. Okay. Bill, I am currently engaged, but I'm kind of over it. She just laughed. Huh? This is a female. This is why I have you in here. Can you just talk to the people with your voice here?
Hi, how are you?
You sound like Demi Moore. I like that. You know what? I already talked about Andrew McCartney, right? Brought up Rob Lowe. I got the whole Brat Pack here. Why don't you don't trust me? You got a look on your face like you not trust me, like I'm going to make you look stupid. I'm not. I generally want your help on this. It's a low-budget podcast. We only have one microphone. All right. I'm currently engaged, but I'm kind of over it. I love him, but our relationship isn't working anymore. I keep making excuses like my schedule has changed, I'm working and going to school, so I'm just stressed, etc., etc. But honestly, the excuses aren't working anymore. I want us to get back to when we were having fun and sex and not arguing. He gets frustrated with me when I don't want to cuddle with him at night or fuck him at 4 a.m. when I have to get up at 7 in the morning to go to work, then come home at 5 and cook him dinner and get to sleep by 11. And then she writes, okay, pause, in the email. Why does he want to fuck or cuddle at 4 a.m. when I'm sleeping? Is this like a guy thing? I don't understand what he's thinking. This is my argument. It's 4 in the morning. Number 2, he's half asleep, which means I'll have to wake up and get on top and do all the work. What the fuck? Number 3, if I don't sleep, I'll be cranky in the morning. Then he'll be mad at me because I'm being a total bitch. And 4, I like being alone. I love sleeping by myself. Granted, in the beginning it was fun to sleep next to him, but now I want my own bed back. I don't understand what it is that he's thinking. Okay, continuing. I guess she was digressing here. I'm almost done here. All right? Are you enjoying this here? Okay, she's shaking it in. She's got a very serious look in her face. This is why I brought her in. An expert. This is like Oprah, our relationship expert. Okay, here we go. We are planning to move in together, but it's not a good idea because I'm not really in the relationship anymore. I'd rather be alone. In addition, is there an axe murderer outside? In addition, I just really realized that was. Yeah, all right. In addition, come close to the mic, sweetie. Here we go. Sit down. Take a load off. You're not feeling well. In addition, he's the first man I've ever had sex with. Don't read this because you read way faster than me. Just listen to the soothing tones of my awful voice. You just snorted when you laughed. That's adorable.
She's the first. He's the only person she's ever had sex
Yeah,
with.
now don't comment yet, okay? We're building it up. We got the listeners riveted at this point. Okay, someone's being hacked to death outside. In addition, he's the first man I've ever had sex with. I am faithful to him, but when we have days like these, I think, is this really as good as it gets? I'm sure he's thinking the same thing when I'm being an asshole. That's the femur right there. You really got to give the chainsaw full fucking force there. Are they're taking out that tree over there?
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, the sick tree. We had a sick tree. Tree had AIDS on our block and just keeled over. It was very sad. We stood out there with candles. It had tree AIDS. It had AIDS. It was HIV positive.
Don't make light of AIDS.
I'm not making light of AIDS.
What are you, Jim Norton?
I'm making Jesus. Jesus, I don't know who to get more offended. That you're trashing Jim Norton or you're saying that I'm ripping him off. You do not. Why is my voice cracking? You do not. All right, let's get back to this. I don't know. I could totally be seeing this from a fucked up spot. Actually, I think I am because he's great. Now she's going back this way. She must have her period this week. She's all over the map. Ow! Did you really have to punch me right fucking there? All right. He gives me whatever I want. And as far as material things go, typical broad. He buys me stuff. He's great. I don't want to fuck him anymore, but look at all this stuff. He listens to me. I'm taking this one seriously because I think this girl's in a serious situation here. That's why I keep saying serious as many times as I can in the sentence. Seriously. He listens to me whenever I whine, and he has conversations with me that show me life from a different perspective, and he's willing to work at our relationship and is committed to me. Those are the things that I love about him. Da 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 da. Right? I am getting through it. I gotta do 50. She just gave me the sign. Wrap it up. All right, fine. You're speaking for the listeners. I'm going. But I can't live like this anymore. This girl is all over the map. I told him once that I wanted some space, like I wanted to wake up alone some days, and he blew it out of proportion and says, okay, I'll give you plenty of space. Let's break up. He did that shit. And then she said, I asked if that's what he wanted because that wasn't looking like the worst option in the world. Oh, Jesus. But his voice cracked, and he said, no, that's not what I want. So long story short, I'm still waking up to him. He still asks why we can't fuck at 4 a.m. and we're still engaged. I'm willing to say if we can make a few adjustments in our relationship. I'm willing to stay if we can make a few adjustments in our relationship. Otherwise, how do I get out and hurt him the least?
What?
All right, here we go. I brought in a female for this one because I know what. You want me to tell you what I'm thinking first?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't. She needs to break up with him.
Okay, and why?
Yeah. Because she doesn't love him anymore. She's not in love with him. She recognizes all his good traits and stuff, but that's not a reason to stay with someone. If she can't give him what he needs, because at no point did she say, well, no, she talked about him wanting to cuddle and this and that, whatever. I think the 4 a.m. doesn't mean anything. I think he just wants to be close to her, and that's the one time that maybe she slows down and is in bed, and that's where he can wrap his arms around her and do all that sort of thing. Because it sounds like she's super busy all the time, so he wants to spend that time with her.
So let's stay on track here. So why do you feel like she should break up with him?
Because she's not in love with him anymore. Clearly. She's not in love with him anymore. She loves him. He's a great guy. but she's not in love with him.
Yeah,
She
no,
needs
she
to
isn't.
call it off.
Yeah, I think that she's bringing up the good traits is she's trying to convince herself to stay in the relationship because
Yes.
she doesn't want to hurt him.
Yes, she wants to be alone. She's not ready to get married, and that's fine. He's gonna be heartbroken no matter what, because obviously he is in love with her. He wants to work it out, but it's cliche. But it's like if she really loves him, then she will let him go, so that he can find somebody that wants to do all that kind of stuff that she's not because she's a bad person.
Okay, wait a minute. Before you get going, what's the this is a great topic for the podcast. Breaking up with somebody sucks because you get, they're going to start whimpering, and you're going to dry their tears with the dirty pages of a TV guide. And I don't know, I was thinking about a coffee table. What would be on the I always break up girls near a coffee table.
Do you?
Well, yeah, you're not going to be sitting on the bed. You're on the bed, you're going to want to fuck. No. Sorry. I just sometimes say dumb shit on this. What is the best way? What is the best way to break up with someone to hurt them the least? Do you have a technique?
No, there's no way.
Well, could you try to be funny on this thing and just try to come up with a technique? I got one for you. Send him a card that is actually for like a good occasion. So it'll have like balloons and like silly animals on it.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
on
and then
the inside it says I'm breaking up.
yeah, exactly. You just you cross out all the good stuff. Or you add words.
Yeah.
You aren't the love of my life, but there's gonna be all these cool pictures.
You have a new life. Congratulations. She could find a girl to. Oh, she could be like, oh, let's have a threesome, and find like a really hot, sexy, funny, amazing girl, and they all have like dinner and drinks, and they all have a good time. Go back to the bedroom, and they all start doing it, and she could slowly slip out, and she's got her bags packed already.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? That's like
car, and she drives. She drives away while the two of them are having like probably amazing sex.
that's fucking awesome.
She never sees him again. But he's left with this really awesome girl.
Yeah, and you know what's funny?
So it's okay.
You know what's funny is he would get no sympathy. He went to the bar. He's like, my girlfriend broke up with me. Oh, God, dude, how she did it? How did she do it? Well, we had a threesome, and this unbelievably hot girl, I start banging, and she just slipped out of the window. I'd be like, wait a minute. That's like, you know what that's like? That's like as a comedian if you have to cancel a gig, but you do the effort to give them a replacement comedian, so there's no pain.
Yeah, that's what she should do.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause? I knew there was a reason I brought you, and that was fucking awesome. Fucking Nia. There you go. Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you. All right. Thank you. Thank you for being on the podcast.
Absolutely.
You know what? This is this weird thing, like when you do a panel on a talk show, and no matter what, when the person wraps it up, you still feel slighted. Like, I was just killing there. We're going to commercial? Well, listen, thanks a lot. Good luck on your movie. We're going to be right back with the Monday Morning Podcast. That was fucking awesome. High five. Yeah. There you go. Go make me a sandwich. All right, huh? How fucking cool is she? Jesus Christ. There's no reason to even try and top that one. I thought that was going to be a new segment on the podcast. Wow. If she ever breaks up with me, she better fucking do it that way, because that would, I wonder how long into the threesome before you actually fucking discovered it. You know? And is that technically a threesome? You know, because if you didn't bang the other person, you know what that's like? That's like you get a base hit, but you fall down on the way to first base, and then the right fielder throws you out. Is it, Bill? Is that what it's like? I don't think it is.
All right, shitty neighbors. Shitty neighbors. Oh, jeez. Hey, Billy Big Screen, I'm reaching out to you as someone who has a bit of a neighbor problem and have a landlord problem. So a young couple moved into the apartment complex. Let me read that again. I'm reaching out to you as someone who's had a bit of a neighbor problem and a landlord problem. Oh, brother. Your landlord's not helping you with your neighbor, or they're both assholes in their own worlds? Oh, boy. Here we go. So a young couple moved into the apartment complex that my wife and I have lived at for 6 years, and they have a bit of a shitbox car collecting problem. Our lot has enough spots for 2 cars per room, 8 rooms in the complex, so that means there's 16 spots. Don't worry, Bill. I'm coming to you for advice. The least I can do is not make you do math. It's kind of scary how well you guys know me at this point. Anyways, it even says in the lease that you can only have 2, but the property has undergone new management, and the newbies aren't nearly as hands-on with the towing cars for being run-down pieces of shit. They had 3, and one of them was broken down for 3 months before I put a note on there asking if they can move it or fix it, to which they replied by putting 3 sheets of paper with red writing on them on the inside of their windshield. They read, "We live here, the car runs, mind your own business." Yes. The ignorant. Part of being ignorant is you have no empathy, which leads to anywhere from being an asshole to joining a hate group. Now I have walked past this car with these sheets of paper on the windshield for over 2 months and even asked the maintenance guy to help me out citing the lease. He basically told me that because of the toothless nature of the owners, his hands are tied. Now, as I'm writing to you, I found out this evening that these people went out and got a nice car and parked it in the lot also. I thought of a lot of things, including putting painter's tape on the hood in the shape of a dick with a note on it that says, "Next time it'll be spray paint. Move the fucking car." Oh, God. Oh, God. Now you live in that world? But I just can't do it. Yeah, don't do it. Do I find my zen and just deal with walking past all these fucking cars every morning with my tail between my legs? Or do I confront these people and hope for results? I'm not a confrontational person. Yeah, that's why you were going to, like, fuck with their car. That's what a non-confrontational person does. Dude, if you're not going to go over there and just beat the shit out of it, which you shouldn't do because you're either going to lose or you're going to get sued. Or you could lose and get sued. There's no winning. If you're a fully functioning adult, like, and you actually have done something with your life, you like, fighting is not an option past, like, high school. I'm not a confrontational person unless you have to, okay? But due to some events that have happened in my life over the past year, I'm worried that I'll start to see red if they don't agree with my request and say some stuff that I can't take back and will make seeing them in the future a bit awkward. Thanks for the help, Bill, and good job on the movie. I can't wait to see it. The way I see it, you got 3 options here. You just deal with it, you move, or save up money and buy a house. Those are your options. But if the landlord isn't going to do anything, I can tell you this. When you move out and the next people look at your place and they see 20 junkers or whatever sitting out there, that's going to fuck with their world. I guess you could also lawyer up and deal with that and just say it says here in the lease I have to deal with this. As long as the cars aren't in your way, you know, there's another thing. You could actually talk to him and just say, "Listen, I'm sorry. I was in a bad mood. I actually like the car," and just talk to him about cars and shit like that. And maybe you can just make friends with the person. But, or you can use it as motivation to get the fuck out of there and get something else going where people like that aren't in your life. But then what happens is you end up buying a house. If you buy a house, what I would suggest is do a number of drive-bys. Like if you look at it during the week or on a weekend, sometimes like they strategically show the house when whatever loud, annoying thing that might be happening isn't happening in like the neighborhood or whatever. And, I mean, I would be as bold. I wouldn't be as bold. I wish I was, to knock on the door of a neighbor and just be like, "Hey, how do you like the neighborhood? Is there anybody here that's just is the person on the other side a major pain in the ass? Blah, 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 blah." No. For all you know, you knock on the door, the pain in the ass. Yeah, I'm sorry you're going through that, dude. That's the fucking worst. But, I guess there's another thing. If the car runs, you could steal it. But everybody has cameras now. That's another reason. Yeah, don't get involved. Like, revenge is that's one of the darkest of all human emotions. And that's just not Even when somebody deserves it, I just avoid it I avoid it. I just like, all right, whatever. I'm just going to keep living my life, keep being successful at what I want to do, whatever the fuck that is.
Here's an email from a lady, which I love. We don't get to hear from the ladies.
Sometimes on Friday nights, I like to watch scary movies with my husband and kids. My husband always gets pissed off halfway through the movie about me being a horrible parent and ushers the children out of the room. These are thriller movies, not gore or extreme violence. Our boys are 7 and 11. They are well-adjusted, good boys. They are on the honor roll at school. We are involved parents and eat a family dinner together every night. All right, well, it looks like you're crushing it so far. We are not parents that expose them to everything and anything, but my issue is my husband lets them play Fortnite, Call of Duty, listen to Eminem, and all alternative rock music. They can't watch a thriller at that point. They even hear your podcast. I'm sick of being told I'm a bad parent. Well, first of all, if you're going to try to get your partner to hear what you're saying and how you feel, you can't say that they're a bad parent. Who the fuck's going to be listening after that? You're going to get offended, and you're going to get defensive, and then that's going to be the end of any sort of logical conversation, right? Anyways, he said, because I want to expose them to scary movies on occasion. It's something my sister and I always did growing up with my dad, and we were not messed up from it. My husband says that because I work with children as a school administrator, I should know not to expose their minds to this because it will fuck them up. And they're playing, I don't even know what Fortnite is, but I imagine that's one of those gun games. And they're listening to M&Ms in this fucking podcast. I wouldn't let my kid listen to this podcast. My husband says, blah, 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 blah. He will persevere on this topic until I want to punch him in the face. Instead, he ruins the movie, and the kids leave the room, and I go to bed. What are your thoughts on this? Am I a horrible mom? Keep in mind, if there's a sex scene, it's fast-forwarded. Thank you. He's a hypocrite. It's like he can expose him to fucked up shit because he's into that stuff. Fortnite, Call of Duty, listening to Eminem. I don't know what alt rock has to do with anything, but no, I think they'll be all right. You know, and I used to watch those fucking movies. I was fine. Like, I understand him not wanting them to watch those movies. I get that. But not if you're also letting them do the other stuff. So what I would try to do is just sit down and say, listen, I want to talk to you about this because we keep fighting about these movies. And this is a question. I don't want you to get upset. I'm just asking because I want to find a solution and not have a fight here. Why do you feel that thrillers movies are bad for them to watch, but it's not bad for them to play violent video games or listen to Eminem or the Monday Morning Podcast? And if he huffs and puffs and gets mad, then he's a fucking baby. And what you have to do then is keep your cool. And as he flips out, don't flip out. You have to remain calm. And just sit there and be like, you know, you got to be like Ben Kingsley in Sexy Beast. Like, why are you swearing? I'm not swearing. You stay in that fucking thing. Like, why are you raising your voice? I'm not raising your voice. I'm trying to find a solution here. And you're name calling and you're doing all of this stuff. Like, this isn't acceptable. Maybe, you know, when you calm down and you want to talk about this, all right, I am more than willing. If you can give me a logical reason, I'm more than willing to stop doing this. But if you can't give me a logical reason, I'm going to continue the tradition of watching the movies like I did with my dad, with my kids, and you're not going to come in and ruin them and tell me that I'm a horrible parent. Yeah, you know what? You need to put your foot down, sweetheart. Okay? Yeah, like that. I mean, as far from where I'm sitting, that guy doesn't have a fucking leg to stand on. I would think that sitting there watching some stupid thriller movie is not as bad as fucking playing a video game where you're shooting people, because I remember I used to play video games, right? And they were just taking up too much of my time, so I literally unplugged the fucking thing and stuck it in the back of the closet. And I unplugged all the wires because I knew I would never be able to figure it back out, how to do it. And I didn't keep the instruction booklet. And I never watched them again, right? Never played them again. But, like, I used to play this sniper game. And when you press down on this one button, it would have that, the Sniper X, and it would, like, focus in on somebody's head. And I played that game so much over the course of a week. I walked out into the streets of New York, and I was looking at people, and I was seeing that sniper thing on their fucking head. Now, I'm not a lunatic, so I didn't do anything, but it was just like, what the fuck is that? Like, I never watched a thriller movie, and then walked outside and thought about, stabbing somebody or shooting somebody. You know why? Because I think the fucking movie, you're not as connected to it, and it's over in like 90 minutes, where like you can spend a day playing a video game, just disappear down a rabbit hole. Yeah, all right. Well, granted, all I heard was your side of the story, but from what I'm hearing, I 100% think you're in the right. So good luck with that. Put your foot down. But I'm telling you, it seems like your husband is an emotional person. So when you get with somebody like that, it's up to you to drive the ship of emotion. You have to stay fucking calm. And if they're flipping out and you're not flipping out, then they just look like an idiot. I don't know. That's basically it. All right, plowing ahead here. Last one. Found out my sister has different dad. Need advice. Okay. Dear Billy Ballgag, I need your advice in a very difficult situation. I'm in my 30s and my sister is a year older than me. Our parents divorced when we were teenagers, and we have always been close. I get along very good with my dad, and I feel like I'm his little twin. My looks, personality, work ethic all resemble my father. Well, that's great. My sister looks nothing like him, but resembles my mom. I recently got too drunk with my dad, and his wife and he were complaining about my sister, always calling him, asking for money. He's always treated her strangely. Oh, my God. And recently admitted he's not my sister's father. What? And that my mother had an affair with his best friend. Holy shit. His friend he's talking about looks like my sister, and they share many personality traits. So your dad hung in there after that, after his best friend banged his fucking wife, and then raised the kid. Oh, my God. My sister doesn't know, but my mother admitted it, and I recently found a letter from the 1980s from my mother talking about the whole thing. Is it my place to tell her, or to talk to my parents and see if they feel like telling her? What the hell should I do? What would you do? I love your cartoon and the podcast. I've seen every episode. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Thank you very much. All that nice stuff. Yeah, I would talk to your mom. I'd talk to your mom, and I'd say she needs to know. All right? And then I would see what the fuck happened. And if she refuses to tell her, then I would talk to a professional, not some fucking shit joke telling comedian, because that's a tough one. I don't know what to tell you on that one, but my advice to you would be to talk to your mom and be like, look, all right, I was cool with, keeping the Santa Claus secret, but this is a different ball game, if you know what I mean. Yeah, that's what I would do. All right, that's kind of a bummer to end on. Should I buy my crush a Christmas present? No! Creepy. They don't know that you're crushing on them. All right. Hey, old Billy Freckles. Big fan of your show and a long-time listener. I have a little dilemma with the lady. I have a crush on a girl that I have known for 3 years now. She is a wonderful person, but we work together. I was thinking of giving her a Christmas present to show her that I'm into her. After #MeToo, I'm a little scared, as you should be. And I don't know what to get. Well, don't get her what that lunatic at the morning show would get those chicks. Merry Christmas. I was hoping you and the lovely Nia could give me some advice / suggestions. if it's a good idea, and if so, what would be a good gift? Oh, look it, come on.
It's time for advice.
Hey!
Your host, Billy Burr.
That's me.
And I'm ripping off this melody from somebody else.
All right. Let's see. What would I do? That's very different. Does she know on any level that you like her? You've been crushing on her for a while now. I think you just you gotta move your conversation past just being friends at work. You got to start. I don't know how this works in today's age. Day and age. I think you got to start hitting on her. You know. I know that there's a lot of hairy-legged women out there that resent that. You know. Maybe if they shaved their legs, it would happen more often, and they wouldn't be so upset about it. Oh my God, it's like so annoying when like a guy likes you. So fucking. That's not the kind of attention that we're talking about. Shut up. Oh God, that fucking bitch moaning and complaining. I want you initiated, but not initiated. I want you to be confident and strong, but I still want to feel safe and fucking in control. You want everything, right? Is that what you're fucking saying? You want the whole thing to go exactly how you want it to go, is basically what you're saying. This is how nuts women are. They routinely write articles, "Can women have it all?" That's how fucking nuts and selfish they are. No, you can't have it all. There's always a sacrifice that's made. Okay? How many fucking times do you dumb broads got to ask that fucking question? No, can I become a mom and it won't hurt my career? No. If you want to have a kid and you don't want to hurt your career, it's going to hurt you as a parent. You have to make fucking sacrifices. And so does the guy. Fucking dopes. Can we really have it all? I don't know, but God knows you're going to try. Should I buy my crush a Christmas present? I would not. I wouldn't. I would somehow get it. I don't know. It's been 3 fucking years at some point. You got to fucking tell her how you feel. And then ask her out, yeah. Because what you're going to do is if you ask her out and she says yes, and then you guys are dating this time next year, the level of Christmas present that you're going to have to buy because you already bought her a certain level present when you guys weren't even in a relationship, and she's going to be reading all these articles. Can women really have it all? Can I have 4 kids and also work 80 hours a week and everybody's happy? No, what a fucking dumb question. Yeah, that's what I would do. I think rather than buy her a gift, I think you need to verbally communicate on some level that you're interested in taking her out on a date. All right? Rather than coming out of nowhere with no conversation to that effect and just show up with like a clattering. I think that would be a little weird. All right, time for advice. Oh my God, time for advice. This person just did the layup. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to play it again.
It's time for advice.
I'm sorry.
With your host, Billy Burr.
It was a layup. Was I?
And I'm ripping off this melody from somebody else.
What was I supposed to do? All right. Hello, Billy, the sober dad. I love that title. I don't enjoy it at night, but I do love it. All right. I'm a big fan of yours from Portugal, and I need your advice. All right. Lisbon. Are you from Lisbon? I started college 2 years ago, and I'm not doing great. Well, guess what? I can relate. I used to be in the top of my class, and now I flunked a bunch of subjects. Well, I never did that. I sucked in high school and continued the tradition in college. I'm in college for mechanical engineering thanks to my love for physics and math. I started writing a book, and it's been hard to do both things and stay motivated for college. I'm also trying to convince my parents to buy me a drum kit since I can't afford it out of my own pocket. Better get your grades better before that, or get the drum kit before your grades come out. I want to learn the drums, write my book, and finish college. How do I find motivation and time for everything? Oh, look at this guy. He wants it all. Thanks for the podcast. You've cheered up my Mondays and Thursdays. You're a dear fan. I can't say the name. P.S. It's okay if you can't pronounce my name. Most Americans fail at that. Wow, Oliveira. That sounds like the wrestler that loses every week. Jose Estrada. Okay. All right, sir. Well, thank you so much for the kind words. It's cool that you want to learn drums. It's cool that you want to write a book, but your priority right now is finishing college. And if you're not going to drop out, you're just going to prolong this thing, which is going to get in the way of you eventually finishing your book and your drums. Your parents are probably helping you out with college. You just have to prioritize things. All right? The priority every day is you get your schoolwork done first. Okay? And then you figure out what's your priority, writing this book or drums. Okay? Then maybe writing the book is second in line, and then the drums is how you blow off steam. That is how I would do it. All right? I wouldn't try to convince my parents to buy me a drum kit either if I wasn't doing well in school. So I think you got that creative thing where you got a little bit of ADD, and you just need to, if you just let it ping pong in your head, you're still going to be confused. This is how it works for me. I have to make a list every day and just prioritize the things that need to be done, and I just knock them out. And having ADD is a great fucking thing. It gives you fucking energy, it just has you can do a lot of shit. All right, and a couple of adjustments, like a list, because then you can get all ADD or fucking OCD about the fucking list. And I like checking shit off because it makes me feel like I'm getting stuff done. So I would just prioritize your schoolwork. Get that done first. Get your grades up. Then I would write your book, and then I'd play your drums. That's how I would do it personally. And not to mention, you can also buy a pretty cheap drum kit. You could find a cheap one. Then your parents can't hold it over your head. That's my own advice, but it seems to me like I think you're going to do really well in life because you're not doing well in school and you're writing a book and you're also interested in music. It seems like you're going to have a very passionate, you're going to follow your passions in life, which is great. And the fact that you can actually handle, you love physics and math, but you can also write a book and you're into drums. You're a very well-rounded person. You just got to dial up the studying a little bit, and I think you should be fine. All right, buddy, good luck to you, and I hope you get that drum kit. All right, overrated, underrated. Underrated, being prepared, always having napkins and toilet paper / clothes in your car. Sorry, butchered the punchline there. Underrated, being prepared, always having napkins and toilet paper / clothes in your car. Wow. All right, I don't even want to know what that's about. Overrated, stockpiling guns and shit. You can only use one, right? I don't know. That's exactly what I thought. You got all of those fucking guns. You can only shoot 2 at a time. And how accurate is that? And then half of those guns, if you emptied the clip, you'd be deaf for the rest of your life. But the zombies would be dead. I don't know. I have a weird thing with guns. I absolutely fucking I like guns the way I like cars. I like the older ones. I like a Glock to me is just when they started rounding off every 4-door sedan. Let me see here. Classic guns. Classic firearms. Jesus Christ. First Tipsy L's, now classic firearms. Somebody's got to be concerned here. All right. I don't like the German Luger. I'm not into that thing. Just makes me think of evil shit. Yeah, I like a fucking revolver. Old school revolver, a 38 snub nose. I like all that shit I used to see in all the fucking cop shows. Whenever they had an evil person, they always had one of those Lugers. Wow, look at those fucking World War II rifles. All right, boyfriend hates my armpit hair. Well, yeah. All right, hi, Bill.
Would you like it if he started to have tits? I mean, that's just how it is in the West. You're not supposed to have having armpit hair was something that is just it's not mainstream. You're going a little punk rock here. I remember when they did the German version of 99 Luftballons, and when she put her hands, and she put her arms up, we all went, ah! All right. Hi, Bill. Love your podcast. My boyfriend and I listen to it together, and I'm sure he'll be thrilled if this makes it on despite the topic. He doesn't like that I don't shave my armpit hair constantly comments on it. To clear a couple things up, I'm not doing it because I identify as a hippie or I'm taking a counterculture stance. I just never liked shaving in general. Oh, so you're like a bum. At least if you were attached to some ideology, I would get it. How come guys don't have to do it, but we have to? I get that. How would you like if you just sat around fucking all unshaven, looking like fucking Bluto on Popeye? Listen, this is what I think, all right? I think if, the person you're banging is turned off by something, you should make a fucking effort. All right, obviously, if they go, your tit's too small, you tell them to go fuck themselves, okay? You need a nose job, tell them to go fuck themselves. But, if I was doing something or, whatever the fuck I was doing, the person I was with saying, hey, that kind of turns me off, I'd be like, I got it. Shaving my armpit hair, whatever the fuck I got to do. Anyway, he says it's weird and he notices it often when I wear a sleeveless shirt and we're around people. Yeah, you're wearing a sleeveless shirt. You're being a douche. You know he doesn't like it, and then you're flaunting it. You're fucking you're like fucking making him look like a jerk. I don't see why it matters. Most guys have hair there. Why can't I? You passive-aggressive little so-and-so. There's your ideology right there. Just come out and say it. I have good hygiene. I don't smell. Well, listen, first of all, you're saying all of this. All right? Good hygiene and you don't smell. You don't make that decision. The people around you tell you that. How the fuck would you know if you don't smell? You're in the eye of the fucking hurricane. Anyways, and it doesn't affect anyone other than their supposedly emotional reactions. Doesn't affect anyone other than their supposedly emotional reactions to body hair. To me, it seems to bother him because it goes against what he saw growing up, since most women in the U.S. chose to shave. Listen, you are 100% doing the feminist thing here. Most guys have hair there. Why can't I? And you're just reacting this way because Western society has told you this. So don't say that you're not. You're doing this for feminist fucking reasons. I'm not saying you're a hardcore feminist. I'm not saying you're a douche. I'm not saying you're wrong. But you are doing this for a fucking reason. My question is why do most men find this to be weird or even repulsive? Thanks for reading. If you read it, that's it. Go fuck yourself. I would say the same reason why most women find man tits repulsive. It's like, why can't I have tits? You have tits. There's just certain things that are, this is what I'll try to do this as nicely as possible. The error in progressive thought is they had this thing is like, what is normal? There is no normal. It's like, yeah, there is a normal. And all of these super progressive people also have a normal. Or else you would walk around and you would never be uncomfortable. If I walk down my driveway and I see a fucking bear in my driveway, that's not normal. But I could argue it is normal. I'm outside. Bears live outside. I'm not used to seeing a bear in my fucking driveway. Now, if I get uncomfortable, does that mean I fucking hate bears? Sweetheart, you got a fucking goddamn den of bears under your fucking armpits. You're freaking them out. Listen, it's all how you grew up, okay? If you grew up and women had hair under their arms, no, it wouldn't bug you. But we didn't, so it becomes weird. There's societies and there's like things where guys walk down the street holding their hands. We don't do that here. I could never do that with another one of my guy friends. I didn't know what the I don't even know what would happen to our friendship. We can never talk to each other again. All right, but here's the deal. As much as you're probably judging me now, if it was reversed and it was another country of doing it, progressive people would be like, well, you have to respect their culture. So here's the thing. You can have hair under your fucking arms. You have every right to have hair under your arms, and he has every right to be fucking grossed out by it. And I think he's being a great fucking guy tolerating it. Yes, tolerating it. He's putting up with this thing. And that's what you do in a relationship. You tolerate, if you really like somebody, is you put up with their bullshit. And your bullshit is, you got Kevin McHale's fucking armpit hair. There's nothing wrong for a guy to be repulsed by armpit hair any more than if a woman is repulsed by something that a guy does. You can't help how you're fucking wired. And this whole fucking thing, they've been doing this thing where like, well, what is beauty? What is, it's like Madison Avenue has been the people telling us what beauty is. Shut the fuck up. You know what a good-looking person looks like, and you know what a fucking fucked up-looking person looks like. Okay? Because that whole fucking shit that feminists argue about beauty, notice they don't really argue it for men. They only argue it for women. Okay? They want to eat cookies and fucking be on billboards. That's what they want to do. They want to be just in the fucking express lane their whole life and fucking not have to do anything. And then meanwhile, we have to continue to do all of our shit. You know what I mean? I mean, did you ever see like, I don't know, is there any sort of male movement out there to be like going like, what is with all of these fucking things on TV about, what's wrong with an older man not being able to get his dick hard anymore? I mean, everything on there is you got to have abs, your dick's got to be fucking saluting the flag, and you got to have a fucking lion's mane of hair. Every fucking thing on there has it. Who gives a shit? It is what it is. So here's the deal. Your boyfriend hates your armpit hair. I got to be honest with you. If my wife had a problem with something that I could correct physically without any sort of major surgery, I would do it for her. I wouldn't have a fucking problem with it. I mean, I don't think it's that big of a fucking deal. I don't even think you have to be a jerk about it. I don't think you even have to shave your fucking armpits. You don't have to be. But two things you need to do. You need to own up to the fact that you're doing it for a fucking reason. If you were honest with him then he could have an honest conversation with you, because you're trying to act like I'm just, I'm not being like a hippie or a counterculture person. You are, which is totally fine. I'll be honest with you. I will say this. It's not as gross to me as it used to be. It's a little more mainstream, I would say. But like, I'll tell you something that I never the completely shaved fucking beaver. It's just like, I'm trying to be with a woman here. Fucking that has always fucking creeped me out. Just creeps me out. All right. Fucking creeps me out. So I don't know. And did I ever say, I don't think I ever said anything. I passively aggressive. What do you think? I'd be like, yeah, it's pretty intense. So, like, yeah, I mean, I like being in the crowd. I don't need to be that far backstage. All right, underrated. Small town stories. Hey, Billy Crimson Crotch. I like that one. Roll Tide. Have you seen the new documentary movie Tread yet on Netflix? It's awesome. It's about an old school welder that lives in a small town in Colorado called Granby in the 1990s and early 2000s. He opened a welding shop in town and pretty much welded everything for everybody. Anyway, I'm definitely going to watch this because I'm fascinated with welding. He got caught up in some drama with the old boys club of small town politics, and his neighbor and town board turned against him, stating and started fucking with his shop and way of life. I don't know. You're going to ruin it here. I'm not going to read anything else. I'm going to read this shit. Tread, Tread, on Netflix. I believe I will be watching that tonight. I mean, how do you not watch a documentary on welding? How do you not? Well, easily. You get involved in all these playoffs. Well, guess what I have time for? I have time right now to watch the end of the St. Louis Blues game, and then I'm going to watch the fucking I'm going to watch the Toronto Maple Leafs. I have to root for them, but I also love the Columbus Blue Jackets. I really like both of those teams, but, Toronto has been waiting forever, so I don't know. We shall see what happens. Anyway, that is the podcast, everybody. You and your armpit hair or your lack of armpit hair, have a great fucking time. What a fucking... I hate passive-aggressive shit, okay? What? I'm not doing it because of this. And then you say why you're doing it, and then you're wearing tank tops out in front of his friends, okay? You know what you're doing. You're putting your statement out there, and then you're trying to get, well, what if I don't shave my armpits? Would you have a problem with that? You're just starting shit. You know what you're doing, all right? You're just not as good at it as you think you are.
I haven't even read this yet, but this already seems like gold. This is the in the subject line of this email. It says, I think the guy I'm dating is a pussy. Hello, Bill. I am a 21-year-old student. I began listening to your podcast recently, and I heard you complaining about how women have not written in a while. And being a woman myself, decided to do so and ask you for advice. Well, God bless you. I live at home with my mom and go to college. I recently found a very nice guy there at college and was really into him. But then I started suspecting something strange. I started suspecting that maybe he was a pussy. At first, I thought it was pretty harmless. But then one night, we had a house party and everyone was pretty drunk. And a friend of mine, who I haven't seen in a while, was there. And when everyone was way, way, way past drunk, she tried to get into a fight with me and eventually pushed me down the wall, then stole my iPhone. And he was there and did nothing. Jesus Christ. I was so scared that I called my ex to come get me, and he did. Wow. You think you're dating a pussy? I mean, that right there. Gee. And he just stood there and let this other guy who used to hook up with you come in riding in on his white horse? Anyways, my ex was more of a man than the guy I was dating. Now, even though the guy I'm dating was drunk, I felt like he should have protected me or done something, anything. He did nothing. And later he even confessed to me that he was scared of my drunk friend and even scared of me. What the fuck, right? Even though he says this will never happen again, I have enough knowledge to know that people do not usually change like that. You know, that's a really wise... You're really wise for your age. At 21, if you're already not buying into the I'm going to change, that's you're wise beyond your years. You know? They say that your psychological makeup is done by the time you're 3. So if you see some little toddler standing there while somebody's taking his blocks, that kid's going to be a pussy. Anyway, so should I be upset or give him another chance? Is this a deal breaker? Is there no way to change a guy from a pussy to a real man? Should I just break things off with him? And if so, should I remain friends with him? Thanks, Bill, and I hope you read this. I love you and Nia. Oh, that's nice. All right. This is the deal. You asking a question. Is there no way to change a guy from a pussy to a real man? No, I don't think... I think that happens. I think it happens way more in movies where somebody has a life-changing moment. And then they just decide, I'm not going to take shit anymore. But even then, that just begins the journey of not being a pussy. You don't just say, I'm not going to be a pussy, and then bam, you're not a pussy anymore. You got to work your way up. It's like if you were 100 pounds overweight and you're like, I'm done. I'm not eating fucking ice cream anymore. The next day, you don't have a six-pack. You know? Takes a fucking year or something. You really got to turn it around. So, I don't know. What are you looking for in a guy? I mean, I think the fact that you're writing me and you're saying, I think the guy I'm dating is a pussy, I mean, that actually hurts me on some level.
just because I insert myself into this story and the person I'm dating would be calling me a pussy. Or it could be the ex, I guess. I don't know. This isn't about me. This is about you. Come on, Bill. Stop being selfish. All right. I think you've totally lost respect for this guy. And if you don't respect the person you're with, eventually you're going to blow somebody else, you know, if you don't break up with this guy. That's what I'm predicting. If you don't break up with this guy, you're just going to cheat on him just to facilitate getting out of the relationship because, you know, to get to that LL Cool J moment where you can just be fucking honest. But I don't think you like that. There's something about you knowing that people don't change at your age and the fact that you like, you know, this guy's a pussy. He's not sticking up for me. And the fact that he didn't stick up for you and then you took charge and say, well, I'm going to fucking call somebody who will. I mean, technically, you should have fucked your ex-boyfriend that night and he shouldn't have been mad. He should have been like, and he probably wouldn't have been because he's a pussy. Yeah, you know, I understand. I mean, you know, when you needed a big swinging dick, I mean, God knows it wasn't me. So, yeah. I think if you don't break up with this guy, you're actually fighting nature. All right? And you guys are wired to I know, you guys aren't wired to just have kids with pussies. You know what I mean? You want a strong son, right? You don't want that pussy DNA in your kid, right? Oh, that's going to kill you. Imagine that. You have a kid with this guy, and you want this kid to be like your ex-boyfriend, and it comes out and it's like this fucking little wormy worm guy. It'll be awful. Walking down the aisle to marry this guy with that sheepish, I don't deserve you. I can't. You don't want that. You want this guy to be the man standing down there in a white tuxedo like fucking Roger Moore and James Bond. I think. Look, I don't know if this just happened and you're really upset. So, you know, and in 3 days you're not going to care and you're going to go back to having a picnic with this guy. Because for all I know, your ex who came coming back, maybe you broke up with him because he cheated on you. Maybe he was too much of a guy, if you know what I mean. So then you said, well, all right, this next time I'm dating a nice guy. So now you dated a nice guy. The thing about is sometimes you date a nice guy, they can be so nice that they're pussies. All right? And look, I'm not sitting here acting like, you know, if I'm out with my girl and some fucking 200-pound, 300-pound, jacked fucking 25-year-old comes up and starts doing shit, then I'm going to start swinging because I'm not. I'm not getting my fucking head kicked in just for the fuck of it. No. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not like just, you know, straight across the board as a guy, you have to fucking go and get your goddamn head kicked in. But this was a fucking woman. This was a lady. I mean, Jesus. It is a weird situation in defense of him where how do you get the fucking iPhone back? You start wrestling with her, and now you're kind of fucking throwing a girl around. So you're looking at that possible assault charge because God knows that's how the world works right now. Your Honor, I was trying to steal a phone, and this guy assaulted me. And you're going to be sitting there going, she was stealing a phone, and they're not going to be able to get past, you're a guy and she's a girl. But, you know, he should have just held her by the back of her pants so she couldn't leave and just stayed out of reach of her swinging. That's what you do if you're in that situation as a guy. You just reach down, you grab them by the back of their pants, and you just start running in a circle until cops get there. So they can't swing at you. They're running backwards. I mean, I don't know what you got to fucking do something. And he didn't do anything. That's the big thing. If you told me that this was some giant guy who could kick the shit out of him, I wouldn't say that the guy's a pussy. You know what I mean? I mean, what is the point of going in and getting a concussion, getting your tooth driven up through your fucking nose? The guy's still going to leave with your phone. You know, that's that old Richard Pryor bit. Macho man, I'll take that knife and stick it up your ass. Macho man. It's like, no, you're going to get the shit kicked out of you. But this was a woman. All right, Bill, for fuck's sakes, quit your goddamn rambling. Wrap it up. I think you know what you want to do and you should do it. You are dating a pussy. The fact that when he was sober, he said that he was scared of her and of you. He seems like he's a little verklempt. And I just can't imagine, this is going to be a stereotype, but a guy like that actually putting it on you in the bedroom. I really don't. He probably stares at you in the eye. Am I hurting you? Is everything okay? God, you're so beautiful. I mean, come on. Right? Flip her over, mush her face in the pillows. She says, in P.S., don't worry. That cunt I used to call a friend who pushed me and took my phone is no longer in my life. Did you get your phone back? Well, what happened with you guys? Now, wait a minute. Can I hear the follow-up here? There's so many different ways that this could be going. Was that like a girl, like when you thought that maybe you were swinging another way, and all of a sudden you broke up with her, and probably not. It's just my own Red Shoe Diary kind of fucking thing.
Hey, Bill, my boys and I are super huge fans. I've been a fan for many years. We enjoy watching your specials and listening to your podcast. I'm a single mom with a son who's 14 and another that is 11. I'm going through this teen segment of parenting all on my own, and I am curious on what advice you may have for my boys. What are some things you think are essential for a boy to grasp at this age? Any wisdom you could share with them would be awesome. We would really appreciate your thoughts. Thank you for all the love. Thank you for all the laughter you bring. And please tell Nia I love her, and hearing your daughter always makes me smile. All right. Well, you know something? This is something I was talking to somebody the other day about what they should teach people in school. I'm at that age. Oh, by the way, everybody.
It's time for advice.
Hey!
Your host, Billy Burr.
That's me.
And I'm ripping off this melody
From somebody else. All right. This is the advice I would give. All right. If you have a crush, if they have a crush on a girl, right? Just walk up and say hello. Tell her that you like her and see if she'll go out with you. Simple as that. Get over that fear. All right? Because here's the thing. It's always embarrassing the first time you do it if they're not doing it yet. It's always fucking embarrassing. But once you do it, it's like doing that first open mic. The first time you bomb, you survive it. And then somewhere along the line, you learn to find the humor in bombing. And if you can do that, you'll never be afraid to ask for what you want in life. So right now, the chicks you want to bomb with are the ones when you're 11 and 14, because that's just puppy love. But someday when the girl of your dream comes along, you want to have the confidence to walk up and say hello so you get what you want in life. The most important thing ever. Finding the person you're supposed to spend your life with so you can be happy. All right? Secondly, you got to teach somebody how to break up with somebody. Very simple, but they never teach you. You just tell the person, just say, hey, listen, we need to talk. They sit down, what's up? Just say, listen, I think you're a great person, but, you know, I'm not happy. You know, and as much as I like you and everything, I just, there isn't that thing that's making me feel like this is a lifetime love. I have love for you, but I don't have full lifetime love for you. Something like that. And there's nothing anybody can say to that shit. And then just don't get fucking roped back into it. And then they're going to cry, and they're going to go through all of that shit, and there's no reason to be mean or anything like that. And just sit there, hug them, be nice about it. And you can just say, listen, I don't want to waste any more of your time or my time. We should both go out and find the people that we're supposed to be with. And as much as this hurts you right now, someday you're going to find that guy that wants to love you for the rest of your life. Okay? And you'll be very thankful that I set you free to go find him. Something like that. That last line might have been a little corny, but you got to teach them that. All right? Next, teach them about money. All right? They're going to be getting to the point
soon where they're going to be going off to college, believe it or not, in the next 5 years for that kid who's 14. And then they're going to give him a fucking credit card. And they're going to get in all of this. And the fucking bankers, what they want to do is get you fucking in so much goddamn debt before you even realize what the fuck happens. You're running on the wheel for the rest of your life. And maybe in your 60s, you come out of it. All right? I would show them the Goodfellas scene after they knock off that fucking, the Lufthansa heist. When Robert De Niro, don't buy anything. Don't buy anything. If I can give you any fucking advice, now that I'm cleaning out my garage and looking at all the fucking shit I saved over the years, don't buy anything. Don't collect anything. Don't get involved in that shit. Live a very sparsely furnished fucking life. Do not give in to fucking consumerism. All right? Live well within your means. Okay? Always have enough money that if you're not liking a job, you have the time to be like, fuck you, I'm out of here, and find something else. If you suddenly get laid off, if there's a fucking pandemic, you can survive. All right? Do not get involved in living week to fucking week. Less is more. Less is more. Less is more. And then as far as all the kids that you go to school with, whatever they think about you, none of it matters. Because in the next 5 years, you're going to graduate and you're never going to see 99% of them ever again. Even with fucking social media, you're never going to see them again. So you have to listen to your voice and what the fuck you want to do in life, and you follow that. Okay? And know that when you set off to make a dream happen, that when you tell people that that's what you're doing, the bigger the dream, the more negative feedback you're going to get. And you have to understand, as Tom Papa told me, that whenever he made a big decision in life, he realized that, you know, so much of people's reactions to what he was doing had nothing to do with him. It was them working out their own bullshit. All right? And then just be a good shit. Don't fuck people over. Try not to hurt anybody. You're a human being. You'll make mistakes. You will. Just try to own up to them and try not to repeat your mistakes. And other than that, you know, be forgiving yourself and try not to be a cunt. There you go. All right. Wife's weird sex store purchase. Oh, geez. Here we go. Wife's weird. Dear Bill, me and my wife have been married for 2 months, and she has been less involved and willing to have sex. All right. Right there. And she got a weird sex store purchase. I don't even need to read the rest of this. Sir, have it annulled. Anyways, he goes, I thought the honeymoon phase was just ending and started to adapt. It's been 2 weeks since we last had sex, and Friday, while taking out the garbage, I found a bag to the local sex shop. Okay, that's it. I don't need to read anymore. Just get it annulled. Go your separate way. I didn't know what she bought, and since we haven't been having sex, it was a puzzler. Okay, that's it. Dude, this whole fucking thing, it's over. I then started snooping. Okay, that's it. While she was at work and found a dildo in the closet. I know women have them, but this one wasn't your usual dildo. Okay, that's it. Wrap, nothing to see here. Dude, this has more red flags than the fucking opening ceremony of China at the Olympics. Okay, it wasn't your usual dildo. Jumping back in. We're losing a lot of tiles. I think we're going to burn up here in fucking re-entry. It was the shape of an animal's penis. All righty. See you later there, lady. It was a fun 2 months. I'm not even, you can keep everything. I'm just going to take my t-shirts and my shoes and a pair of pants. It was close to a foot long and weirdly shaped. Wait a minute. They don't make animal dildos. What does an animal penis even look like?
I don't even. I've seen an elephant fuck. It was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. Seen dogs bang. Anyways, it was close to a foot long and weirdly shaped. I have kept quiet, but I really want to confront her, but don't know how to do it without hurting her feelings or opening a crazy can of worms. Please help, Bill. All right, dude. You know, you need, if you're not just going to walk, you really need professional help on this one. All right? I mean, I don't know. What do you do? Do you take the thing out of the trash and then just leave it on the fucking coffee table? And then she walks in and you're just pacing. Hey, honey, how was your day? And you just fucking, what's this? I just found this in the fucking trash. Huh? Which orifice were you shoving this in? I mean, there's no fucking way to, how do you even bring that up? Listen, dude, I'm going to tell you this right now. Your wife has a huge dildo. Now, your wife has a huge skeleton. Something. There's something gigantic going on. Oh, God, got to stop saying gigantic and huge. She's got a big secret. Bigger than that fucking giraffe dildo you found in the fucking garbage. You're 2 months in, dude, and you're already not getting... Sex is already a fucking issue. All right? Now, it sounds like you really love this woman, the fact that you're actually still willing to work this out. But as an outsider, with no feelings, no heart, no broken heart on the line here, you know, I think you just got to walk. No, you know what? What would I say? I would just say, I'm literally sitting here right now, guys, and I'm rubbing my eyes. You know when you do that with one hand? You know that move? I'm doing that right now, trying to think of how do I bring this up? I would take the fucking hippo cock and I would put it in one of those big brown bags, if it can fit, from Macy's. Whatever you got to do. Maybe like one of those, you know, when they plastic wrap like a Christmas tree. I would find one of those bags, and I'd stick it in that. And I would just say, honey, I need to talk to you about something. All right? And I would sit her down. Dude, fuck this and fuck her fucking feelings. All right. See, I had to get past the shock here. All right? Just sit her down and say, listen, I'm not judging you. I just need some honesty here, because this is a gigantic, huge fucking gorilla dick that I found in the trash. Okay? You haven't been having sex with me. What is going on? Just tell me what is going on. I'm not going to tell anybody about this other than this podcast. I'm not going to judge you. Just level with me. Is this why you wanted to go to the zoo the other day? No. You got to get it out there, dude. You got to get it out there, and you have to hear her fucking story. And you have to be supportive, both for her feelings and for you, for the fact that you deserve to know the fucking truth about this before you spend the rest of your life with somebody who's going to bang you once every 2 months while secretly wanting to fuck a tiger. Or whatever, a fucking grizzly bear. Dude, they don't make animal dildos. And I swear to God, you fucking assholes, if there is a website, don't send me the link, because I'm not looking at it. I don't need that on my hard drive. I'm not looking at it. Dude, you have to sit her down. Okay? And you have to you got to bring in that zebra dick. You just have, you have to do it. You got to do it. You got to do it. You owe it to yourself. All right? And as much as it's going to be embarrassing for her and everything, it's going to help her out. Because I bet that there's a part of her that she doesn't like herself. That she's sneaking around and starting to live this lie and all, or whatever the fuck is going on. I don't know.
I would also maybe bring it to the sex store and ask somebody what this is before, like, you make a complete ass of yourself. Because God knows, what if it's something else? What if it's like a fucking, like those wood things that's on an old staircase?
My family loves reminding me that I'm broke. Jesus Christ. Dear Billy Basketball Ref, I'm a 25-year-old man in my last year at university. I work full-time, late nights, 6 days a week at a mutual labor job because I can't work a 9-to-5 office job with school. I've been making the shit money at a shit job for my entire adult life because I bought into this idea of grinding hard until I one day graduate and get a cushy job and can finally afford a home and a life. First of all, you're only 25. You're talking like you're fucking 55. My family only checks in on me once in a while to remind me that I'm poor. My sister just texted me to show off her new gold-plated, diamond-encrusted, shiny white Land Rover from the future that she got for her birthday and from her husband because the Audi SUV wasn't enough and it was starting to get old. That was in quotes. I drive a clapped-out Jetta. I don't know what clapped out means, but with this description, that means you're driving a shitbox. With busted headlights and a cracked bumper because I can't afford to fix it. My big birthday gift is 2 tickets I bought myself to go see some stand-up with a friend. My sister didn't even go to college. She just married a guy with money, and I feel like she has no idea how hard I work to just get by on my lower-class lifestyle. As you may know, rent is going crazy lately, and I was priced out of my one-bedroom apartment and forced to move into an old house on the outskirts of town with some work friends. My parents heard about my move, and rather than supporting my hard decision to relocate, all they wanted to tell me was how I chose a bad neighborhood, like I'm in some idiot, like as if I'm choosing to live in the ghetto and I don't know any better. I lived in this city all through college. I'm keenly aware of what I can't afford and where. I'm not saying my family owes me anything, but shit, is at least a little moral support too much to ask? Sometimes it is. Just because they're your family doesn't mean they're cool. And that's one of the weirdest things when you have to cut out people that are actually in your family. You can't always 100% do it because you are related to them or whatever, but maybe you can just put your sister on mute a little bit. Anyway, maybe don't rub it in when you buy a 6-figure SUV with the seat warmers and dick massagers. I don't know. I know if anyone knows the feeling of being broke, it's a career comedian. So, as to someone who I'm sure has been there before, how do you respond to these family members? You don't. You don't. If you truly think that your sister's doing that to rub it in your face, and she's not just clueless or whatever, then, that's just something you have to, deal with. That's a really weird thing when there's a sibling or a parent or something like that that is in your life that, the deal where if you're like, if you weren't related to me, I would have cut you out of my life 20 years ago. That fucking situation. That's a tough thing to be in. Because everyone's like, oh, you got to hang in there because they're going to die someday and you're going to regret it. It's just like, what am I missing out on? What you really regret is that your sister isn't loving and caring or understanding. Or your parents are, but there's nothing you can do about it. Anyways, he says, how do I go home from my job at 2 a.m. and not feel like an absolute loser night after night, knowing no one else in my circle had to do any of this? Quote, act like you've been there before. Thanks for all the awesome free content and all the laughs. Hope you come to my state soon. Love the Red Rock special, by the way. Thank you. I don't know. You know what? I can't tell you. I haven't gone through years like that. Like, I remember when I was driving a shitbox, and rather than trading it in, I just had a guy put a new engine in the thing. And I just remember the woman that I work with, didn't even understand it because they all had, car notes and stuff. And I knew I wanted to be a comedian. I had to keep my expenses down. And I told her, she goes, so you're going to get a new car? I said, you know what? I decided to put a new engine in my truck instead. She just made this face and she just goes, that was stupid. And I remember being annoyed, and then after, years later thinking back, going it wasn't because back then, I did this in the 90s. I mean, and the guy even fucked me over, and it only cost me a couple of grand, as opposed to buying a new car at the time. It which even like a shit one was like 12 grand. So, I mean, it was a way smarter move. And then also what I liked was my truck was starting to rust out, so I had this new engine in it, so I could park it anywhere, and nobody fucking knew that I had this brand new fucking engine in it. So it was sort of a sleeper. So what I would do with your sister, oh, that's awesome. Congratulations on your Land Rover. And just stop expecting her to understand what it is that you're going through, and don't expect your parents. I would just go humor. You know, like when your parents are like, well, that's a bad neighborhood. And just be like, yeah, I know. I like living on the edge. That's how I am. You know, I'm a risk taker. And then I would just block them out, and I would just continue doing what it is that you're doing. So I think you do. It sounds like you need some sort of direction, because if your end result is you just want to get a cushy job where you're making money, I'm just speaking myself personally, that if I had a cushy job where I was making a bunch of fucking money that I didn't love, eventually I would be bored shitless. So I would try to find a job that you love where you can make enough money to live your life. And like, look, you know, I would be honest with you. I would just keep doing what you're doing. You don't need people like that in your life, in your day-to-day. They're family, so you have to tolerate them. And I would just concentrate on trying to find a person to share your life with that you truly love and that isn't like those people. But maybe if you had time, talk to somebody too, so you don't repeat it, and marry somebody like your mom or your sister, if they're the way you're saying it they are, you know. I don't know. It's a lot of shit, buddy. It's a lot of stuff you're going through. I have empathy for you, but you're only 25 years old. I mean, when I was 25, I was still living at home with a fucking rusted out car with a new engine in it. Driving to the second to last exit on the Mass Pike for no money. I don't even think I had those gigs yet. I was doing open mics. I had 5 minutes of material. And I won this comedy competition called the WBCN Comedy Riot. I won the last year that they had it in 1993 at the old Stitches Comedy Club. And that's where I was at. And I still didn't get really any paid work until the next year in 94. And, then, I don't know. I just started making some money in comedy. I was making money at my day job. I could have quit my day job. I didn't. I kept working there, and I would do shows at night. And I just started banking the money and paying off all my credit cards and my fucking student loans. So when I moved down to New York, I had like a nest egg or whatever, and ended up trying to change the fuel filter, and I got impatient, and I snapped it off, and I brought it over to this guy, and I told him what I did, and he wasn't really listening, and I actually had the fuel filter snapped off in the driver's seat, and one of his other mechanics went in to start it up, and gas went over the engine, had a giant fucking electrical fire. And then I remember he fucking yelled at me. And I'm like, dude, I told you what happened. And he's like, I'm so fucking sick of you guys trying to do the job and you fuck it up and then you bring it down, admit all this type of shit. And I went down there. I remember he tried to say there was no charge. And I said, no, I'm going to pay for it. And he gave me that sly look because my dad told me, he said, make sure you pay for it so there's a record that you were down there. He doesn't want you to pay for it. And I never fucking, I never charged them, and I didn't have the money to get the electrical fixed, and I kept fucking driving the car, and one day it burned down. That's basically what happened. And it ended up being a good thing because, like, a month later, I moved to New York, and I didn't have to deal with the car. And having a car when you live in New York City is like having a kid that never grows up, and there's people, back then were vandalizing it and all of that shit. So it ended up being, like, a good thing. But, look, yeah, just keep your fucking head up. You're only 25 years old, and all of this struggling that you're doing is going to build character, and you won't have fears in life because you've been where you've been. Your sister someday, if the rich guy she's with goes fucking belly up, she's not going to know how to survive. Not that I'm wishing that on her.
What you got to do is you got to take the feeling, you got to push it down in you, you got to bury it, all right? And then you let it out slowly after 6 drinks onto unsuspecting strangers. That's how you do it. No, that's not what you do. What you do is reality. What you should do after being dumped is what you should do, what Chris Bosh did after they lost the championship that year. I think it was to the Mavericks. And he just dropped to the floor and he cried it out of himself. And everybody made fun of that guy. Do you realize how much more healthier men would be if we could actually do that? It would be absolutely horrific for women to see. And as much as they say they want to see it, they don't want to see it. You know what I mean? That's like the male equivalent of watching your wife change tire. You don't want to see that. Just seeing her out there jacking up the car and maybe making a strong throw from third base. That's just some things that men and women, you think you want to see it, you don't want to see it. What if she grunt a little bit when she just fucking threw a laser, right? Ball takes a funny hop and she's still able to fucking You don't want to see it. Not saying it's wrong. But there's just certain things. It's just, dries them up and sends us fucking, pitching to the right or the left there. Old fucking Stan is down for the count, if you know what I mean. All right, dear Billy Boy. I actually should say yawing to the left. I'm going to go aviation here. I am a 28-year-old dude. The beginning of the year was life kicking me in the nuts. My girlfriend, been together for 10 years, left me for some rich older fuck. Oh, man. Well, if you want to feel better about yourself, just listen to the Eagles' Lying Eyes. Because that's what the fuck she just walked into. Unless he's only a few years older. But if he's a lot older, I mean, what the fuck? Come on, man. What kind of young woman wants some guy's dick coming at him with their fucking salt and pepper pubes? I mean, that's no woman lays in bed dreaming about that. I can tell you that right now. All right, needles, needless to say. You wrote needles. Needless to say, but I will. It got me absolutely heartbroken, depressed as fuck, feeling that I lost all my goals in life. Had to leave our apartment, which I renovated for us to finally be our no place like home place. Had to move for a while back in with my parents. That's always a hard time. Started hating my job. Yeah, dude, that's also... Dude, what you got going on here is you have a new beginning. All right? You got to understand, the kind of person that would leave you to go get with some rich older guy. I mean, I don't know anything about your relationship. I mean, it seems like you had a job, you renovated the apartment, you do seem like a motivated guy. It'd be one thing if you're sitting around on your ass. Look, if you're sitting around on your ass, you're not doing anything, you cannot expect a woman to stay with you. You're fucking useless. As a man, if you're not providing, what are you doing? You're just a big kid. They don't need that. You're 180 pounds of fucking excess weight just dragging them down to the ground. They got one life. They're going to go fucking live it. So, but you have a job. You renovated the place. You sound like a good guy. Granted, you're writing the email. Here we go. If it wasn't for the best friends in the fucking world, I don't know what I'd do. So it's been like 8 months. Got my shit together. Lost weight. Started learning a new language. Here you go. Started studying, giving lectures in clubs, and banging a hot, smart 22-year-old girl. And that banging is the shit, he's saying here. Look at this guy. Turned his life around. You know, and I can tell you all your friends wish that they got dumped at this point, seeing you all of a sudden walking around like you're the new Johnny Bravo there. But the shitty thoughts about the ex still stir in my head. Well, it's natural, man. You were together for 10 years. 8 months later, one 22-year-old in a new fucking language. You're normal. That's normal. He goes, I feel bad because all that crap lands on this new girl. Oh, dude, that's the first wrong thing you've done. 10 years of sharing experience is kind of hard to forget, and it always pops up. I'm smart and sensitive enough to know what I'm doing is wrong. Well, there you go. Look at this. You're an evolved guy. He says, although something inside says, dude, the fuck is wrong with you? You should never say that to her. Never compare her to the ex. Yeah, don't do that. Never demand something she can't deliver, but somehow I still do it to the new girl, and it hurts her. How do I get to stop being a douche to this chick? Well, step one is you're admitting it. And how about this? There's a huge difference between 22 and 28 in a level of maturity. 32 to 38, there's not that much different. But 22 to 28, you basically go from being a kid to being an adult. Even though legally you're considered an adult, that's a huge difference, I mean, if you're 28 years old, you go out on a date with somebody and you go, what's your major?
That should be the beginning of when it starts feeling creepy. You know, I don't know. I always did. I was just kind of like, oh my God, this person's still in fucking college. You have a teacher in a semester. You know, what the fuck? I mean, you can't even relate to it. So how do you stop being a douche to this chick? I would actually sit down with her first off, and I would apologize for doing it. That's the first thing you need to do. And get it out in the open and just say that, you know, I'm going to really work hard to not do it. And please call me out when I'm doing it. And I'm going to do my best to immediately stop it. Just know that I'm coming down from a 10-year dump here. And it's going to take me a little bit. So if you can be patient with me. But the last thing I want to do is hurt you. And this is not fair to you. That's the first thing I would do. Yeah, I would get her flowers and I would totally fucking apologize. And be on my fucking best behavior, you know, for a while, man. Because it's really a horrible thing to do, to take out your life on somebody else, take out your childhood and other people, which I did for fucking like 15 years. You know, it's bad. Remember that? What was that fucking show with that guy? My name is Earl. You know, I could do that just with my fucking relationships with women. It was fucking bad. Anyways, all right. So I'm not saying I'm above you or anything like that. All right. See that? Put myself right on your level. I've done the same fucking thing. So if I could go back in time, that's what I would have done. If there was a podcast that I could have written to, but I didn't. I was in a vacuum.
All right, response from a lady. Dear Billy Big Beard Mustache. A huge fan, long time listener, from a lady. 2 things I want to write about. 1, I also struggle with holding my tongue at the park in regards to other people's children. Oh, good. You make me feel better, especially when the children are much older than mine. My son is a small 5-year-old, and while at a splash pad, parentheses, water but not swimming, I'm familiar with these obese 9 to 12-year-olds were shoving my son and threw him to the ground, running past him at full speed and knocking him over. I yelled out, "Hey!" and "No" to the other kids. The mom, of course, was pissed that I yelled out, "Yeah, these parents today. Don't yell at my kid." Well, he's a fat, sweaty animal. Why don't you stop feeding him? And why don't you talk to him? Turn him into a young adult rather than solving everything with a fucking banana split. Can't say any of that. You know? If I was making America great again, you'd be able to say that to another parent at a fucking playground. The mom, of course, was pissed that I yelled out. After that, she would yell out, "Those are my boys. Those are my boys. Be the alpha male," and stare at me like she wanted a confrontation. Oh, she would have got one. You should have on some stiletto heels. And mind you, she is also an obese, tall individual, and I was afraid that if I confronted her, she'd sit on me. Ah, fuck that fat shit. This is all you do. You get in their wheelhouse. You hop in and you hop out. That's how you beat a fat guy. You hop in, they fucking overcommit, all right? Unless they know what they're doing, which you never know nowadays. But say they don't. You hop in, they think they got you, they lunge for you, and then you hop out, and then gravity takes over, and then they face plant, all right? And then they're laying face down, but it's like a turtle that's upside down. And you leave them there, and you let them bake. And think about what they did. That's how you beat a fat parent without throwing a punch. All right. I don't even know if that works, but it sounds good, doesn't it? Where am I? I notice people are doing less to ensure their children are doing less to ensure their children are little shits. It seems like every time we are at the park, there's rough kids who are absolute savages, and their parents just don't give a shit if they're bullying other kids. Yeah. And they start doing it's natural selection. Whatever. Just know this. You just protect your kid and know that someday that fucking moron will be shoveling shit into a truck. And I literally mean shit. In regards to the woman who's blunt, I'm also very large-breasted, but my frame is very small, and I can say I've never had an issue with that being taken seriously by men. They'll see my rack on site, yes, but it's not likely they only see a walking pair of tits. Well, even if they do, I mean, you should be able to within a couple of questions, you should figure out, you know.
That's all the guy's into, right? I've had plenty of meaningful relationships as an adult with a large chest. Fuck that lady and fuck all of those friends. If I were her friend and someone in that circle said that, I'd immediately call the woman out on being a dick. Thanks and go fuck yourself. I like this person. I like people who see the world the way I do. You agree with me. You're a good person. I like you.
Dear Bill, my girlfriend recently got active in politics. Occasionally she says stuff that makes no sense because it's secondhand information from memes. Well, yeah, if that's what you're using for your fountain of information. But who am I to judge? I just Google shit and I read the first article like most people. Once I had to explain to her how Congress worked because she insisted bills don't go to Capitol Hill. Oh, boy. I even sang her the song. She admitted to being wrong. Well, that's a big thing for an adult to do. And we agreed that for argument's sake, we, parentheses, she, won't quote internet facts. Oh, man, this relationship, somebody's going to have to give here. Either you're going to have to give into her tinfoil hat reactionary, like I said, Google it, read the first article, research done, or she's going to have to come your way. And it's going to be torture for both of you. All right, cut to this week. She's saying that we need to cancel landlords. I had to try and gather myself to explain to her that her father was a landlord. He has a business and owns the building, but rents out office space on the other side. She said, quote, "That's different." Oh, boy. She started spouting off all these bullshit facts that I traced back to a Teen Vogue article. Oh, wow, dude. So you write this shit down and then look it up and, God bless you, sir. You have both of your balls firmly within your grasp in this relationship that you're going to fucking take her you're going to take her down to the mat like this. All right. I'm 26 and she's 24. I just don't understand how you can rationalize that renting out residential or commercial space is like slavery. Also, aren't cities with stupidly high rent prices mostly blue? Well, let's go through them. Certainly everything out here in L.A. is a weird city, man. It's red and blue. People don't realize that because all they do is pay attention to Hollywood. But it gets deep red pretty fucking quick, and it gets deep blue pretty fucking quick. And obviously, if you're near the Hollywood sign, and I don't even know about that. It's just that anybody who is red in Hollywood knows enough to keep their fucking mouth shut. Anyways, we don't live together, so I'm probably going to break up with her in a few weeks. Yeah, you're definitely going to. I'm going to send her a meme about canceling girlfriends. Because for me, that's an important cause. Go fuck yourself. Love you, Bill. You know what I loved about this guy is he had a problem. He faced it. He realized there was no solution, and now he's going to address it. This man is going to be successful in life. This is what it is. He saw a problem. He tried to bring the horse to water. The horse would not drink. He sent it to the glue factory, and he's moving on. That's how you do it. He didn't adopt it. He fucking put it down. I love it. I love that whole story. Provided, that was just your side of the story. Why would you cancel landlords? You know what I mean? You guys are reminding me of the people that wanted to legalize weed. Remember that? Legalize weed, man. It's a source for paper. You can make jackets and you can make solar panels out of it, man. Now it's legal. What are they doing? They're just trying to figure out ways to get you more fucked up. Here's a way to be high, but you can actually hold a baby with this strand. This strand right here, you're just going to stare at the wall for fucking 3 days. It's like, where's the paper? Huh? Where are my green hemp fucking Crocs? They're nowhere to be found. People just want to get fucked up and not get high and not have anybody give them any shit, which I don't have a problem with. I really don't have a fucking problem with that. So, what is amazing to me is people that take those fucking trips, the hallucinating ones, and that's the thing that just blows my fucking mind.
people take that, and it's just like, and when you come back, it's just like you're going to realize that this reality is just this reality that you fucking, it's that we've just agreed upon, but you're going to be looking at the world in a whole new fucking way. It's like, dude, I can't even handle reality. Like, I've always been like fascinated with psychedelics, but also fucking terrified. Just the whole thing, like, you need to take this, but you got to make sure you're in a safe place. I recently had a buddy of mine. This is his story, and he's a comedian, so I can't tell it, but he had such a fucking hilarious reaction to this thing that was speaking to him while he was high or tripping. And it tried to criticize him, and his reaction was like, well, who the fuck are you? Which is just such the classic stand-up comedian like mindset. Like, what? This guy's great. Why? Polyamorous boyfriend or douchebag? Oh, I can already answer this. Well, it depends if you're banging a bunch of guys and if he's out there banging a bunch of women. All right. Lady, dear Bill, I have a predicament that I'm in, and I need your hilarious and brutal honesty. Oh, you know why? Come on, play. I try to cue it up. Come on. Why I want to play? Yeah. That's me. Me from somebody else. All right, I'm going to stop playing that because it's going to get old real quick. I have a predicament that I'm in. I need your hilarious brutal honesty. I'm a 27-year-old lady, prime of your life. Oh, yeah. Anybody else get the new Tool album? How great is that, huh? I want to figure that song out before I give it and have somebody fucking just look at somebody do a fucking drum cover. It's called Invincible. Or if you have my drumming ability, it's called Impossible. Thank you. I'll be here all week. All right. I'm a 27-year-old lady, and I've been in a relationship with a 25-year-old guy for about 8 months now. Oh, dude, this guy is the fucking man. He's banging an older broad, and he talked her into a polyamorous relationship. What? This guy's the shit. He's smart, he's loving, and we spend all of our days off together. Though there have been a lot of issues along the way that make me unsure about us. When we were 3 months into our relationship, my boyfriend told me about his ex, who he claims is not an ex, but just someone he casually slept with for 4 years. ... Ellipses, eye roll. He told me he felt bad for her because she was going through a rough time and she lost all of her friends. Oh, so she was getting the consoling cock. I mean, that's the thing. You got gray asexuals, you got demisexuals, and then you got consolosexuals. He asked if it would be okay for him to meet up with her for a cup of coffee. I said okay, as I trusted him, and he reassured me he felt nothing for her, that he was not attracted to her, and that he just wanted to grab some coffee. Oh, Jesus Christ. About a week after that conversation, I called him, and he answered, revealing that his ex was in his apartment. Okay, all right, well, there you go. Now, what you should have done was gone out and get some hot coffee and fucking thrown it in his face. And the both of them were having beers. After I quickly ended the conversation, he immediately texted me asking if he could fuck her or come on her tits. No joke. I answered him, ended the relationship, and stated that we both clearly wanted different things. LOL. Hey, well, one thing about this guy, he's fucking honest. Well, I guess he didn't say that she was coming over. He immediately sent her home, he says, and he came over. He was upset and explained. He was upset. Is this real? Are you fucking with me? He was upset and explained that he thought we were in a polyamorous relationship. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. This is the way he does this shit. This is what I think the kids call gaslighting. Even though I told him that he could not have sex with anyone else when we agreed to be boyfriend/girlfriend. There was only one conversation about polyamory in which he did say he wanted to be
in a polyamorous relationship. But I responded to this by asking him what what polyamory even was, and he said that it meant that maybe we could have a threesome. I answered, maybe someday. Yeah, so this guy's a lying piece of shit. But I wasn't ready for that. He was okay with that, never mentioned that we could fuck whoever we wanted, when we wanted. After much fighting, we end up working through it. He admitted that he was in love with me. Oh, bullshit. He's keeping you in his stable. Fuck this guy. And that polyamory was not important to him at all. Bullshit. I don't know this guy, but I would break up with him. That he would rather be with me than with all the ladies in the world. Oh, bullshit. I'm sure he said that to that chick he was having fucking beers with. He agreed not to talk to his ex anymore, and we moved on. That's all bullshit. Since then, we discussed boundaries many times. I've tried to end the relationship a couple more times because of his ignorant, flirtatious behavior. He's not ignorant. He's selfish. Found out he went out for a drink with a girl from class he's attracted to, and found out he's been texting her, though not sexually. Yeah, oh, Jesus Christ. How many more red flags do you need? Most recently, I tried to break up with him after he told me he was texting his ex again. Yeah, I called that fucking 2 paragraphs ago. Every time we fight, I try to end it. He writes me long letters about how much he loves me and would do anything for me. He's full of shit. He's just saying whatever he needs to say to selfishly keep you in his life. It's going to feel fucking great. Tell this guy to go fuck himself. I don't even know this guy, and I hate this guy. He will blame his behavior on his terrible relationship with his mother and his father. He'll do anything but take responsibility for it. He blames his father, who is a womanizer. He begs me to give him time and to tell him what it is and isn't okay. Yeah, because he doesn't get it. Well, this is what you should do. You should invite him over one time as you're riding the dick of somebody else and be like, you see this? This isn't okay. You see what you're feeling right now? That's how you were making me feel. He literally wrote out a relationship agreement. My friends don't like him and think he's controlling / disrespectful towards him. I've never met the guy and I don't like him. They say I'm way out of his league, and they are shocked that he acts the way he does. Oh, they say I'm way out of his league. Oh, okay. I know the answer seems obvious, but I'm deeply in love with him. Yeah, he's fucking the shit out of you is what's happening here. That's what it is. He's a good-looking guy, and this is how he gets away with it, right? That's what it is. I get it. I see. I was wondering why you would stay with this person. I get it now. All right, he's coming over there. He's got the romantic novel hair. He's packing about 8 inches. He knows what to do with it, and he keeps sucking you back in. Been telling myself he's just young and naive. I always believe him when he says he'll stop talking to other girls and that he has never cheated on me, as I can see how much he loves me. Parentheses, as I've read through his text. Yeah, they probably copied and pasted from the other person he sent him to. Though it hasn't changed how much he looks at other girls, how much he loves strip clubs. Oh, good Lord. And how about cocaine? Can we throw that in there for the trifecta? And the fact that I have to even read through his texts. Please, Bill, am I just blind because I love, or does this relationship just need a lot of work and communication? Longtime fan and listener, best wishes to you, Nia, and your lovely daughter. And, of course, go fuck yourself. Yeah, Jesus Christ. You know what? I bet as I read this out loud, I think you know what you need to do. Yeah, fuck this guy. And fuck this guy. And this guy is going to hurt a lot of people. And and the longer you're with him, the more he's going to hurt you. Get the fuck out.
Lady listener.
Oh, this is the lady that just fucking rips me a new one. And what I love about it is she already she's so emotional and so mad that right above she goes, lady listener - fucking above your pay grade. So her ego's in check. Dear Bilbo T. Baggins. Wait, is this the one? No. This isn't the one. Is this the lady? There was a couple that ripped me this week. No, I think this is the lady. Wait a minute. Is this the one?
Wait a minute. Where the fuck is this email? It didn't come in? I'm going to have to edit this part out because I'm just sitting here babbling. Wondering where the fuck this thing is. No, there was some woman giving me shit about saying stuff about the fucking pink stuff in the NFL. Where the hell's that one? This other woman's just giving me shit saying I'm unfuckable. Like I didn't already know that. It's like, I go out in the world with this face. I went up to bat with this hand that I was dealt. Where's fears? Oh, pink shit comment. Okay, yeah. Oh, here it is. Okay. Pink shit comment. Dear Billy Clueless, I was incredibly surprised by your ignorant comments about breast cancer awareness events in the NFL during the commercial read of your MMP. Well, then you're obviously not a regular listener. I always was talking about how they wore that pink stuff and then that wasn't. I'll wait to the end. About talking about this shit. First, your sexist comment about it being the month of the lady. Oh, that wasn't a cute thing? Month of the lady. Okay, I'm sexist. I mean, I am, according to other women, so I guess you're another woman to say that. Completely degrades women in general. How? If I say the month of June is Gay Pride Month, does that degrade gay people? Oh, I guess because I said the lady. What was I supposed to say? The warriors? Okay, don't say you were just kidding. You weren't. I can say whatever I want. What the fuck? Why are you talking to me like you're my parent? Now, don't say you were just kidding. You weren't. This is what it's like to do stand-up now. How they took it is how you meant it. And you tell them, I didn't mean it that way. You're lying. All right. Evidently, you know what my thoughts are. Okay, this was evident by your next dumbass comment. Wait a minute. My whole podcast is one dumbass comment after another. Why are you fucking dying on this hill? You could have chose all of these you could have got outside yourself and had empathy for somebody else that didn't suffer from something. But no, not you. But wait, you're a better person. All right. This was evident by your next dumbass comment. I kind of like this. Because half the times I forget what I said. Saying, what's up with all the pink shit? Well, I'm a comedian. I mean, that's how we get into subjects. What's the deal with pink shit? Now, you have no idea what that moment is about. Oh, I can explain that to you. Yeah, that whole cancer awareness and holding that thing up. I believe it or not, people are aware that there is cancer. And people are aware that people have died of it. Do you know how many fucking friends and family I have lost to cancer? Do you have any fucking idea? All right? If you were at a party, I wouldn't fucking bring a sign and hold the guy's fucking name up in front of you and ruin your fucking party. This is the thing. I watch sports to escape that. I do benefits all the fucking time for this shit. I meet the people. I see them in the beds fucking withering away. I saw my buddy like that. Yeah, like I'm watching a football game. Everything on Facebook, all of this shit is all gloom and doom. All the news is gloom and doom. The Weather Channel is gloom and doom. I have one oasis to watch a bunch of people have a ball and try to get it across the fucking goal line, and people have to bring up gloom and doom again. That's what I mean. Like, why are you doing that? Why are they doing that? Anyway, and if you knew anything about the NFL, which I don't think you, not that you don't know about this sport, like they have had a sort of a checkered past when it comes to these types of things, where it looks like they're doing these things and they're actually making a fuckload of money off of it, which I believe the first time they did the pink thing, from what I read, allegedly, remember those pink jerseys you'd buy and you think, wait, my aunt or uncle died of cancer. I'm going to buy this pink jersey, and this is, so nobody else has to go through it. Evidently, like half of 1% of the money for the jersey went to cancer, and the rest of it went to the NFL. That's what I read. It's kind of like when they did the support the troops thing, and they would cut to a troop sitting in the crowd, and you thought, oh, look at them, they're patriotic. And then you found out that when whoever they were showing, be it a Marine or a Navy guy or whatever, they charged that branch of the service for a commercial. So, all right, but whatever. But, let's get back to her ripping me a new one. It's about educating women about a disease that kills far more women than COVID-19, a virus you relentlessly talk about. Well, wait a minute. Now I'm offended. Okay? Are you saying that all of those people, how many people need to die before I don't talk? You're doing the same thing to me. So not enough people died of COVID. So you find me talking about it relentless. All right, I'll try to ease it up. Early detection is vital to surviving any cancer. Really? Oh, there's some new information. Everybody knows that. I got yet another colonoscopy. I got fucking Jacques Cousteau going up my ass here in another fucking month. But that, I almost forgot that camera was gonna go up my ass. I almost forgot, but thank God that guy had okay, all right. I get it. I get it now. I see your point. As a person who has seen breast cancer completely destroy families, well, who hasn't? And could have been prevented with early detection. I applaud the NFL for trying to make a difference. Okay, now right there, your heart is in the right place. Okay? You ever go out on a date, ma'am, and you go on a date with a guy, and you just think he's a dreamboat. And then after your date, you're talking him up to your friend, and your friend just has this look on her face, or his face. And you're like, what? What's going on? Yeah, you might not want to have a second date with that guy. That guy, he's a little shady. I'm sure he was nice. I'm sure he was polite. I'm sure he held the door. That's what the NFL is. You just have to know that, okay? I'll leave it at that. And you can enjoy yourself thinking that their heart is in the right place. Their heart is at the bank.
Quit drinking, would rather be alone. This next person says, Mr. Embarrassment, sorry. I thought since you've taken time off from drinking that you'd be a good person to talk to and ask about this. I'm 22 years old, and after hitting the bottle hard since early high school, I decided to take some time off after it seemed to get out of control. Yeah, I've been there. I've been sober for nearly 5 months at this point. The thing is that since putting up the bottle, I've noticed I enjoy spending time alone rather than with other people. I still go out to bars and hang with my buddies who drink and usually just end up being the designated driver. He says, I have no problem with people who can control their alcohol. Just thought it would be a good personal choice to take some time away. But being sober / the sober guy at 22 is pretty damn rough when everyone else is getting shitty. Just wondering if you had any insight on the matter. Thanks and go fuck yourself. Well, I can actually relate, even at 46, of being the sober guy because of all the free time that comedians have. We can kind of drink like we're still 22. So I know how, I guess, but I'm not 22. So I guess there is an extra amount of stress with that. But I think what you're doing is a great thing. And hello, Nia. Hi. I think it's a great thing. And how do I put this? When you go on a run of not drinking, it's all about you, okay, and what you want to do and how long you want to do it. And I wouldn't give in to any external pressures as to when and where you start drinking again. I always find it funny when I'm not drinking to go to a bar and watch basically everybody slowly roofing themselves, and then just watch the behavior
And like I said, I don't do it in a judgmental way because I'm more kind of observing like, oh, this is how I was acting. It can definitely suck at night, but there's nothing better in the morning when you wake up without a hangover, ready to take on the world. And I would think at 22 to do that's pretty mature, and you got a chance of meeting your judgment on who you start dating would probably be a lot better rather than you're hammered and she's hammered, and you start the relationship off in this cloudy area. You might meet another, smart person your age who's taking some time off herself. Who knows? But as far as like, if you're feeling pressure to start drinking again, that's the wrong reason to start drinking, because everybody else is drinking is not the reason to come back. But, if you feel like you have it under control and, or if there's an event coming up and you're like, okay, I'm going to drink at that and then I'm going to immediately shut it off. But I got to be honest with you, that's a tough thing to do, because I was like, I'm going to drink when I went to Vegas, and then I was immediately going to go back on the wagon, and I was able to do it for 4 days, and then it was like July 4th weekend, then I had a beer, and then I've just been kind of drinking ever since. But fortunately, I drank so much in Montreal that now I don't want to drink. I think that I almost need to do that. I got to hit like a wall where I either make such an ass of myself or make such a bad decision, or just do something that it's easy for me to kind of like want to walk away from it. But like I said, it's all up to you. You don't sound like you're an alcoholic. I mean, from your fucking email, I can't really judge it. But like I said, whatever, do whatever you want to do, but don't start drinking again because everybody else is. I guess that would be my advice. All right, let me read the last of the advertising here, then I'll wrap it up. Oh, hey, for that kid also who was talking about not drinking, here's another thing too. At my age, I see the results of abusing your body with booze, drugs, food. People say food is a drug, which I would actually 100% agree with. You see the results of it. And unfortunately, when I was up in Montreal, I saw a couple of people that are my age and 10 years older, and they either the ones that took care of themselves and kind of quit drinking and tried to eat right and that type of thing, they look great. They still got the light in their eye. And then people who've been, hitting it hard, man, it really catches up with you when you get to be my age, where it's like, I've been of legal drinking age longer than I've lived when I wasn't. You know what I mean? That tipping point of like 42 years of age, when you've, and forget about underage drinking that you've already been doing, like it really, really catches up with you. So what you're doing right now, giving your body a break when it's as young as it is a phenomenal thing to do. And, you could actually experiment steering even more into a healthier lifestyle, like learning how to eat a little bit better. Because at 22, man, I mean, you can fucking drink a 12-pack and eat McDonald's late at night and wake up the next day with a flat stomach. But, like, you're setting yourself up for, just basically being a human being is no different than being an athlete. It's just the timeline is stretched out a lot longer. Like, Father Time is going to get all of us, but, those athletes who throughout their career, early in their career, took care of themselves have longer careers. And if you'd like to have a longer career, in other words, a longer life, like doing what you're doing is a great thing. So, I don't know. When you look at it that way, there's really no peer pressure. Is there really peer pressure to die sooner? All right. Nia, do you want to chime in on one of these? Sure. You want to do Dead Nazi Grandpa?
Problem with ginger at work. What's up, you ginger? Hey, if you got a problem with the ginger, you got to go to a ginger. I'm telling you, that's what you got to do. All right, I wanted to share an experience I've had for a couple of years now. My workplace offers a fitness center, a gym to work out in. If you complete 80 visits with 30 minutes durations in a year, then the company gives you a discount on health insurance. That's amazing. I don't want you dying of a heart attack, and then I got to use Zip to find somebody else. All right. A couple of years ago, the company direct hired a personal fitness trainer that is fresh out of college, who is also a ginger. Well, I don't know what that has to do with it, you know? I'm already feeling like you're going to be coming at us. The problem is he's a guy. I don't give a fuck about him. The problem is he has turned it into this police of the fitness center, or rather hall monitor, if you will. Dude, oh my God, I swear to God, if you take 1 ounce of fucking shit from this fucking power drunk, I've loved all the emails, even the fucking bitchy one in the first one. I've loved all of these emails. This one's going to stay with me. Stay with me. All right, I'm breathing. I already hate this person. Only hearing your side of the story, of course. He will literally sprint across the gym if he sees you walk in to log you into the computer. Well, it sounds like he's doing a good job. It's completely unnecessary because they have a laptop set up to log yourself in, or he will shout hello and your name across the gym to acknowledge that you are there. You're a miserable. You want to be left alone. You need to communicate that. This has nothing to do with this guy. And this is not me defending him because he's a fellow ginger. This is you, dude. And I got to tell you, I am way more you than that other fucking guy. Often he will guard the door as you walk in, say some really awkward one-liners like, hey, you coming or going? This dude's just fucking, he has personal trainer energy. They got to be upbeat. Anyway, meaning, are you just starting your 12-hour shift or getting off your 12-hour shift? He will ask that on a daily basis. Well, cut him some slack. He's just out of fucking college. Anyway, now you can imagine this, when COVID hit, I already know the solution to this. He took it to an extreme and next level, being the masked police and also cleaning things obsessively even after the person using the machine just cleaned it. I mean, he probably was told to do this. This kid's just doing a good job. I'll get you out of this. I.e., he says putting sanitizing wipes in each hand and getting on his hands and knees and vigorously rubbing the rails on each side of the treadmill belt. I mean, hey, listen, everybody says these young kids don't want to work. This kid's crushing it. I don't know what the problem is. He said, I can respect this kid's work ethic, there you go, in wanting to do a good job, but he needs to learn that some people just want to go to the gym in a zone mindset of busting out a good workout and not socializing or bullshitting. Exactly. But he's not a mind reader, buddy. What you're going to have to do is fucking grow a pair and go up to the young ginger and tell him that, all right? And I love that you've waited too long to say this, that now it's going to be awkward. So I got to think of the way you need to say it. Anyways, he says, especially before or after a 12-hour shift, you being a person that goes to a gym, I would think you two would understand this. Don't try to stick me in your fucking boat. When the fuck do I work a 12-hour shift? I don't even have the real job. I know it's just not my hatred for people because, yeah, there we go. Hatred of people, because I've asked other coworkers about how they feel about the kid, and they agree he's a major pain in the ass. How do I diffuse this? All right, there's two ways to do this. You could see the humor in it and try to out-energy him. Or what you do is you just go up to him and just say, listen, I really respect your work ethic, and you have an amazing positive attitude, but I got to be honest with you, man. I'm a curmudgeon, okay? I like to keep to myself. When I come down here, I go into a zone, and I don't want anybody talking to me. Is there any way? I know you see me. I respect that you see me and all. Is just any way you could just leave me alone when I come in here would just make my day. That last part sucked, but the beginning part was good. And you know what? This ain't my problem. It's your fucking problem. All right, I can tell you this. You hit the nail on the head here. You went to a ginger and a curmudgeon. I relate to both people in this story. This is like a good movie. Yeah. You could just be like, dude, it's early. It's early. But do you think that he's going to be a little rat fink if you say that? When he comes running, hey, you coming or going? You can just be like, it's not that exciting. You could say, get a new joke. See, you don't want to do that. That's what you're going to do because it's building up in you. You're going to snap, dude. But you know something? You're evolving as a person because you're asking, how do I diffuse this? How do I diffuse this? What the fuck is that? Oh, I know what that is. That's another thing I don't know how to fucking hook up. Sorry, I got to clean this fucking place out. I literally have foot pedals underneath when I was going for my instrument rating. Fucking things just fell on my foot. Yeah, just in the nicest possible way. Just be like, dude, I'm actually envious of how excited and amped up you are every day to come in here. All right, but I got to be honest with you, man. I'm not built like you. I'm a really quiet, stay to myself kind of person. If there's any way, I don't, give that energy to everybody else. I don't need it. I don't need it. I just want to put my headphones on and work out. Can you do that for me? I really appreciate. Thanks, bro. Just do that. That's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. Or you could go to a different gym. But then I won't get credit for working out. Well, that's the price you got to pay. All right, that is the podcast, everybody. God bless you, your jacket, your miniskirt, whatever the fuck you're wearing. God bless that DJ.
Tired of lying. Hey, Billy Nutbuster. Here's my situation. I've been mildly depressed. Jesus Christ, here we go. Everybody's having a problem this week. I've been mildly depressed for my whole life and struggled with an identity crisis since my early teens. What the fuck is an identity crisis? Hang on a second. What, do you look in the mirror and be like, who the fuck's... Oh, that's right, that's me. Sorry, hold on. All right. I just realized how funny this is. I'm sitting there going like, I hate when like celebrities try to tell me who I should vote for. And here I am fucking giving you guys advice. But don't you guys ask me for advice because you think, I'm going to say something stupid? This is just part of your entertainment, isn't it? All right. Identity crisis. The term identity crisis, coined by the psychologist Erik Erikson. That's a real name. My name's Bill Bilson. This is my buddy here, Pete Peterson. Means the failure to achieve ego identity during adolescence. Well, what the fuck does that mean? You don't achieve ego identity. That's a definition. That's a fucking enigma wrapped up in a riddle, right? The stage of psychological development in which identity crisis may occur is... And then you're just going to fucking move on? None of those fucking words are highlighted? Am I the only dumbass who doesn't know what that means? During this stage, adolescents are faced with physical growth, sexual maturity, and integrating ideas of themselves about what others think about themselves. Oh, here you are explaining it. Sorry, I panicked. Adolescents, therefore, form their self-image and endure the task of resolving the crisis of their basic ego identity. Oh, so it just means you're trying to figure out who you are. Well, who the fuck knows that at that age? All right. Let me get back to the fucking question here. Well, where's the question? I didn't open a new window? Oh, boy. All right, here we go. I've been struggling with identity crisis since my early teens. All this thanks to my shitty upbringing. I am Canadian, but growing up, I've always been fascinated with American culture and so on. So and our bacon, dude. Our bacon, say what you want about, our foreign policy. You can't fuck with our bacon. So some years ago in my late teens, I'm now 27, I began to cultivate this lie that I was American. I fucking love this guy. Why would you do that? This is fascinating. And so on, to the point my friends and girlfriends believe this. I've gone as far as to legally change my last name, lie about my heritage partly, and a few other things. My European girlfriend now believes full-heartedly in my life and her family and friends too. It started by accident, coming out as the casual lie it is before we dated. However, I am now in a very amazing relationship with her, and I love this girl very much and plan to marry her. Unfortunately, she has trust issues And me being American is part of my appeal, I'm sure. Oh, God. Dude, what did you do? She doesn't take to liars or lying lightly at all. Also, we're planning on starting a business together and so on. This lie would come out eventually. Right now, I'm in Canada for a couple of months, and she's in Europe. I'll see her again soon, and I'd prefer to break the news face-to-face, not on the phone. This lie is weighing really heavy on me, and I want to tell her, but I feel that if I lost her, I couldn't carry on in life. My depression is getting worse with this distance for a few months and the weight of this lie. By the way, this isn't a long-distance relationship. I live over in Europe, too. I want your advice on how to break the news to her. I love to hear your thoughts on the podcast. Yeah, dude, you just gotta face the music here. Yeah, I would just sit her down and just say, yeah, listen, I have something I have to tell you. Oh, God, and that's going to make her fucking heart drop. But you got to do it. I didn't cheat on you. I'm not breaking up with you. I would say that first. Okay? It's, something about me. I don't have cancer. And you just be like, what the fuck is it? And you got to be like, listen, I lied about being American. There you go. And then it's out there. And then after that, it's going to naturally go its course. That's all you have to do. I lied about being American. I lied about being American. It's 5 fucking words. 5 fucking words, and this weight is off your chest. Now, how she reacts to it and all of that other stuff is different. I would just be totally honest with her and just say the weight of this, the reason why I did it, I didn't like myself. The identity crisis, just tell her why you did it. And then I don't know what you do after that, other than just wait to see her reaction to it. I knew somebody one time that lied about their age. And it was nuts. He was dating this person for a number of years, and she was much younger. So he started out the relationship by saying he was younger. And then I remember, like, when he started introducing her to us the few times he did, he was going like, listen, he'd be like, we went to high school together, but we didn't graduate in 1987. We graduated like 1993. And we were all sitting there laughing at him, going like, dude, I can't remember all this shit. How about I don't bring up high school? I just won't bring up any years. And we basically hammered this guy forever. And then he finally came clean. And you know what, dude? He came clean and she didn't break up with him. She didn't fucking break up with them. Women are way more forgiving than men are, I think. Their capacity to forgive is much greater. So what's funny was this guy finally came clean. She freaked the fuck out, but then she forgave him, and then they stayed together, and then 6 months later, he dumped her. So I'll figure that one out. So, dude, you'll be fine. Just tell her. You got to tell her, you know? And no matter what, dude, you're going to survive. This whole fucking thing of like, oh, my God, if this person leaves me, my life's going to be, it's not going to be over, okay? And she probably won't leave you, you know? She loves you, too. You'll be fine. But, you know, just the big thing, all you got to worry about, dude, is you just got to get this fucking lie off your chest. And you know what, dude? Then you can fucking breathe again. And, yeah, you know, it's going to be weird for a while, but, you know, it's a situation you created, and as a man, you got to fucking deal with it. All right? So good luck to you.
Budgeting question. Dear Billy the Banker, I'm a 29-year-old lady, and I graduated college last December. Congratulations. I worked hard and found a great job immediately. Good for you. I can comfortably pay my bills and put money away in savings. Now, this is a scenario you don't hear that often from these kids who are graduating college these days, it seems. Anyway, she says, I've picked up a side gig tutoring kids to earn extra money to put into savings. Things are going pretty well. Oh, gee, whatever you do, don't fucking start dating some freeloading douche who wants to take your money and invest it in his idea. All right, here's my question. I grew up really poor in the South. Here come the relatives. Here come the relatives. I survived with my single mother living off welfare and charity donations. I worked hard and had a job since I was 13. I put myself through college and now occasionally help my mom out financially. Understandable. My problem is I've been saving to the point that I now have a little extra stored and I really want to go on a real vacation with my partner, but spending money scares me. You know, that's not a bad thing. That's better than being the other way where you just, you know, it just slips through your fingers. This is exactly how I was with money for different reasons. You know, I grew up in the 70s, gas crisis, you know, economic crunch and shit, and I had friends whose parents had real jobs and they lost the jobs and they lost the houses. They had to move away. And, you know, there's a period where my family had to downsize. Like, you just saw it at a young age that, oh, shit can go, shit does not stay the same. Shit moves. So, I remember when I moved to New York City, I was afraid to take a taxi cab. Like maybe twice a month I would take a cab, and I couldn't believe the luxury of it. I'd finish up down the Village and take a cab all the way uptown, back when they drove like lunatics. They're starting to drive like lunatics again, but Giuliani slowed them down. But they used to have the way they had the lights timed is you could just fucking go from like basically, you know, 8th Street up to about 79th, 80th Street before, you know, just too many people got in front of you and you missed the light. You just be in this pocket of green lights the whole way up. And I remember it would just be such a luxury to do it. And then afterwards I would get out of the cab and I would feel so fucking guilty. And I would never order out for food. I just held on to every fucking dime because I didn't know what was going to happen. Even though, I always had this thing in the short run. I was white knuckling, freaking out every fucking move I was making. But in the long run, I had this confidence and knew I was going to be all right. It was weird. So anyways, she says, okay, my problem is I've been saving to the point I haven't had enough money to go on a vacation, but spending money scares me. I have an emergency fund as well as a separate savings account for if a recession hits. And I was out of work for a few months. Wait, for if a recession hits and I was out of work for a few months. Okay, you weren't out of work. This is just in case. See, this is the way like a responsible person handles money. And then you don't become a debt to society. This is the way the government should be running this country. But they don't. And then when they fuck up, somehow then they come to people who responsibly handle their money and say, we have to take more of your fucking money. And that's like, well, what the fuck are you guys doing? You know? I'm balancing my budget. You can't do the same fucking thing? Paying $9 million more than you should be to these fucking assholes who get the government contracts? All right, let's stop making it about yourself, Bill. Sorry. All right. Growing up so poor has made me respect money and fear being without it. It's a hell of an education. I live modestly and below my means, but I think it's time I do something for myself. Is that selfish? Look at that. Yeah, it's like me taking the cab. How do you go about spending money on a vacation or an expensive purchase and not feel guilty? My partner says I deserve to relax a little, and even my manager says I should take some time off. What do you think? All the best to the lovely Nia and the little one. Go fuck yourself. I think they're right. And I don't think like this is going to be like hitting the crack pipe. Like you're going to go on a 3-day fucking vacation and then all of a sudden just come back and start buying fucking gold chains and stupid shit. This is what I have learned.
late in my adult life is the importance of taking time off, the importance of taking a vacation, the importance of quiet time, and the amount of, recharging your batteries, and then you can come back and be even better at your job and become even more successful. You have to fucking do it. All right? The old me, I would have come right out of this fucking acting gig all summer long and gone right hardcore on the road, said yes to 1,000 fucking things. I did that a little bit. But once I saw this free time, I was like, oh, I can get my instrument rating. But that's fun and enjoyable. But I think it's huge. Huge. This is what you should do, is schedule in, a couple. Listen, you don't have to fucking go to, the ends of the world to go on vacation. You know what's really underrated? Not only a stay vacation, which I don't think you should do. I think you should go somewhere. Just taking a vacation, lakes are the shit. Just hanging out, getting a little fucking cabin. And it doesn't, a lake is a fucking lake. So you can find a cheap fucking place and, you're with your partner having a great time. Get some food, have a couple of beers, just fucking hang out. You can go to the grocery store and just buy burgers and dogs. Chill the fuck out. Laugh your ass off, play cards, don't watch TV, shut off your phone. If you did that for 3 days, you'd be amazed what that did for you. And it wouldn't even cost that much money. And then as you get more and more successful, or if you have like a place you really wanted to go on a vacation, just start saving towards that and save way more than you need and then go on that vacation. But I think you had, no pun intended, a priceless upbringing. And it's great to hear a young person that has this type of viewpoint on money. And that's a great way to be. It's always better. And my grandparents were like that because they lived through a depression. They were incredible with money. Both sets of grandparents were incredible with money. They just, first of all, that aside from going through the depression, there was also repairmen back in the day. And if your TV broke, you got it fixed. You didn't just fucking throw it out. There wasn't this design obsolescence. Is that the word that they have with all of this shit, where you just accept the fact that things are going to break, and then you don't even entertain getting it fixed. You just throw it out.
Hey, Billy, master of fuckets. I've been single my entire life. I'm into my later 20s and still haven't found any lady that I really hit it off with. I've struggled with being single for a long time, but have been working through it. I'm okay with it, but I still have my dark moments. My question to you is, when you were single for all those years, did you ever get lonely or feel alone? Did you ever think you'd be single forever? What helped you to endure through those times, and how did you cope with it? Yes to all of that, yep. As I figured some things out, I've been doing bucket list types of stuff that helps me get through it. Yeah, dude, that's a great thing to do when you're single. Go do all that shit you want to do. Because, you meet somebody else, you might not have the time. This person says, I've gone to see some of my favorite bands play live. I've traveled a little, and I've been working towards finding a career path that I really enjoy. So I believe I'm doing some good things, but I still have my days when I suffer through it a little. But I've learned to sit in that pain for a bit and find good things. Saying something dumb at work. Oh, that's the next one. I thought that was a guy signing off, or the woman, whoever the fuck this is. All right, my question to you is, you've been single all those years. Did you ever get lonely or feel alone? Here's the thing. I was never lonely for the first, I don't know how many years of my life, until I had a girlfriend and then lost my girlfriend. And then after that, that's the first time I felt like, oh, I don't have a chick. It's weird. I didn't have my first serious girlfriend until I was like 23. Something like that. 22, 23 years old. So I was fine with being single, and that thing lasted like, I don't know, like 8-9 months. And I ended up breaking up with her. And that was right before I started doing stand-up. And I I remember the first 6 weeks of being like, fuck, how long is it going to take for me to get over this person? And it's weird, man. Like getting over a person, it's like quitting the booze. It's a habit. They're a habit. You know what I mean? Oh, I always call them at this time. Then you got to fill up those fucking times. But you just can't fill them up. You kind of got to go through the morning of them not being there anymore. And then you start filling them up with other stuff. But like, dude, I think travel, seeing bands and everything. The great thing is, dude, the fact that or lady, the fact that you're single and you feel alone is a very healthy thing. You know what I mean? Now, if you were totally fucking single and you didn't feel lonely at all, well, I guess maybe, maybe you're just a fucking someone who doesn't want to be with anybody. That could also be good. As long as you're not out killing people. You know what I mean? As long as you don't feel the need to hunt. As long as you're not feeling that, and as long as you're all right with whatever it is you're doing, then you should be fine. Dude, you're in your fucking late 20s, dude. Trust me. Someday you're going to be married. You're going to have a fucking kid coming like I got right now, and you all of a sudden, all your drum videos, you're thinking, I got to get rid of those. I got to get rid of all this shit. I got to get rid of all of this stuff. And there's this feeling that I'm having right now of, will I ever play drums again? But fortunately, I married the coolest woman ever, so I just was able to sit down with her. This might help you. If you're afraid to get in a relationship because you feel like you're going to lose all of this stuff, you just let the person you're with know what's important. I already said to my wife, I said, listen, here's the deal. Like once a week, okay? You pick a day once a week when this kid is not sleeping through the night, and you can just go somewhere, get a massage, or just go someplace and fucking sleep. Or I'll take the kid and go drive around. I'll let you sleep for fucking hours and hours, whatever the hell it is, okay? All you got to do is let me keep playing drums, taking drum lessons and that shit. That'll be my spa thing, because I don't really need to sleep because I'm a fucking lunatic. And also, I'll still get to do the road twice a month, and, I'll use that time to sleep. I'll do my shows at night, and then I'll go right to the hotel, and I will sleep till the fucking cats come home, the cows come, whatever the fucking animal is. And then I'll come back recharged. You know what I mean? But we make sure that we kind of work that stuff out with each other. So if you're afraid to get in a relationship, just know that there's cool people out there. As long as you, I don't know. Yeah, you never hear me say this, but women in general are pretty cool if you just tell them what the fucking deal is. But I have issues with women. So even as I said that, just picturing how many women just went like, oh my God, yes. That annoyed me, even though they're agreeing with me. It's weird. I got a lot of fucking issues. So, yeah, I definitely I felt like I was never going to meet the one. I felt like there was something wrong with me and all of this type of shit. Just know this. Every one of your friends that's in a relationship is secretly envious of you, even if they're with the right person. That's how much fucking work it is. Every once in a while, I look at fucking, I'll look at a playboy like Joe DeRosa, and I'll be like, God damn it, man. What the fuck that he's got? He's living the life, But then, you come home and your wife makes some fucking cookies. You're like, oh, this is pretty cool too. All right. Saying something dumb at work. So I'm saying to this person, you're fine, dude. You're in your late 20s. The same way that you have goals with your career and bucket list stuff, you should have some goals about the kind of person that you want to be with. Like women have to actually do shit like that. Women actually sit down and think about the kind of guys don't do that. We just sort of ping pong around. I'll stick my fucking dick in that. We're idiots. But if you actually, get a little Bill Belichick, see what's missing, from your half, see what you're looking for. What do you want? Do you want a woman that wants kids? Do you want a woman that can cook? Are you traditional? Do you want a career woman? Like, what do you want? I can tell you right now, if you want a woman that can cook, will actually sit down and cook. Woo! I'll tell you right now. That's like, I don't know. Like every I don't know how many years they have that 1983 draft. Like women's do not be cooking anymore. All this feminism shit. It's really a sad thing, but men have, it's our fault because we didn't put a value on it. Christ, I'm out there busting my ass. You're in here pickling cucumbers, right? We just gave them shit. Making a meal for somebody is one of the nicest things you could ever do, But what happened? We talked shit. We didn't give them fucking respect them. Now look at them. They don't want to cook or be mothers.
They're out there running around willy-nilly wearing pantsuits, running for president of the United States. I mean, that's a man job. I'm kidding. You know, the funniest fucking thing ever is how sick you have to want to be president. The fact that Hillary Clinton is depressed right now, that she didn't get a job where she was going to have to put her head on the pillow every night knowing she just made a decision that bombs were just dropped and possibly landed on somebody's baby.
Dear old Billy Bonkers, I have a situation that is kind of hilarious and kind of fucked up, so I thought this might be the perfect place for a little advice. Insert 30 seconds of silence while you fumble to get your theme song. Oh, you're right. Let me see here. Is this it right here?
It's time for advice.
Hey!
Your host, Billy Burr.
That's me!
And I'm ripping off this melody from
Somebody else. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. Oh, wait. Now, does it go into the next fucking thing here? No, it doesn't. All right, cool. All right. My girlfriend and I have been together for about 3.5 years, and I truly am in love with this girl. She checks all of the boxes and then some. Super smart, beautiful, funny, amazing family, and she loves me. I absolutely see a future with this girl. I'm 25, she's 23, so I know we're young, but I've been told I'm very mature for my age, and she's getting there. No, there's nothing wrong with getting married that young. Then you can have kids when you're young and fucking see most of their lives before you kick it. Unlike me, the fucking super old dad here. Now, for some context, before I jump into the situation, in middle school and high school, I had been bullied by some kids saying I was gay. I've always taken pride in how I dress, how I look, my hair, and I would definitely describe myself as metrosexual. I was also very tall and skinny growing up, and I had poor posture. Oh, that's it right there, dude. Tall, skinny, poor posture. Yeah, you're going to get fucked with. It's the fucking laws of the jungle, unfortunately. Anyway, so the little fucks had a lot of ammunition, and I honestly don't blame them for it, but I'm not gay. As you can imagine, it fucked with me and killed my confidence. Yeah, dude, you're talking about someone who grew up with orange hair. So, yeah, I know what it's like to have a target on your back. In college, I decided I was going to put on some muscle. Really difficult. I have the metabolism of a hummingbird. Well, you got a great sense of humor, though. So that makes up for a lot of it. And do something about one part of me that I have always been self-conscious about. I gained 20 pounds and am now proudly 6'2", 170 pounds. I do well with the ladies. And I've had a few girlfriends over the years, none as long as this one. I have no resentment for being bullied when I was younger. In fact, it served its purpose as motivation for me to be a better version of myself. I think about bullying all the time. Wish I could go back and stop a lot of it that I saw. I was that weird. I was like in the middle of the pack. I got bullied. I bullied people. You know, get it off of me and put it onto somebody else. I really wish I had, you wish you had the maturity now of back then. Some of the stuff I think about, I still think about some of the shit that I saw some kids go through. It's just like, fuck. Brutal. In the first year of dating my girlfriend, I opened up to her about getting bullied, and she told her that's why the gym became so important to me. She was supportive and felt bad that I went through that when I was young, but she also wanted me to confirm with her that I wasn't gay. Her asking me frustrated me. Yeah, that's fucking weird. But it was easy, and I chalked it up to her not knowing me well enough yet. I was pretty adamant about my answer and thought she got the point. In our second year of dating, she somehow brings it up again and says, "Are you sure you aren't gay? Like you aren't going to marry me, have a family, and then come out, right?" Whoa. And this time around, the question pissed me off. We had this conversation earlier. I've been with you for 2 years. We fuck weekly, and it's great. I'm also getting insulted. No offense at all towards gay people, but my girlfriend is asking these questions based on certain stereotypes, and I don't think there are enough evidence, air quote evidence, for her to be suspicious. I probably overreacted a bit. No, you didn't. But it hit a nerve that my own girlfriend is bringing up feelings I had when I was bullied in middle school. Got to be the end of it, right? Well, we're 3.5 years in, and tonight she pops the question yet again. Dude, break up with this chick. She words it similarly to how she worded it the second time, and I got pretty heated. I basically said, We've had this conversation now 3 times. I've told you each time that I'm not gay, nor have I ever questioned it. It pisses me off that after more than 3 years, you're still asking me this question. This is not normal. I don't think most women in relationship ask their man yearly if they're secretly gay and going to leave them, so I'm insulted. She, of course, then becomes the victim because I didn't react how she wanted me to. I said, I'm sorry, but this is not okay. The next time you ask me that question, I better have a dick in my mouth. Am I wrong here? No, not at all. Is dressing well, being neat, and keeping myself well-groomed really that much of a red flag that my girlfriend should be questioning my sexuality? I don't even talk like the stereotypical gay dude. Any suggestions for how I can get her to believe / not ask me the question anymore? Can't wait to hear whatever you say. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, I would break up with this chick. Or this is what I would find out what the fucking be like. Okay, did your dad marry your mom and then after you were born come out and say he was gay? Like, what is this fear? Or what the fuck is it that I'm doing that makes you keep asking me this question? That's what I would ask her. And if you don't like the answer, I would fucking hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more. Because that's really fucked up. Now, granted, I haven't heard her fucking version of shit. It's funny if she fucking wrote in. Yeah, I'd have to hear what her concerns are to have any fucking idea. But if you're telling me the truth, which how the hell do I know? But if you're telling me the fucking truth, you're not gay, and you just dress well and fucking whatever, and she's just asking you that, I mean, you might be, are you an effeminate straight guy? Because they have those too, you know. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I have no fucking idea. So I do think that it is fucked up that you have expressed. I'll tell you, know what else I think is fucked up? That you've stayed with this person. You're saying she's checked off all the boxes. How many boxes is she checking off that once a year she can ask you legitimately if you're gay or not, and you still want to be with her? There's a lot of questions I have here. Because I think, I mean, I would just, one time maybe? I think you can ask somebody that once, and then a year later they do it again. It's like, all right, I'm leaving you before I get like a fucking complex here. Like, Jesus Christ, you got me sitting here watching John Wayne movies now, trying to fucking be extra manly here. So you stop asking me that fucking question. I don't know. I have no idea, but I don't think she's convinced. And you're 3.5 years in, you're 25, you got your whole life ahead of you. I don't know this person, but I can tell you this. Reading your email and just hearing your side of it, this woman is not checking off a lot of boxes for me, personally. So, I don't know. Is it like her fucking weird way of trying? She doesn't want to break up with you, so she just keeps doing this thing that annoys you? I don't know. I don't. That's a weird one. Some fucking heavy emails this fucking week. Jesus Christ. I'd never kill myself, but I'm fucking welcoming death or whatever the hell that was. And then this shit and fucking some fucking little Stalin chick running an HOA. Jesus Christ. When the fuck did this podcast become so deep, man? All right. That is the podcast, everybody. So I'll leave you with this. Because what that guy was talking about, the guy eating too much, you know, that really bothered me. I hate people being, as much as a douche as I am, I don't like people being in pain. You know what I mean? And someone who's been in a lot of pain for a lot of his life and now figuring out that, you know, your natural reaction is to fucking go away from pain, distract yourself from pain, bury your pain and all that. And it's still going to be there. Which is why the next night you're still going to want to drink just as much, if not more, or eat just as much, not as more.
go fuck somebody you shouldn't fuck, whatever your fucking addiction is. So it's kind of amazing when you stop just for a couple of months and really try to work on whatever that fucking thing is that's bothering you, how much progress you can make quickly, especially if you're talking to somebody that understands what you're going through. So I wish that for all of you, because if you don't deal with that pain, not only are you going to hurt yourself, you're going to hurt the people around you that you love. Super Bowl girlfriend argument. Oh, Jesus. Isn't that just like them? You know, to just get in an argument while you're trying to watch the fucking Super Bowl. I'm just judging this before I even read it. You know, it's like, God forbid my attention is on something else. You know, I'm not going to leave you for the Super Bowl. It's just a game I'm watching. Stop acting like I'm checking out another woman. Okay? All right. Hey, Bill, I'm writing to ask advice on how to watch sports with my girlfriend. I already have some thoughts on this. This is all your fault at this point, all right? But it isn't, because you're only 28, all right? 28, you're getting a little long in years to be putting up with this kind of behavior with somebody that you're with, all right? I like to watch sports. You like to watch Real Housewives. Do I give you grief when you're watching that shit? Let me watch what I want to watch. Stop nagging me. You think I'm a nag? Yes. I'm 28 years old, and by some miracle, a woman has decided to love me continuously for the past 10 months. All right, so you have low self-esteem, self-deprecating. This is why you're getting into these. You got to have some backbone. You got to consider, you got to give yourself some value. All right, I'm over the moon and ecstatic about my relationship with her. However, last night during Super Bowl 58, we had a couple of arguments during a watch party. As a Falcons fan, I normally watch football by myself. There's no point in depressing the people around me while watching my team. This guy's funny. I like this guy. However, I decided to go to a Super Bowl watch party for the first time ever, and I took my girlfriend with me. During the entire second half, I didn't even look at her. I was fully focused on the game. Yeah, it was an exciting game. At the end of the game, we were all saying our goodbyes, and I found my girlfriend sitting on a chair alone in the corner of the room. Bill, I've never seen her more mad. She didn't yell at me in front of my buddies, but we had a private talk about how I can't ignore her during games. I wasn't actively trying to ignore her. This is just how I watch football. How can I express this in a relatable way to her? Thanks, and go chug a beer. P.S. I wrote a few months ago asking how to handle being laid off, and your advice helped a lot. I've got a new job, and I'm happier than ever. Thanks for all you do. All right, well, here's the thing. Your girlfriend, I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know if you waved her away. If you did something like that, I understand that. But if you're just watching the game, and it's an intense game, and she's over there pouting, here's the first thing. The first thing, do not lose your cool when you discuss this. I would just be like, wait another week, because you obviously, she yelled at you and all that. Just say, hey, can I talk to you about something? Yeah, right, what is it, And then just fucking be like, listen, you got really mad at me at the Super Bowl party because I didn't pay attention to during the second half. And it was like, sports are a big thing for me. I really enjoy watching sports. It doesn't mean that I don't care about you. That was the championship game. It was unbelievably close, and it was a classic football game. And all I did was, enjoy it. And then I got yelled at for enjoying something that I enjoy in my life, which is something I would never do to you. If there was something that you were enjoying, like, I would get an enjoyment out of watching you be happy. I wouldn't be upset that you were enjoying something rather than paying attention to me. Like, I just, just say that it hurt my feelings that you were mad because I was enjoying myself. Now, that last bit was a little rocky. I probably could have worded that better. But, and then she'll say what she have to say, and then just say, listen, I understand that, but, like, I don't want to feel like I can't watch sports around you. You know what I mean? Like, I enjoy watching them. I love you. I love being with you and all of that. But like you, I also have interests outside of this relationship, and I would like to be able to do them without getting yelled at. And if you want to go further like me, and you sitting in the corner pouting like a fucking baby, if you think everybody in the party didn't notice that, that's fucking embarrassing. All right? Grow the fuck up. Don't say any of that last part. But that's basically it. Yeah, like I like football, and I watch it, and I really get into it because it makes me happy. All right? And if it makes you happy, just start singing Sheryl Crow. She'll understand. Yeah. It's a fucking Super Bowl. I got to admit, if you, like I said, if you didn't say anything rude or you didn't wave her off and embarrass her in front of your friends, like she's really acting like a fucking baby. And there's a tremendous level of insecurity there. What shiny thing do I need to buy you on what made up holiday that will make you feel loved enough that I can watch 30 minutes of fucking football that determines the championship without you having a fucking meltdown? Don't say that either. Anyway, all right.
All right, girlfriend wants me to move out. Dear Billy Longnuts. Is that an age joke? If that's an age joke, that's fucking hilarious. I'm a 21-year-old college student. That Billy Longnuts is fucking... If that's because you're old and your balls are hanging down low, that is fucking hilarious. Is that my Native American name? Him Billy Longnuts. All right. I'm a 21-year-old college student, and my girlfriend and I have been arguing a lot because she wants me to move out of my parents' house into a house share so that we can be closer. Wait. I'm a 21-year-old college student, and my girlfriend and I have been arguing a lot because she wants me to move out of my parents' house. Oh, I thought she meant she wanted her to move out. You guys were living together, and she wanted you to move out. I was like, all right, you're 21. Some of the greatest news you could ever get. All right. She wants me to move out of my parents' house into a house share so that we can be closer. We currently live 40 minutes from each other. She makes ominous statements about the practicality of our relationship. And if I don't move and catches an attitude because of it every time we meet up or talk on the phone. It's getting exhausting, and I feel a lot of pressure from her constantly bringing it up. All right, and how does that make you feel? Do you like feeling pressured? Do you like somebody giving you an attitude because you're doing what it is that you want to do rather than what she wants you to do? Buddy, this is the tip of the iceberg, and this is this thing that manipulative people do, is she's going to make it seem like that when you move in with her, that this pressure and all of this shit is going to end and you're going to be happy. You'll be happy for week 10 days, and then she's going to start with this shit again. You are laying the groundwork for this relationship where she's going to get to use her emotions as like this manipulative tool to get you to fucking sit up, beg, go for a walk, take out the trash, and do all of this shit. I can tell you right now, dude, do not, I don't even need to read the rest of it. Don't even fucking move. Anyway, she's moving out of home to live in her Dude, did you voice text this? I'm going to read just how you wrote it. She is moving out of her home to live in her grandmother, who passed away's house in the city, so she won't be paying rent. Okay, so her grandmother died, and she wants you to move in there. Because it's her family home, she doesn't want me to stay over or for us to have sex there. Sir, you really need my advice here. I respect this boundary. This, however, sucks, as it means that the decision for us to have a sex life and private time together rests in my hands. Yeah, dude, she's boxing you in. I really want to move out, but it would cost me about $600 a month plus bills and food, and I'm not sure I can afford it. I have explained this to her, but she says that her paying bills in her grandmother's house makes us even. I'll be honest with you, I fucking hate this chick. I'm just being honest. I also have an unpaid work placement abroad next year, which I need to save for, that will cost me $3,000 to $4,000. There you go, buddy. That's the carrot on the stick you need to be chasing. My parents do not and will not financially support me. I really love this girl, and despite the obstacles of not having privacy and the distance between us, our relationship has been great up until this point. I'm starting to wonder if it'll work out. What do you think I should do? I think you should stay at home and save up that $3,000 to $4,000, and she should understand that. I think you should tell her how her pressuring you makes you feel. And if she doesn't acknowledge this and doesn't care about your feelings and it's all about her, it's the tip of the fucking iceberg. And consider yourself lucky that you're not living with her when you break up with her. That's it. If I learned anything in the last few months of therapy, it's just like, I have not acknowledged my feelings, and my feelings were not acknowledged my entire time growing up, which is why I'm an angry person. Because when I start to feel feelings that I don't like, in my head, I just have to go to anger, because I never thought I could just be like, hey, man, I really don't like that. Because I grew up in the sit down and shut the fuck up generation. So none of this makes you feel good. So you need to tell that to her. And there's no fucking way you move in with this chick ever under these circumstances where she is basically fucking using her emotions to get you to do what she wants to do, and then having a fucking attitude. I mean, do you realize, like, seriously, if I can just take a second here, like that childish behavior that so many women get away with the guys in their relationship, that you basically have to dance to their fucking tune or they won't be happy? Because then what ends up happening is your happiness has to exist within the circle of their happiness. And at that point, you're no longer an individual. You've lost yourself in the relationship. You've become like this emotional fucking hostage. And it's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. All right? So, sorry, I'm fucking got gas here. I think I wolfed down this fucking piece of toast before this. I apologize. Belching up a storm here. Yeah. So fuck that. And any person, male or female, listening to this, don't ever move in with somebody if that is the way it's going down. Don't ever get involved in a business or a personal, intimate relationship where the other person is using their fucking moods as a way to get you to do something that you do not want to do, but they wear you out because you just want to see them happy. Hey, fuck their happiness. Their happiness is not your responsibility. Your happiness is your responsibility. And you don't fucking move in with somebody until their happiness and your happiness intersect. That's it. Go fuck yourselves. Girlfriend is too religious. Hey, Billy Redskin Nutbag. My name is Carl. I'm a 27-year-old guy who is starting to become annoyed at my girlfriend's religious behaviors. It doesn't bother me so much that she is Christian, for I also believe in God, prayer, and keeping true to a solid traditional set of moral values. It's just that her life seems to revolve around Christianity and her church. Her entire family is extremely Christian, and all her friends are from the church. Well, Jesus Christ, you didn't notice this from the beginning? Was she acting like she wasn't religious? I mean, the last time she invited me to hang out with them was to a bonfire at the church where we were drinking apple juice and listening to Justin Bieber. Oh, boy. Well, I don't know. Well, doesn't Justin Bieber, I always get him confused. Justin Timberlake was the first one. Justin Bieber. Well, doesn't he sing about banging chicks? That's kind of weird, isn't it? I thought he did. At least when he was younger. Not that he's old now, but now he's, he's wise beyond his years, considering he made it when he was like 14. So you age in dog years as a fucking celebrity, I would think. Anyway, he goes, don't get me wrong. I didn't want to date a crazy party going wench. I did want to date a nice, morally responsible girl who is fun to be with, just not with these powerful Christian undertones. She even invited me to go to the bar with her friends the Thursday before Easter. All right. She told me they were going to honor the Last Supper by eating some food and by drinking cocktails. I looked at her and I was just thinking, are you fucking serious? I know she has her belief, but is there a good way of telling her to lighten up? At the very least, not to call me out on little stuff like using the Lord's name in vain. That actually pisses me off, especially when she does it around others. or give me these long disappointed looks when my sense of humor runs over the topic of Christianity. Well, okay, I'm going to read the rest of this, and then I'll give you my opinion here. I like her a lot. I'm just not sure if I can handle that amount of religious energy for the rest of my life, much less have her turn my kids into nutless Christian geeks who go to youth groups every other night. Oh, and how do I convince her that she is an adult? She drives home at 12 at night because she feels that sleeping over might be disrespectful to her parents and unchristian-like, even though she will let me plow her 20 minutes before Mass. No joke. Oh, Jesus. So she's not all bad. I told her that it is a two-way street, that you should respect her parents' options, but they should also respect her ability to make her own decisions. You know why they should? Because she is almost fucking 30. Oh. Please give me your opinion on the situation. Love you and good luck making another child. That is if Nia is willing to ever couple with you again. Look, she needs to be dating one of those people that goes to the bonfire and is excited to be there. All right. I don't think it doesn't sound like. I don't know how she started doing the Christian thing, but you said you like her a lot. Do you love her? Do you love her? You just have to decide, like you don't have to have any of this conversation with this woman unless you plan on marrying her. And if you plan on marrying her, then you got to sit down and just say, listen, if, I stub my toe, I'm going to say, God damn it, or Jesus Christ, I am. And I don't need a fucking lecture from you. All right? You can stop short of saying, I don't think Jesus is coming back. You can stop short of that. You don't need to be a jerk. But she's going to want her kids to be super fucking religious like her, I would think. So I would figure that out. But I don't think it's a bad thing that somebody's that fucking religious anymore. I just don't. If it works for them and they're not hurting other people, I don't know. If I was a better person, I would actually go to a church every week just for the reminder to not be a complete piece of shit. I do like that aspect of it. I don't like the intolerance of it. The same way I'm liberal, but I can't listen to these extreme liberal people who cancel people for having a fucking just a thought that was different than theirs. So it's like most things, it's a group trying to do this for a good reason, and then it eventually spins out of control. All right, you're 27 years old. Maybe you just get out of this thing. Okay, I gotta be honest with you. I don't think you love this person. I think you've hung around with them long enough that you have feelings for them, but I don't think you love them. At no point did you even say that you love this person. You just said you like her a lot. But I really think that look, she's 3 years old, and then she's an animal in the rack. She's banging you and all this type of shit, right? And you're having a good fucking time. And now you're like, okay, what am I gonna do here? And she's like fucking the 700 Club, and that's not where you're at. So I think I would get out of this if I just. And take this all with a grain of salt, because I don't know you or what's going on, but just the way that was written, I just think, you're having a good time, you guys are banging and whatever, but now when you actually think about taking the next step and getting a little more serious with her, you're like, Jesus Christ, my kids are going to be like fucking reenacting the Last Supper and shit instead of listening to AC/DC. That's not what the fuck I'm looking for. If I'm reading this wrong, and you actually really care about this person, you want to marry him, then you need to sit down and talk to him and just say, listen, and you just got to lay it out there. And just say, listen, I'm going to say whatever I want. I'm going to make jokes about whatever I want. And sometimes I'm going to make fun of Christianity. And I'm not going to raise my kids to be a bunch of church-going sissies. All right? You're not turning them into they're not, if my kid stubs his toe and goes, oh, what the fuck, Jesus Christ, I understand, watch the language, but not, that's out of respect for us. It's not out of respect for this guy who said he was coming back and he never did. Okay? At this point, he's kind of like the absentee father for everybody, isn't he? Am I crazy? You don't have to go that far. You know what I mean. Yeah, I would say that. And it'll make the breakup a lot easier if you just tell her, like, yeah, listen, I'm gonna have kids, but they're not doing this Jesus shit. So you can fucking forget that. You can forget that all fucking day long. Why can't I plug this fucking thing in? What the fuck am I doing wrong? Sorry. As always, I don't have any fucking time. I'm trying to do 50 things at once. That's what I would do. All right, you're 27 years old, man. Go on and get a 25-year-old who never goes to church. And have a good time, baby. Do whatever the fuck you want, or stick with this one. But you got to tell her what's up if you're going to stick with her. That's it, all right? Because you know what? She's doing that for you. She's letting you know what's up. Marry me, have some Christian kids, and stand around a bonfire. I seen fire and I seen rain. I seen sunny days that I thought would never end. But I always thought that I'd see Jesus once again. They're switching up the lyrics. No? I don't know what they do. I've never been to some shit like that, but I can tell you right now, I would be like, are they going to sacrifice a virgin? Like, what the fuck is going on here? I need to get out of here. I don't know, but I'm also an asshole. All right, that's it. I'm calling it right now. The Baylor Bears are going to beat Gonzaga. They're going to beat them. I think UCLA showed people how to beat them. Right, in the first half, not in the second half. I'd say in the first half. I didn't even watch the second half. But in the first half, you just fucking slow it down. They're the Kansas City Chiefs. Everybody's getting lulled into their game. Stop getting lulled into their game. I don't know shit. All right, that's it. Go fuck yourselves. I'll check in on you on Thursday. I have a huge guest, a huge drummer guest on Thursday. I'm teasing it, all right, who has a brand new book out that is so fucking educational and amazing. I'm actually applying the study practices of it to trying to get my instrument rating on my pilot license because it's all the same shit. All right? No, not all the same shit. It's just so genius the way he wrote it. All right, that's it. I'll see you guys on Thursday. I am a 23-year-old man from Paducah, Kentucky. Now, why would you tell me that? I didn't want to read that. There's probably 18 people in your town, right? Needless to say, there isn't much to do. About 5 months ago, I met a girl who's 2 years younger than me and moved into town from East Cungamunga. We hit it off almost instantly. It was great. You know what? I'm going to have somebody bleep out this city. All right? I got to have him bleep out the city and the state. He goes, we hit it off almost instantly. It was great. She is beautiful, educated, and has a great ass. Sorry. Little Al Pacino for you. We took things slow, and I found that to be something unique in today's time. Most girls give it up within a day or two, but she wanted to take things slow, and I appreciated that. I found myself falling head over heels for this girl. I hadn't been with anyone in over 2 years, and I felt that I felt as if she was a sign that maybe there was a bit of hope in this world to be happy. And she communicated with me that she felt the same way. Okay, so about 2 weeks ago, we went out to a bar and we had some drinks, played some pool, and had a great time, and ended up getting a little frisky with each other. I drove her home totally expecting that tonight would be the night I was going to bang this beautiful woman. When we reached her driveway, we started making out in the car and asked if she wanted to come in. She got real quiet and said under her breath, yes, but... And of course, I said, but what? And that's when she told me she is a transsexual. I literally yelled. I was so shocked by what I heard, I could hardly keep myself together. And I told her, him, whatever, that I wasn't going to go upstairs with her and I would call her tomorrow. And she got out of the car crying and said, I was born this way. Like some Lady Gaga shit. Wait a minute, what is transsexual? Like a hermaphrodite? Wait a second. Ah, Jesus, Bill, you're too fucking dumb. Why do you guys write me? Is this the fun part of it? Just finding out how fucking dumb I am? Transsexual. This is hilarious. Now I have this on my search engine. Transsexual.
And Nia will use my computer and look up like transcontinental and transsexual is going to come up. Bill, is there something we need to talk about? Transsexual, here we go. A person who's undergone a sex change operation. A person whose sexual identification is entirely with the opposite sex. All right, well, that just made me even more confused. So if you had an operation, how were you born this way? Or the person saying I just identified with being a female. Oh, I see. Okay, so so the dude had a sex change operation. Okay. He goes, I haven't spoke to her since. It's SINCE, not SENCE. That night, besides a few text messages. She's going on about how much she loves me and she is sorry she didn't tell me sooner. It's even gone as far as me having to turn off my phone because she won't stop calling. I've never been pursued like this before. What do I do? Part of me actually feels bad, but I can't see myself banging an ass every night while my sweaty balls slap against her sweaty balls. Now, wait a minute. I thought the person had the operation. Don't they remove that? You know, I don't fucking know. Regardless of how gay this may sound, I still think she's incredibly hot. I knew it was too good to be true. Should I tell her that I'm just not interested anymore and completely cut her off, or should I be her friend? Or should I go bang her ass? It's weird. The thought of banging her ass excites me, but the thought of her junk swinging around makes me want to throw up just thinking about it. Thanks, Bill, and come do a show in such and such state sometime, you fuck. What should you do? I don't know. I honestly don't know. What's funny is you're literally just like you're mentally where she is sexually. You know? I don't know. Like it's like you're standing on the state line and you got a foot in either state. Just like her. You know? So I think your emotions are normal. And I hate when fucking people get offended by this shit. And they go, that fucking you know, they get all offended like that dude is now a woman. It's like, no, that is a dude that fucking is a different kind of dude now. You know, that's not a woman. It's still a dude. It's just a different kind of dude. You know what it's like? You ever see when somebody buys an old car and they take all the chrome off it? They want that nice clean look. Yeah, that's what they do to their crotch. You know, that's a dude that took the chrome off. You know, I don't know what to tell you, other than I don't know. Do like that fucking. I don't know. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. Is what I would say. Let me go back and read what you said. Should I tell him I'm not interested anymore? Completely cut her off. All right. Part of me actually feels bad because I can't see myself banging an ass every night while my sweaty balls slap against her sweaty balls. Well, if it makes you feel better, I don't think the balls are there anymore. Although they might have kept them like a hood ornament. I have no idea. Oh, Jesus. I really am a moron. Regardless of how gay this may sound, I still think she's incredibly hot. You know, why don't you just split the difference and get a blowjob? I don't know what to tell you. That's so funny. I knew it was too good to be true, this poor bastard. I would say this. I'd say you'd want to sit on that decision. Don't be like the Baltimore Colts in the 1983 draft. Did you guys just watch that 30 for 30 where they immediately walked up 2 seconds in and they selected John Elway? rather than fucking waiting the full 2 minutes or whatever to see if anybody gave him an offer. And then they ended up with nothing. I'd sit on this one for a minute. And I think that this person's actually pursuing you the way that they are because they're in a desperate situation, which is the whole thing is, in reality, the whole thing is unfortunate. People should be able to be who they are. You should be able to like who you like, and that person should be able to, from day one, say that they're transsexual without getting judged. The reason why they didn't say it was because they were worried about this fucking moment here, which once again is another sad, depressing thing about humanity. I would say follow your heart, sir. And not your balls if you really want to find love. There you go. Balls in your court. No pun intended.
Dear Billy Brain Fart, back in December 2012, I was enlisted in the United States Air Force. Off we go into the wild blue yonder, flying high into the sky. Yeah, we dive. That's all I know. Because that's all they play in the movies, right? That's just the credits. Nothing can stop the U.S. Air Force. How about a stronger Air Force?
I'll tell you right now, they won the championship, they feel like they're unstoppable, and that's the kind of thing that ends up getting you shot down out of the sky. You have to feel the weak side pressure of the third world countries. I mean, planes are disappearing. Who's to say that these people don't have these things?
All right. Despite being engaged, wait a second. I got engaged. Oh, yeah. The guy joins the fucking Air Force, all right? He enlisted. I got engaged to what I thought was the lady of my dreams. Life was good. Unfortunately, I got stationed out of state and had to move. Despite being engaged, she opted to stay behind in what was supposed to be temporary. We managed to keep the spark alive for some time until she lost the engagement ring in April 2013. All right, let's stop right there. Guys are morons, and a man can lose a fucking ring. All right? The only way a woman can lose a ring is if she's cleaning it near a sink. Okay? And she doesn't understand plumbing and then later turns on the water and sends it through the J-trap. All right?
He's going to feel the weak side pressure on the J-trap on fourth down situations.
When a woman loses a ring, you got to understand, like, that's so many of them. That's the thing. The ring. They get to fucking stick it under their fucking girlfriends' noses. Yeah, bitch. Yeah. Right? They live for that. That's like you getting a game-worn jersey. All right, so she lost the fucking engagement ring. Wow. Eventually, things spiraled out of control, and she left me in June of 2013 saying I deserved better. All right, well, that means either she doesn't love herself, and like when I saying that you deserve better, what I would immediately think is that if a woman ever said that to me, that's like, all right, you fucked around on me, and how many times? Anyways, this put me in a huge state of depression, to which I credit your podcast for helping me out. Thank you. You're welcome. Come to find out, she banged 4 different guys from June to August. There you go. And those are just the ones she admitted to. Okay? That's like when you come home buzzed or drunk in high school and your parents go, how many beers have you had? What do you say? 2. If you're really shit-faced, you'll say 4. And she said 4. So what does that mean? She had a 12-pack of dick. All right, in August, she came back into my life after she said she too went through a depression. She was living even further away now, but still wanted to try and make things work some type of way. Finally, February of this year, I got the chance we were waiting on. I went house hunting. Ooh, Jesus, dude, what are you doing? Where she lived in an attempt to make things right. Come to find out, she had been banging a married guy with kids and also talking to someone else, and also talking to someone else while telling me she wanted me. I confronted her and she basically said, all I'll ever be to her is a fucking FaceTime friend. What? You confronted her and she said all I'll ever be to her is a fucking FaceTime friend. A week ago she called me and now she wants to be friends again. I love this girl. That is your problem, sir. That is the only reason why you're writing me, because everything you're saying, this is a joke, your decision. He goes, I love this girl very much despite what she's done to me. Kind of like eating sugar. It's good, but it fucks you in the long run. My question to you is, do I throw all my chips in this time or do I fold? And yes, I'm probably an idiot. Either way, thanks for the laughs and go fuck yourself. P.S. Do a show in Mississippi already. Jesus Christ, Bill. That's on my bucket list. I'm going to do one down there. All right. Here's the deal, dude. This is the deal. Your heart is clouding your brain right now. All right? And here's a great expression that somebody said that their therapist told them one time. They said, I don't let chaos live in my life. All right? This is the deal, okay? She has come from some sort of unhealthy fucking background where she feels that, yeah, she's got some sort of low self-esteem thing, I'm guessing. She just thinks that she's a piece of shit and probably doesn't deserve a great guy like you. So she deliberately went out and sabotaged it, probably because she's used to being around a bunch of dysfunctional fucking people. So when she actually found somebody outside of her wheelhouse, she ran back to the comfort of that dysfunctional horse shit. All right? That is not your fucking problem. Okay? When you're trying to find the person that you're supposed to fucking be with, you have to find somebody that is as right as rain. All right? That's why you ask the questions. Are your parents still together? What is your relationship? Like, all the red flags. Both for men and women, listen to this thing, okay? If they have issues with their fucking parents and they don't fucking speak to them and they have a lot of anger issues towards their family, fucking walk. Walk. All right? If you're young, you're drafting in the first round, okay? Okay, that's the Des Bryant pick. Like fucking Bill Belichick. He passed on that one. And everyone's like, dude, what are you talking about? That's a fucking 10. And look at him. Not saying the dude isn't a 10. Not saying he's not a world-class fucking athlete. But all the baggage that comes with that horseshit. You got to look at it like that. So what you need to do is, you know, all right, you want to compare it to sugar? You want to get over your sugar addiction? Just go cold turkey. All right, 6 days fucking in. Okay, you're going to start to turn and you're going to be looking at candy and cake and pies going, why the fuck would I ever eat that? Because it's out of your system. And that's how you're going to look at her. Why the fuck would I ever eat that? Yeah. Dude, that's not the mother of your kids, man. You know, that right there is a Hank Williams song waiting to be written if you marry her and you have kids with her. All right? I mean, dude, that's the kind of woman that could turn you into a fucking alcoholic. You need to walk away. All right? And you know what? You live in Mississippi, so you understood that fucking Hank Williams reference. All right? Walk away and stay single for a while until you get that craving out of you. Because it's not fair for you to get into another relationship with that shit there. And you probably wonder, Bill, how do you know all this shit? Because I'm a fucking piece of shit, and I've been like all of these questions. I've been both people. I've been the person that fucked around. I've been the person that got fucked around on. I've made horrible fucking decisions and all of that shit. And it wasn't until I finally fucking decided to, stop surrounding myself with fucking people that reminded me of people that I grew up with. And actually tried to create a winning culture in the locker room. So that's what you need to do. You need to draft character first. All right? There's plenty of beautiful women that came from wonderful families. And that's the one, that's the keeper. All right? I know what okay? A woman like this is fucking your brains out. I know she is, okay? And that's the sugar right there, okay? So you got to let that go. All right? Here's the deal. Next time you're thinking about calling her, rub one out. I'm dead serious. Fucking rub one out. And the second you're done, I bet as your orgasm, you're gonna be like, oh, thank God I didn't call her. That's what's gonna happen.
All right, girlfriend wants to bang my brother. I teased this earlier in the podcast. Girlfriend wants to bang my brother. Jesus Christ. I would love to hear Joel Osteen read this. I mean, Jesus wants your girlfriend to bang your brother. Hey, Bill, I'm sure this has happened to you before. Is that a roundabout way of saying that I'm not a good-looking guy? But how should I handle my girlfriend wanting to bang my brother more than me? Thoughts? She said it 3 times in one night. What? Why are you still in this relationship? Would you still be in the relationship if you said that about our sister? Hey, listen, sweetheart. Not to say you don't have a nice rack, but you got to agree with me. I mean, your sister's tits are ridiculous. What? What's the matter? You told me to be honest with you. Anyways, she said it in one night, 3 times in one night, and that he is better looking, etc. So she's either going to fuck him or she's just trying to get under my skin. I told her after the 3rd time to go fuck him then, and she tried to act like I was an asshole. Yes, of course. Of course she did. I feel like this crossed the line, and it's all I can think about. Oh, dude, I got to tell you something right now. Not only do you say that, you fucking dump her. Dude, for her to fucking say that to you is so out of line. And that is just the tip of the fucking iceberg of the mind games a fucking asshole like this is going to play with somebody. All right? Dump this person. And this is the thing. She's going to actually fucking respect you. Because she obviously doesn't respect you enough that she's saying that shit to you. So if you fucking dump her, what's going to actually make her want to do is fuck you more. And this is what you do. This is the Jedi level. You know what? When she wants to fuck you more after that, you know what you do? You don't fuck her. Done. It's over. That's one of those things like, I don't know what kind of a fucking jerk off you think I am. Like that's basically what she's saying to you there. She thinks you're a fucking jerk off. And you have to show her that you're not. I would dump her. And then that is fucking it. That is fucking it. And when she fucking does all of those women manipulating things and fucking turns on the sex vibe and all that, dude, you fucking, nothing. You give her nothing. That's it. I don't need to read the rest of this. I will, though. If it was a friend of mine she thought was more attractive, I wouldn't care. You should care. She shouldn't be saying that, dude. This is what, you don't fucking say that. Let me ask you this. Could you do any of this to her? Could you say that one of her girlfriends is more attractive than her? 3 times in one night? Anyways, he said, but I hate the fact it's my bald-headed fuck of a brother. What should I do? Anything I think about, I get more angry. Thanks, and wear a hat next time. I like how you're taking your anger out on me. Yeah, dude, you're dating somebody that has crossed the line that you're not going to be able to get past, okay? Past? Sorry. I really got to save my voice, dude. I've been screaming and yelling every weekend doing my act and been watching the Red Sox through the playoffs, so I apologize for I sound like I'm going through puberty here. Yeah, dude, that is a no fucking brainer. Just dump her. And here's another thing. Don't tell your older brother or your younger brother, whoever your brother is. Don't tell your brother why you dumped her. Because one day he's going to get drunk and he's going to bring it up and then, like an asshole, and then you guys are going to get into a fight, okay? And it's all because of this who is driving a wedge into your family. This is the kind of person, you're going to bring this person into your family tree? Huh? You're going to dump your fucking seed into that? I don't think you are. Walk away. Walk away, and you know what, dude? You got off fucking easy. If you dump this woman right now, you got off fucking easy. Jesus Christ. God bless the poor fucking bastard that she's going to fucking marry.
Let's try to have something a little more sunshiny. I encourage women to write into my podcast. I've been begging you guys for the last 6 months to a year so I can balance this out because I don't want to keep trashing women. It's just so fucking easy. So here we go. I got this woman wrote in. Thank God a woman wrote in. Please write in. Trash guys. I know we're morons. I need balance here. This is as balanced as MSNBC or Fox News. I want to smooth it out here. Here we go. All right. Some lady wrote in. All right. Toilet. Bill, I have a question about men and their bathroom habits. My husband and I have a great relationship. We just celebrated our 5th wedding anniversary and are very happy. Well, congratulations. Congratulations. You have something most people do not have. You have a happy marriage. Sorry, I got the hiccups. Anyway, she said, the only things we ever seem to argue about are manners and housework. We come from different backgrounds and were raised differently regarding manners. He doesn't believe that manners are important, while I do. We both had to adjust to this, and it has certainly been a process. My standards for living have been lowered, and his have been raised. We're somewhere in the middle at this point. He has really made an effort over the years in terms of cleaning up after himself and not being gross. But the one area that has always been a problem is the toilet. At first, he rarely put the seat down, and it drove me crazy. He's wicked smart. He went to Harvard and always philosophizes his way out of arguments. His main argument for leaving the toilet seat up is that it isn't fair. Women and men are equals, blah, blah, blah. He also likes to use the argument that gay men probably leave the seat up all the time. I'm an interior designer and have several gay male friends, and they all say they put it down because who wants to look at the inside of a toilet? The last thing I could say about it was, please just do it as a favor to me. He said he would, and I believed him. A few weeks ago, I was taking a bath, and I left the door ajar because he worries I'll drown or something if I lock the door. Well, look at that. He's a great guy. He's concerned about you. You know, there's a lot of people that could give a shit. So anyways, she's in the bathtub with the door ajar a little bit. He says he suddenly came in and sat down on the toilet in front of me. And I was stunned and asked, are you pooping? And he said, no, he was just peeing. So now he pees sitting down and insists that this is normal for men. This is where we are right now in the toilet seat argument. He thinks he's being considerate, but really he's just super stubborn about the toilet seat. He also has no problem of going to the bathroom in front of me, and I wish there was more of a boundary when it comes to the bathroom in general. This idea has infected my brain so much, it just seems so unmasculine to me to see a man peeing sitting down that it's now to the point that I think it's attractive when men pee standing up. So, Bill, what do you think? My husband loves your podcast and listens every morning. Yada, yada. What do I think? He's a great husband. He loves me, takes care of me, makes me laugh, and he's gorgeous. But the toilet issue weirds me out. All right, where to start? First of all, this whole toilet issue, this whole tradition that has basically been started, I don't know where it's began, but how if the man leaves the toilet seat up, he's the biggest fucking asshole on the face of the earth. I don't understand it. I don't understand why we are required to do it. I've never heard a woman give me a good argument as to why. They say dumb shit like, so I don't fall in the toilet. And it's like, that's my fault you fell in the toilet? Who in their right mind drops their pants and sits on something without looking at what they're sitting on? Do you understand that? You're out of your mind. That's on you. Like, why does the toilet have to be totally set up for you, but I can go fuck myself? How come when you're done with it, why can't you lift the seat up? If anything, it's easier for you to put the seat down than for me to put it up. I'm working against gravity. You know? And it'd be one thing if you said, oh, here's one for you. If you want him to put the seat down. Because this is what's really going on. You've nagged him enough. And it's annoying him that he has to put the fucking seat down. All right, so now what he's doing is he's brilliant. He knows that peeing sitting down is weirding you out. Well, he's doing this passive-aggressive shit where he's like, all right, you want the seat down? Fine. I'm gonna start peeing sitting down like a woman and make it all fucking weird for you, and then I'm going to act like, no, this is more efficient. I like it. I'm enjoying this shit. He's playing the only card he has. I think it's fucking hilarious. This is my advice to you. If you want him to go back to peeing, standing up, and putting the seat down, basically your dream bathroom situation, why don't you give up something? Why don't you say, okay, if you do that for me, I will do this. You know? Why don't you say, like, look, if you go a month straight, and always put the seat down, after 30 days, I will give you the most insane blowjob you've ever had in your life. Okay? Why don't you do something? Okay? Instead of acting like you're fucking some sort of royalty and that everything should just be set up for you. All right? I agree with you. That's fucking weird. It's weird for me to picture him sitting down, but I think he's doing it in this passive-aggressive way, which is fucking hilarious to me. All right? There you go. That's what I would say. Blow him once a month as long as he keeps the seat down. That's my solution. All right? And God bless you, and congratulations on your good relationship.
I asked for advice a couple months ago about a friend of mine. This one's another brutal one. About a friend of mine whose girlfriend was having a kid, and I was suspicious about whether or not it was his, because he had gone and gotten checked twice to see if he could have kids, and the doctors said no. Oh, I remember this guy. Remember that one? The doctor said this guy, he got checked twice. They said he couldn't have kids, and then all of a sudden his girl was pregnant. And there was questions about her being faithful. I remember this. Well, this is the update of this. He said, well, about 5 months into the pregnancy, she miscarried. So the problem kind of solved itself, but it was a terrible thing to happen. Now they are living together, and I'm still pretty positive she was cheating on him, and he's hanging on to the relationship now through some sort of guilt because of the lost child. It just feels like my friend got one pulled over on him, and I really want to talk to him about it, but I can't find a good way to do it. Your podcast rules, and I hope you come to Edmonton sometime. The comic strip, right? The comic strip in Edmonton. I'll make my way up there at some point. Dude, that is a brutal situation. And it all depends on how you feel. Are you going to be able to live with yourself if you just say, listen, this kid is just a moron. He's my friend, but he's a fucking moron? Because that is an option. You know, the Goodfellas moment. You know, when they tell that joke in Italian, and De Niro says, what does it mean? And Pesci goes, it means he's content to be a jerk. You know? What am I going to say? My wife 2 times me? That joke. Basically about a guy who knows his wife's fucking around on him, and he just looks the other way. He's content to be a jerk. So that's what your friend is right now. I know there's emotions involved, so there is hope for him. But, you know, he's fucking himself over. So this is the deal. If you can live with yourself and just say this guy's content to be a jerk, I'm not going to get in the fucking middle of this because there's so many obvious red flags here and this kid is just choosing to ignore them. You could just say, fuck it. He's content to be a fucking idiot. But if you're not going to be able to live with yourself, then I would just sit down and talk to him. All right? And hopefully he listens to you. And if not, and he stops being your friend, there's nothing you can fucking do about that. And I got a feeling probably 7 or 8 years from now, you might get a phone call of him saying, you know what, you were right. But those are impossible situations. Jesus Christ. How the fuck would I handle that? I would say something. You know what? I would definitely say something. But I don't know how to do that, to be honest with you. How the fuck would I say? I would say, listen, you know, I'm friends with you. We've been friends a long time. That's when your buddy knows something fucked up's coming. Listen, we've been friends a long time, right? We've had a lot of good times, right? You know that I've always been there for you and I never try to steer you wrong, right? Like, I think your girlfriend is a 2-time and yeah, how do you say that? I would just rip the Band-Aid off. Just say, listen, there's something I have to talk to you about. We're friends. And as a friend, all right, I can't stop thinking about this, and it would kill me to not bring this up to you. I have to do this. I'm not trying to be malicious. I'm doing this because you're my friend. And then I would just say, look, Jesus, I just had it, and I already forgot how fucking difficult this is. I would just be, it's fucking ridiculous. Look, you told me you couldn't have kids. You went to the doctor twice. You got tested. They said you couldn't have kids. Yet this girl somehow got fucking pregnant. Don't say fuck there. Yet your girl somehow got pregnant. Okay? Then you just sort of stare at him. I don't know where to go from there. All right? My gut's telling me that wasn't your fucking kid. See, that's a hard one, too. That one, that kid you just fucking cried over that didn't get born, I don't think it was yours anyways. Jesus, dude, this is fucking brutal. Brutal. This is what I would do. I would do what I'm doing right now. Into a mirror. And just keep correcting it as you go. The same way I said, okay, don't say fuck there. And then you back it up again. I don't think that she's being, I don't think the woman that you're with has been 100% honest with you. And I don't think that she has been 100% faithful. And my gut is telling me that wasn't your kid. See, that's brutal, taking it to there. All right? I think you need to get out of this relationship. I mean, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to fucking, yeah, you stumped me. You stumped the schwami. Not like I know everything, obviously, but I usually can come up with some sort of angle. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. But for whatever you do, don't write it down. Don't put it in a letter. Because he'll probably show it to her, and then it'll just be brutal. Fuck that. Don't do that. Just, yeesh. That's I don't know what to tell you, dude. That's a fucking brutal one. Jesus, does it work to just say it? Listen, man, we're best friends, right? We can say anything to each other. Yeah, I think your girlfriend fucked somebody else without a condom and got pregnant, that she was about ready to let you take on the responsibility and invest that sort of time, your life. She was content to throw away your fucking life. Do you understand me? All right? You went to 2 fucking doctors and they said you can't get pregnant, dude. How dumb are you? Get your fucking head out of her fucking vagina. Wake up. It's not your kid. All right? That was God. God gave you a fucking mulligan. He gave you a pass. All right? There you go. You want to get, oh, Jesus. You want to get fucking religious about it? Get out of the goddamn relationship. Stop being such a fucking pussy. Leave her. Cry about it for fucking 6 weeks. Whatever you got to do. Go join a fucking gym and get on with your fucking life and start wearing a condom. All right? Now, I know that team that we saw in the first half is not the fucking team that I know. And we got another 30 minutes of fucking football, and I want you to get out there and prove to me that you can play like the way I know you can play. That's what you do. You go, there we go. Took me a minute to work it out. You go fucking Vince Lombardi. Grab. Nobody tackling. You got to go like that. You got to build up. You got to start slow. You got to start slow. In all my years of looking at relationships, I don't think I have ever in my life seen a woman so pull the fucking wool of pubes over somebody's fucking eyes like I did in that first half. You know what I saw out there? I saw bullshit. Just some. I don't know. Dude, I'm out. I don't know what to tell you. Tell that fucking kid he needs to make some halftime adjustments. All right? Pull the ripcord. Get the fuck out of there. Gee, See, these are the things they don't talk about these kinds of women on those, right? They're horrible fucking people, and they should talk about them. They always got a goddamn excuse, you know? Maybe they're just whores. You ever think of that? Is there any women out there? There's a woman out there. I want to know this. Okay, this is totally anonymous. And I'm not judging you because I'm a male whore myself. All right? I want to know this. Is there a woman out there where dad stuck around, you had a great family,
You weren't touched in any funny way. You went to school. You know, you were Girl Scout. You did all the right things. But you just love dick. And not only do you love dick, you love a bunch of different dicks. And you are in a relationship, but every once in a while, you just got to go out and go bang somebody else because you're fucking bored. Basically, are you wired like a man? That's what I want to know. Okay? And you can be totally honest. Let's examine that, because I don't even think it's fair to just brand them all whores. I don't. I think some of them are actually really intelligent, and they've actually sat and contemplated it, or, done what I've done, is justify their piece of shit moves. Oh, you know something? This is the time when I really should just have a guest. I don't have a guest. I got to have more guests on this fucking podcast. What do you want from me? All right, you guys want some YouTube videos for this week? Huh? Have you slumped over in your cubicles left yet? Have you done that? With 5 minutes left in your fucking day?